Hello, everyone, and welcome back to No Glitches Allowed. We're currently going up our longest run in the marathon. It's going to be over 8 hours long, run by Xujhan. Introduce yourself.
Hi. Uh, for pronunciation reasons, usually I'm just Charles, which is the canonical pronunciation of Xujhan. This is Breath of Fire 2 Glitchless, which is a ridiculous category for a silly game that I think only 3 people have ever recorded times for on the leaderboard. Also, I haven't run in about a month because real life has been extremely busy, so this is both a marathon run and a D-Rust, which will be fun. Uh, The estimate was 8:45. The world record was set a couple months ago. It's 7:59, and we're definitely not going to do that well. So maybe if we're lucky, it'll be 8:30. But it's an RPG run, so there's a huge amount of variance. We'll find out. I'm ready to start when you are. Shall I just count you in?
Yeah, just give me a countdown and stop timer.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go. Marathon D-Rust, don't see what could possibly go wrong. You got it, Time Shifter. Absolutely nothing bad will happen. So a few things to know about Breath of Fire 2. One, it's very long. Even normally, it's very long. But for an RPG speedrun, it's especially long because the encounter rate is high and the run chance is pants. So you actually have to fight all of your random encounters. There's a handful you can escape from, but for the most part, I'd say 50% or so of our 8 hours is going to be spent just fighting random encounters. And yet somehow we'll still be woefully under-leveled for the second half of the game. In terms of speedrunning mechanics, things that you might want to know before you pick this up, one of the very first things you notice when you play it a bit is that the speed the dialogue scrolls at increases if you hold more than one button while you're mashing. So here I'm holding one button on the controller and mashing, well, keyboard actually, because I'm a keyboard monstrosity, but if you hold a button and mash another button, the text scrolls faster. So by the end of 8.5 hours, I'm going to have some wicked hand cramp. World record D-Rust would be cool. It could happen. The world record is not especially optimized. Grind percent the game. But amazingly, we do know grinding. For people who are familiar with the game, the fact that you can actually speedrun it without glitches and without grinding is kind of incredible. But it only just barely works. Mash the buttons, yeah. Okay, so this is our very first encounter, and we actually can't win. We just have to die. So we're going to beat ourselves up with the help of this friendly little beak thing here. And then our dad's going to come and rescue us. If you're lucky, you can go down to low health in 3 hits rather than 4, but we're not going to be lucky today, so we got 4. We're not going to be lucky today is probably just going to be the motto of the entire thing. Which is great, because the entire first hour of the game is monstrously luck dependent. And get the bad luck out early, but there's always more bad luck. Don't worry. It's sort of like watching like if somebody says doing Earthbound runs tonight, what they mean is I'm going to reset the first half hour of the game 20 times and then give up. That's sort of like what Breath of Fire 2 is. The problem is that early in the game, healing items are very expensive. You have very little in the way of healing magic. You only have 1 or sometimes 2 party members, and everything wants to eat you. And most of it can. So getting eaten by bears is probably in our future. Okay, there's a dialogue trigger I have to not miss here. If you say yes, nothing bad happens except you waste 5 seconds to a tiny cutscene. Also, we're in color now. We've transcended the 1960s. Feel free to bombard me with questions in chat because it's really hard to think of funny jokes for 8.5 hours straight, and my commentators may or may not show up on account of it being, 4 in the morning. Also, I have a job for chat. There are people sleeping in the room directly adjacent to me, so if I start to sound like I'm getting really enthusiastic and I'm speaking loudly, shush me. I need to be shushed so that I don't wake people up. What's the difference between a speedrun of this and just playing? Very little. Very, very little. Okay, first thing, we need this fishing pole. Neighbors must understand that it is a big deal. No sequence breaks. The game is incredibly hard to sequence break, funnily enough. There is actually an out-of-bounds glitch, which obviously we're not using, but even any percent doesn't use the out-of-bounds glitch because nobody can figure out how to take advantage of it. There's only one thing that really sort of qualifies as a sequence break. There's a boss you can skip, but it's very clearly programmed into the game that it's intentional that you be able to skip it. So it's clearly not a glitch. It's just you have to fight a boss to get a fruit, but you can also just buy the fruit from a merchant. So you just buy the fruit and you don't fight the boss. Does the out of bounds glitch just soft lock you? Because I don't run the glitched category, I'm not super familiar on the state of the art of Breath of Fire glitch research. What was that? Let's follow it. Yeah! Also, there's some plot going on in the background, but the Breath of Fire 2 plot doesn't make all that much sense, so don't worry too much about following along. But basically, we just got eaten by a giant demon snake. The last time I remember reading about the out-of-bounds glitch, it was like you can do it, but you probably break the game, and also it doesn't help you even if you could. Like the game is set up as like a linear sequence of story triggers, and you just can't skip them. Mostly don't have purple snakes. Those are the best snakes. They're big and they eat you. In terms of speed tech, it's mostly just optimizing all of the things that you would normally do in a casual playthrough. So like, we're going fast. 8 to 8.5 hours is very fast for a glitchless run. A casual run at Breath of Fire 2 is probably like 30 plus hours. So it is fast, it's just not that fast. Also, I'm gonna quickly take a drink of water because this little 2-minute cutscene happens to be the longest break in the entire run. After this, the longest break I get is 55 seconds. I will say, in my own defense as a civilized human being, I have never employed the hand wash skip. I've been tempted, but you know, it's close. This is the game with the inaccessible bar. This is the game with all sorts of interesting stuff. There's so many things throughout Breath of Fire 2. You just look at that and you go, huh. Probably the devs were on acid or something. Okay, so that was the prologue. Now we can start the tutorial. Also, 10 years later, so we are the standard Japanese protagonist, 16 years old with spiky blue hair. Yes, my only pee break is right at the start of the run. It's fantastic. Unless you can run real fast. So what we've learned so far, we are basically a Final Fantasy protagonist. Our best friend is Doge, even though we're Doge. And Doge has a crush on that pretty girl who lost a pet. So we're going to go find a pet, because we're rangers, and we do those kinds of things. And the first thing we're going to do is be woefully underprepared for all of the encounters that we're going to get, because we don't have any money. And everything in this game is incredibly expensive because it expects you to grind, which we're not going to do. So first order of business. Buy some healing items. And with the money we have left over, we can afford precisely one piece of equipment. Which is a sword. So we can actually do, you know, a little bit of damage. And now we're gonna go and probably die. Death of Liar 2. Yeah. You're going to see me do some weird things in the combat at the start, like they are only attacking with Doge and not attacking with bow, and like swapping stances around, doing various things. It's just because early in the game your characters do like a very predictable amount of damage and enemies have a small amount of health, so it's just minor optimizations. More importantly, everything in here can kill me. Nothing here is guaranteed to kill me, but everything in here can kill me. So this is a healing fountain. We're going to take a fight right here so that I can heal up afterward. More likely we're just going to die because this is the worst encounter in here. Now one of the things that is a little unique to Breath of Fire 2 is, unlike lots of RPGs where you have front row and back row, in Breath of Fire 2 you have formations. Oh good, okay, so we're actually alive. One thing at a time. Formations, you have normal, defense, scramble, and parallel, and the formation you pick increases or decreases a character's physical combat multiplier. The physical combat multiplier just says you do and take 30% more physical damage, or you do and take 10% less physical damage. In other words, basically physical damage dealers you want to have more, and spellcasters you want to have less. It's also affected by party order. So right now I've got spiky blue hair in the lead, dog in the back, or rather dog in second place. The person in first deals and takes the most physical damage, and it reduces as you go down the line. Also, the person in front is more likely to get hit, and your odds to be targeted decrease as you go down the line. I'm now switching the order and putting Bow in front because at early levels Bow actually has more health than us. Also, we need spiky blue hair in the back for the first boss. And we got a lead-off attack, which is this game's way of saying you get a free round of combat, which is the only time you get a guaranteed run, and boy howdy am I going to take advantage of that every time I can. Whew, good dodge. Okay, so we really want to be level 3 before the first boss. There's level 3, there's level 3. Good. Now if we're lucky, which we won't be, we can get to the boss without any more encounters. Yeah, called it. Okay, don't kill me. Lead off. Okay, so this is actually significantly ahead of world record pace. That was probably about the best I have ever seen the first dungeon go. It's gonna drag on, ha ha ha, hey yeah. Okay, so first boss, Harpies. The Harpies are fun because they all want to eat the handsome anime protagonist, none of them want to eat the dog. And I'm not kidding, that's what they're doing. They're trying to eat us and they're only going after the handsome one. You can't make this up. Also, yes, this was the 90s before censors existed, so yes, they're naked. Also, we got a crit on the first Harpy, which means she's going to die this round, not next round, which means we're getting the fast kill. So this is actually all going great. You can see their feathers. I'm being quiet because I'm quietly counting damage and making sure. Okay, yeah, we're fine. So we got really lucky with crits there. If I had my timer on, we'd be like 2 minutes ahead of world record, which is impressive, even though the world record is pretty bad. By the way, it's my world record, so I'm allowed to make fun of it. It's in the rules. You've been critically hit. I almost feel bad because I feel like you guys are not getting the real Breath of Fire 2 experience, which is just getting completely reamed by every single random encounter, which is normally how this dungeon goes. But like, we were able to run away from all but 2 or 3 fights. And, oh, I never explained Bo's ability. So every character in this game has an in-combat ability. Your main character has Guts, which is just a small heal that doesn't cost any mana. Bo's ability is Shot, which either immediately kills the target or deals 1 damage. But your damage dealing ability is so bad at the beginning of the game that you'll take it. Even though the chance is pretty low. Okay. Fortunately, now that we're level 5, our defense is much higher, so these things are much less lethal. You can see they're doing 2 damage, where 2 damage out of like 40 health, where before they were doing like 5-6 damage out of 20 health. Okay, if we're lucky, we make it to the door. We do not. Lead off. Even though that was a lead off and I could have run away, I'm killing these things for 2 reasons. One, they have a chance to drop the charm, which is worth $500, which is a lot of dollars, and we need money. And the second reason is, we need money. I'm killing them for money. These things drop more money than any of the other early enemies. Know what else needs money? Our charity! Heck yeah. Good call, Piku. Okay, so I'm greeting here. I'm not healing Doge, even though I'm only at 14 health, because I have a very... Okay, we're fine. We have a very limited supply of healing items, and we're gonna need them. So in addition to just straight getting eaten by bad guys, another way for your run to die is to just not have enough money. Okay, we found a salad bowl. We're gonna put it on our head and use it as armor, because it's that kind of game. If we were running any percent, we would have gotten infinite money at the start of the game, and then we would have bought a consumable that reduces the encounter rate, as well as better armor, so that we wouldn't get immediately eaten. But we're running the manly category, so we're not doing any of those things. The bowl is armor. You put it on your head. And let me tell you, that's not even in the top 10 weirdest things you're gonna see in the next few hours. There's some real Twilight Zone nonsense in this game. I feel like Breath of Fire 2 hit that sweet spot right before the US discovered that video games are a real thing that actual kids play, and maybe they should watch what's going in them. Like peak Super Nintendo weirdness. Hey, we got poisoned. So we have exactly one antidote for that. Poison does nothing in combat, but out of combat you take 1 damage every step. Chainmail, Paladin's favorite armor because it's holy! I mean, you're not wrong. Okay, so because I got poisoned, I have to use my one and only one antidote, which means that if I get poisoned again, I'm shit out of luck. I just have to take a ton of damage and probably get eaten. It's amazing the number of decision trees in this game that end in get eaten. Hey, lead off. Good. Let's get out of here. You've got too much on your plate. Fun fact, plate is also a piece of armor that you can equip in this game. It's not plate mail. It's a dinner plate. You hold it like a shield. That's a thing. Okay, but again, that actually went really well. This is sort of concerning me. It's like when the sibling who's always pranking you suddenly is really nice and considerate, and you're like, what's he planning? I don't trust it. Okay, let's check my health. Yeah, I should heal. The next boss is literally just cockroaches. Okay, so what we want them to do is not all attack the same character. They don't do that much damage, but if they all dogpile the dog, if you get it, dogpile the dog, yeah, they can kill him. And we really don't want to take time to heal. Although, I mean, like, we do have extra healing items because the mountain went so well. But I would say approximately half of my run attempts, when I'm, like, grinding for a PvE, I'd say about half of my resets would have happened already. Okay, so we're gonna have to heal the dog. Take a bow. Aha. So, after we fight literally cockroaches, what's the next boss? Literally just a bigger cockroach. Incidentally, this guy can also game over you. Even though that's all he does, he just plonks you for about 10 damage. He can game over you, because he has the funnest mechanic of any game mechanic in any game I've ever seen. He has the ability to not die, because he's a cockroach. Get it? Cockroaches are good at surviving. Anytime you would kill him, he does that. It's literally just a 50% roll to not die. Try again. Nope. Got him. Okay. So every time you would kill him, 50% roll for him to just not die. I have had a run that actually died because he failed to die 9 times in a row. And it's a coin flip, so it's like getting 9 tails in a row. That was a giga tilter. Anyway, so now we're cooking some bacon, because that's what you do after you fight out the immortal cockroach horde. This boss is very Kafkaesque. Significant chunks of this game are very Kafkaesque. Also, in case you weren't following, we were supposed to be finding a pet, not scaling the mountains and fighting harpies and stuff. We were trying to find somebody's pet. Turns out the pig was the pet. How are you supposed to know that as a player? No idea. You'd think, find a pet, we should look around town. Nope. You should not. You should reenact instead the entire plot of The Hobbit. That's how you find the pet. Had a cat while in South Florida. Pretty sure a roach tried to eat my cat. I think we just killed that roach. Fun fact, not the last giant roach we're going to fight this game. It's a recurring theme. Anyway, now we're heading back to town. The slow way. If we were playing any percent and we had infinite money, we could just death warp. Because in this game, dying just sends you back to a checkpoint with half your money missing. but all your progress intact. But we're playing Glitchless, and we don't have infinite money. In fact, we're dirt poor. We need every dollar we can get. So we're not death warping. We will later. But really, the only times we death warp in Glitchless are immediately after we've spent our money, so it's a non-issue. And if you think this has all been going very well so far, it has, but don't be fooled. I'm still going to get eaten. In fact, I'm actually going to do a safety right here. I'm going to come and buy another piece of armor. Normally I would not do this. But it's going to make the next section a little bit safer. It only cost, like, that safety there cost me about 10 seconds. Have I consumed at least 28 ounces of dihydrogen monoxide? I have, actually. Yeah, you disembowel the wild animals to get the money. That's precisely how it works. Now, fun fact, I'm actually the person responsible for routing this category, because I'm essentially the only person mad enough to actually run it consistently. Safer, Breath of Fire 2. Yeah, exactly. Safer. Not safe. Sorry, what was I saying? Yes, I'm the person responsible for routing this monstrosity. It's shocking the number of times when things just work out. Like, at the beginning of the game, I picked up the fishing pole and a life pill off of the first two shelves at the beginning, and I sold them, and I got $300. If you couldn't sell those two items for $300, you'd have to grind at the start of the game. For finding the pet, you're rewarded with $500, and on the shelf in this room there's another $100. If you didn't have those $600, you'd have to grind. There are so many places in Glitchless where if they just gave you a little bit less money, you'd have to grind. But magically, somehow, it just all barely fits, and you don't have to. Okay, so, our pooch went off and stole a thing for somebody, and I'm sure nothing bad happened. So we're just gonna go see what's up. I see we've stopped talking about the game and have just started talking about water. That works. What could possibly have happened? Nothing bad, I'm sure. Oh. Well, according to that guy, something bad happened. This was completely unforeseeable. Anyway, while we're busy mocking the game for its plot, and its translation, and its dialogue, and its ridiculous characters, and its nonsensical premise, let's appreciate that it is actually a really pretty Super Nintendo game. Oh, dialogue trigger. No. Among the class of Super Nintendo RPGs, I think Breath of Fire 2 has some of the best graphics and some of the best music. Other than the Sima Fort theme, but we're not going to talk about that. But it is actually a really high production value game. It's just complete nonsense. Anyway, completely unpredictably, the richest guy in town actually has security in his house, so Bo got caught trying to steal shit, and now he's in trouble. Fortunately, the security is completely incompetent. And now we have to get him off the hook. I don't know how we're supposed to get him off the hook since he was actually trying to steal stuff, but... The life of the party, I've actually not heard that one before. That was pretty good. Anyway, here's the security. They're trying to find Bo, but they can't find him because he hid in the trash can. Fun fact, only trash can you see basically all game. Magically, exactly dog-sized. You didn't imagine that the trash can is hopping. This is our best friend, the trash. We're literally taking out the trash. I'm just gonna say nothing for the next couple minutes so you can appreciate the beautiful whoop 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 of the trash can. I never made the connection with Sly Cooper, but you're totally right. It does. Consider the characters you get later in the game, Bo can stay there. Agreed. Holy moly, Bo is actually the second most, third most useless party. There's a lot of useless party members in this game. Isn't it beautiful? Sorry, I can't get out of the trash can and help you fight even though we're miles from the village. I know, right? Do I ever hunt or fish? Not in this category, but there is another category in which I do. You will see throughout the run, I will be doing many things that make my life easier. Like, make the combat go faster, beat bosses quickly, avoid fights. There's lots and lots of things I can do that's like speed tech. Oh god, there are multiple categories. Okay, listen, okay, no, hear me out, hear me out. What if I took all of the speed tech and I banned it all, and then we ran that category? That's Brave Man %. It used to be called Masochist %, but the last time I tried to run it, apparently Twitch has declared Masochist to be a bad word that I can't have in a stream title, so now it's Brave Man %, because we are the Brave Man of the Dragon. But yes, Brave Man is you play Glitchless, but you ban all of the speed tech, and then you try to run it anyway, and it's hilarious. It's a great time, I highly recommend it. I think my PB for that category is like 10 hours 30 minutes roughly. Okay, we're taking a safety save here because the odds that I get eaten in the next 2 minutes are incredibly high. See, the problem is now, I only have one party member, and we're about to go to a new area with stronger random encounters, and I still don't have armor. This is basically the equivalent of playing Earthbound, except you just stay in your jammies for the first hour. Stoic hams. I mean, Brave Man has significance in Breath of Fire 2 because your main character is called the Brave Man of the Dragon. That's where the name comes from. His disguise is garbage. Yeah, sorry, you missed your chance, but it's still retroactively funny. Bravely Default, hey! I'm okay if this is just 8 hours of puns. Playing Earthbound on a pirate cart? Yeah. So, if you're... I don't know if anybody in chat is actually familiar with this game, but Brave Man bans dragons, shaman transformations, recruiting tenants to your own private town later in the game. One second, I'm going to take a fight here. it bans the secret character who is completely OP. There's one thing I'm forgetting. It'll come to me. Okay, now we're gonna die. I'm actually just gonna step in here because the screen transition resets the encounter rate. And I just don't want to fight anything, because everything here will eat me. I'm not kidding, my strat is just run and pray right now. Okay, we pray. Okay, this is a winnable fight. This is one of the only winnable fights. It sounds like it bans fun too. What's the point? Just a 0%? I mean, the point is, can we make this game induce as much suffering as possible? Does it ban fire rocks? It does not. Okay, we're almost there. Pray. Pray with me. Oh, fuck. Oh, jeez. Oh, jeez. Jeez, it's the feds. Oh, we're gonna die. Oh, dear. Oh, Lord. Oh, God. Welcome to the run chance in this game. It's not very good. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. Oh, Lord. No, not like this. Aw, crud. Okay. So we actually have to do a hard reset there because that death would take away half our money and we need it. So, we got eaten. Charles got eaten, counter 1. Anyway, that's why I took this safety save here. So let's try that again. That's what I was expecting to happen the first time we went to the mountain. Because that's what the random encounters at the very beginning of the game when you're level 1 can do. We got lucky, we actually beat the encounters we got, but you often just get eaten like that. But yeah, to survive those fights, you actually need to have decent armor. And we can buy decent armor at the next town, but until we get there, the encounters are all completely lethal. So the strategy is just run and pray. And that's not lazy routing. Like, that's glitchless, that's all you can do. Anything that isn't run and pray would be like 10 minutes slower. Eater Man living up to its name again. Hey, you got it. So if somebody wants to keep a running counter, so far we have died to plants. Finally they're getting their own back for all the vegetarians. One death, plants. The plants are not the most lethal thing you fight this early on, but they're up there. The worst are the bears. The odds of us getting eaten by bears in any given run are about 70%. Okay, this is good. Okay, pray. Crap. Not again. Oh no. I feel like I've seen this movie. Get out of here. Oh god. Okay, we actually got away. Yeah, no, the sweet breath is murderous. Oh my god, we're so close. We made it. Okay, oh god, we made it. We're alive. Whew. Welcome to Breath of Fire 2. Oh, we're alive. We actually ran. So is that one successful run in 6 or 7 attempts? That's about right. The run chance in this game is awful. Anyway, this is Rand. In the future he will be a party member, but not yet because that would be too easy. Okay, now we're gonna go pilfer some drawers. Smoke. Literally cigarettes. What does smoke do? It makes you smell bad. it reduces the encounter rate because you smell bad and the monsters don't want to be around you. I'm not kidding. Bums clothes, literally jammies. Okay, and now we pray again. We pray that I have acquired enough money to buy everything I need, even though I probably haven't. Okay, sell the smoke, sell the bum's clothes. Barely enough. Okay, so we're gonna take a bit of a backup here. Okay, can I do for you today? Switch the ranger clothes and the bronze hat. We have $5 spare. Good lord. Okay, so I'm gonna do safeties. Right now we have 7 herbs. $5 to spare. Yeah, I know. See, I told you. Exactly enough money. Just for the sake of the marathon, we're going to do a bit of poverty strats. Donation. You can donate money to the church, but if you have no money when you try and donate, they give you money instead. Basically, we're Oliver Twist right now. Please, sir, can I have another? But I will say, as the person who routed this category, it is so gratifying when that happens. You hit your like multiple $100 money threshold by $5. Anyway, now we can actually fight things for a bit. It's going to change real quick, but for now we can fight things. No, donating just gives you a little bit of money, or spends a little bit of money. Herb, an essential component in most 8-hour plus speedruns. You got it. You do got it. Also, yes, as Glissa pointed out, the main character can actually cast smoke as a spell later in the game, which means he can conjure cigarettes out of thin air. You're correct. Okay, run the hell away from that. Now, I'm actually undecided about what to do here, given that this is like marathon. Normally, the strat for this force is to run and pray from all of the encounters, because even if they don't kill you, they're slow to fight. But they can also kill you. But given that that is, that's inducing a lot of resets, I think maybe I'll just actually fight the fights. So those 7 herbs in our inventory, that's our only healing to survive this dungeon. We have no healing magic. Bo was our healer, and he's gone, and we're never using him again. Okay, this is going well. We can beat these now. Oh, it's so much nicer. 4 to 8 damage rather than like 12 to 15. They can still kill you by putting you to sleep, but it's a lot less likely. Yeah. No bow? No bow! Nope, bow's gone. Alright, we got him. Take that, plants. Bo's gone because he got caught stealing, and he's now a fugitive from justice. Okay, so amazingly, we have fought no bears in here. Revenge on the plants. How long did it take you to route and optimize your world record? It's been a work in progress for like 3-4 years now. I think I first recorded a time about 4 years ago. Okay, so the forest was incredibly merciful. We made it to the boss. Okay, I'm going to be quiet for a little moment because I'm counting damage. Actually, I'll just count out loud for fun. Everybody count with me. 20. 40, 38, okay. 58 so far. Ooh, that hurt. Maths! It's a minor optimization. You don't have to count damage, but it helps. 102. 124. 140. Nice. That's just about optimal. At the end there, I actually took a gamble. If he had counter-attacked my last hit and high-rolled, and then attacked and high-rolled a second time, he would have killed me. Eat me! Okay, and that's why I took the gamble, because if I'd healed... Wait, what? Oh, crud. Okay. So, I goofed. I forgot to save at Corsair, so we're gonna waste a minute walking back there. That's fine. Not a big deal. I must have forgot to save before doing the poverty strats at the church. Oops. So if anybody's keeping count, deaths, 1. Runner mistakes, 1. Well, I mean, okay, 1 unintentional death, 1 real death. That death just now was supposed to be a death warp. I just death warped to the wrong place. Oops. Oops. Refuse to ever save at churches because lore. I think that's the only church save we do. Anyway, boy, I feel sheepish now. Just money grinding, not a mistake. Albus got it. Yeah, this doesn't do anything particularly bad to the run. Does your armor automatically come? Nope, I have to re-equip it. If you noticed at the beginning of the fight where I death warped, I changed my equipment. I put on the weak armor from the beginning of the game so that I died faster. But after death warping, I have to manually put the good armor back on. Anyway, that error didn't do anything bad. It's just costing us a minute or two while we walk back. but we were actually making really good time, so this is just balancing things out. We can't go too fast, otherwise we'll anger the speedrunning gods. We have to keep this on like a modest pace. But other than that one getting eaten by plants, this has been a very, very friendly early game for Breath of Fire 2. If you want to see what the real thing is like, go watch some of my VODs from when I was attempting runs and stuff. You get eaten all over the place. So many encounters. This is what it's normally like. That's why I say we got lucky earlier. Any of these fights would have killed us before we had our armor. My channel name, Xujhan. I think it's on the screen somewhere. Okay, so I have to get back on track, make sure I know what I'm doing. Need to buy for the next dungeon. How much money? Oh, I got tons of money because the extra fights. Sure, so I can... There. We're super safe now. Which doesn't mean we can't die. We can totally still die, but we're not going to run out of healing items. If that's the norm, my luck is amazing. It is. Oh, absolutely. We've been very lucky so far. Like, if it weren't for that goof, this would be world record pace by a noticeable margin. We'd be 2 or 3 minutes ahead of my world record. Anyway, time to meet the main character of the game, the Director of Human Resources, who will now interview us. I have no commentary to give, just enjoy it. The Director of Human Resources is Arnold Schwarzenegger, who lives in a sex dungeon and interviews us by flexing so hard we take damage. I got nothing. It is what it is. Anyway, there's some plot happening right now, but it doesn't really matter because we got flexed on by Arnold Schwarzenegger in a sex dungeon. I mean, the game's got everything. What more do you want? Anyway, plot-wise, we were trying to find a weird-looking woman because that's the person who stole the stuff that Bo was trying to steal. So we want to find her to get Bo off the hook, even though it's not really getting him off the hook because he was trying to steal it. But we're trying to get the weird-looking woman to get Bo off the hook. And as we all know, there is only one weird-looking woman in the world, and there's a weird-looking woman in the Colosseum here. Ergo, by coming here, we can find the weird-looking woman to clear Bo's name, even though he was trying to steal stuff. shockingly, this plan falls apart when it turns out that there are in fact more than one weird-looking woman in the world. After that encounter, feels like we've already won. I know, right? Incidentally, this is Rand. He's a giant armadillo. Don't question it. Also, he wears a toga. I have a plan. Give me all of your money. No, it's a good plan. Anyway, we spent all our money, so we only had to give him $5. Baba is a weird name. We got heckled so hard, they said we had a weird name. Also, we're calling ourselves Baba now, because we beat up Baba in the woods and took his axe, and the axe has Baba's name on it, which means we're Baba now. That's how that works. Identity theft, it's not a joke. Also, we're gonna die here. Just spoilers. Yes, it doesn't matter how much money you give him, Rand always has exactly enough money for 2 antidotes. Ouch. So, Cat has a very high crit rate and a very high damage range. It is very possible for her to kill you with 2 back-to-back crits. That's what we're hoping to avoid. Why are they calling us Babaderu now instead of Baba, even though he's never called Babaderu anywhere else? We don't ask these kinds of questions around here. You just have to accept it. The important thing is, we can all agree, Baba is a weird name. This is actually going well. Normally she does nothing but crit you face the entire fight. Also, this Baba lost his strength thing is really annoying because it's essentially just a turn cancel. You do 1 or 2 damage afterward. So it's wasting time. I'm trying to go... trying to go fast is maybe overselling it, but we're trying to go at a decent pace. Okay. Oh, nope, we got her. Okay. Important thing. Walk up. Remember that whole thing about the poison needle? There was a poison needle. Get her out of the way. We don't want her hit by the poison needle. We'll be a gentleman about it. Anyway, we beat up Cat to rescue her, which, frankly, so far is completely in keeping with the game's logic train. And now she's a party member. Yay! Ah, crud. Right. I forgot. I took a safety. So if you die in the cat fight, Okay, sorry, let me try that sentence again. Over here was the money we were promised for fighting Cat. It's $1,000. Normally, in PB attempts, I would pick up that money on the way to fight Cat. Like, you do the sequence with Ren taking your money to buy the antidotes, then Cat beats him up, then Ren comes back in, then you take up the treasure chest, and then you fight Cat. But if you do that and you die to Cat, you have to do a hard reset and do the Arnold Schwarzenegger sequence all over again. Because dying would lose half of that $1,000 that you need. So instead I waited till afterward to pick it up. So I need the Hexen stuff, the leotard clothes, bronze hat and steel armor. Yeah, I'm just gonna quickly equip now before I forget. Okay. So far this is all going good. I think we're at about the hour mark. I can't actually see the timer. And now we're going to fight the manager of the Colosseum, who is also a giant three-headed dog. At this point, are we even surprised? Okay, so the important thing to know about August here is that he's a jerk. He gets 2 actions per turn. He can do a charged hit. He can charge... Sorry, cat. Okay, so we're gonna employ some backups here. But we might just die. Nope, no dice. Come on, one-time dealer. The problem is that Cat is basically made out of tissue paper. That was just a regular non-crit hit from the boss, killed Cat from full health. Like, you look at Cat funny and she dies. But she's also our best damage dealer at the moment, so we kind of need her. Classic August, yep. So you'll see me change the formation back and forth between normal and scramble because Baba took a fair amount of damage last turn. He wasn't at full health. Putting in normal means Baba and Cat will damage this turn, but also less likely that Baba dies if he gets hit twice. So now that he's at full health, I'll switch back. But it's very much like a risk-reward balance thing. Cat is very much the definition of glass cannon, absolutely. Oh god. And she's down for the count. Yeah, she was so... I know, right? Okay, let's see if we get lucky on this wake again. The problem is he actually has quite a lot of health, so we kind of need Cat's damage. Oh, that's not good. Oh, this is not good. This is very not good. But we just spent all our money, so if we die here, it's okay. We can just try again. One time? No. Unfortunately, Wake is not really a very reliable res. Ow. Oh god. Who's commentating? The runner is. Ow. Oh god. Oh god. Oh jeez. Oh god. Nothing is okay. Oh boy. I think we're dead. Alright. Let's try that again. Yeah, Wake is not very good. Speedrunner and ventriloquist. No, it's just the speedrunner and the speedrunner's silly voice. Round 2. Okay, so far we have been eaten by plants, and we've got eaten by a giant two-headed dogman. I'm going to be a little bit quiet because I'm trying to count damage. Okay, that's good. Basically, I just want to know how close he is to dead, so that if Cat dies, I can make a judgment call. Should I try and res her, or should I just blitz for the end of the fight with Ryu? In the last fight, because Cat... Oh god, that was close. Cat died right at the beginning, so I had to try res her, and it didn't go so well. This is going a bit better. I say, immediately jinxing it. I say, immediately jinxing it. Yeah, he's still got too much health. I need to try and res her again. I feel like we've seen this movie. Special place. Yeah, enemies heal themselves. No kidding. Alright, we're in business. Judgment calls. Okay, good. Rewarded. We should be alright now. Whew! 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 Ooh, that tickled. Alright. We're in business. That's it. Okay, so we're at like what, 108 or something, roughly? That's not bad. When I'm running for PBs, my rule is try and get a sub 1 hour August kill. So being only like 8 minutes behind that for a marathon run, great. I'll take it. It's really good. Fantastic. And like all good bosses, he explodes, of course. Okay. And now the runner's going to embarrass himself. Rand's special ability on the overworld map High-speed transportation. Excuse me, this is hard. Fuck. Damn it. The turn radius on that thing is not very good. And if you hit a wall, you get a fight. But it is much faster than walking. No save. It looks good on my... Crud. So... Crud. Crap. So I just made a really, really big error. I'm definitely not blaming anybody in chat, but I was trying to think about streaming stuff and got momentarily distracted from the game and autopiloted, and I'm in trouble. So what can I do? I'm gonna have to come up with some backups. So you will notice that Rand is no longer in the party. We don't get Rand back for some time. I was supposed to take off Rand's equipment before he left the party. I didn't. What do we do? I'll double check my inventory, but I'm pretty sure I forgot. Yep, I forgot. Shoot. Okay, so I'm missing 2 pieces of equipment, one of which I was supposed to sell and one of which was supposed to be used by another character later. I'm gonna have to improvise. Not gonna be an issue for a little while. It'll be an issue in like half an hour. So we can say everything's fine and it's a problem for Charles from half an hour from now. Brave Man Run V2? Yeah, something like that. Yeah, if this were a PB attempt, that would be an instant reset. Crud. Future Charles. What a nerd. So yeah, this is This is usually what I run into when I'm derusting this game, is there's so many little things that you're supposed to juggle. Sometimes I drop one, just because I'm out of practice. It shouldn't be a run ender. I should be able to work with it. Might have to pick up a couple more treasure chests than usual just so I have something to sell for money. We'll see how the next dungeon goes. The next dungeon is fairly variable in terms of money, just because the enemies, some enemies in it drop little and some enemies in it drop a lot. So we'll see if we get lots of money from the next dungeon. It's a non-problem. We'll manage. Anyway, we're still well prepared for this dungeon. For now, we're alright. Anyway, so we're up to 2 unintentional deaths and 2 major runner errors. Going good. So anyway, now that we have cleared up this whole thing, that Kat is not the weird woman in hometown that stole the stuff that Bo was trying to steal that we're trying to find, so we can clear Bo's name even though he was technically trying to steal stuff. Kat's gonna help us find the woman who stole stuff in a hometown that Bo was trying to steal, so we can clear his name even though he was still technically trying to steal stuff. Why we're looking in here, dunno. Anyway, there's a bunch of thugs in here. It's a gang. We're doing fine. Fighting stuff, talking to dudes, sticking our hand in weird holes with glowing eyes in it, getting bitten by poisonous spiders. You know. All in a day's work. Also, oh god, my hand. Ooh, that was close. We will get there. The run will not die. Fixing my mistakes is never going to be an issue if the entire run is boned I can't finish. It's just going to be a question of how much time does it waste for me to fix it. Okay, so now join with me and pray. Okay, good. Beat off. Fantastic. Good. Continue praying. Pray all the way to the box. Continue praying. Alright, good. Excellent. You're doing great. Prayer is successful. We want to fight these things and not the other things. Definitely not the other things. These are the things that are weak and drop a shitload of money. We're now doing a lot of praying. Okay. The prayers were successful. We made it to the box. Right, so time to equip. So doing a let's pray? That's beautiful. Fear Engine is my new favorite person. Okay, so there's an enemy in here that is the worst. I'm not kidding, like a single random encounter can waste 2 minutes. It's the one enemy we haven't seen yet. We've seen all the other ones. We've seen the corpses, we've seen the bloodsuckers, we've seen the tricksters. We have not seen the will-o-wisps. The will-o-wisps are a really fun game mechanic, let me tell you. This game has an element system like essentially every other RPG since the dawn of time. If you hit an elemental weakness, you do double damage. If you hit an elemental resistance, you do half damage standard. Everything. You know how elements work. Fun fact, the elemental dragon spells deal non-elemental damage. That's a fun one. Fire dragon, thunder dragon, and ice dragon all deal non-elemental damage. They're identical spells. Because this game was coded by monkeys. But, aside from that, it's been a non-issue so far because so far we haven't had anything with elements on it. And therefore we haven't been running into anything where it would matter. Hang on, I'm at a decent health, right? Yeah, I'm fine. The will-o-wisps in here are the first enemy that you encounter, which is the spirit elemental. Spirits are resistant to everything, but they're weak to holy. Non-elemental elements. I know, right? This is the pinnacle of game design. No, spirit-type enemies take half damage from everything except holy, from which they take double. And the will-o-wisps in here are spirit element. And until we picked up that silver dagger from the box, we had no way of dealing holy damage, so we would be stuck just auto-attacking them for half damage with our sticks. And they cast power down, which reduces your attack, which causes you to do less damage, in addition to taking like 10 seconds to animate. And they have a fair amount of health, and they're incredibly fast. They're far faster than your characters, and the run chance in this game is based on a speed comparison. In other words, you can't run away from them. So yeah, we really did not want to fight will-o-wisps before we got the dagger. Now it's okay. Anyway, we're here. Now we're rescuing Nina from the thugs. The silver dagger gives your physical attack holy damage. So Ryu is now a paladin. Okay, and boss fight. And we employ the bandit back scratcher, and the fight's over. Goes to the best enemy type. Yep, they're pretty annoying. There are very few things in this game that do holy damage. There are no spells that do holy damage, and only a small handful of weapons that give your attack the holy property. Anyhow, boss fight. Turns out the leader of the gang is also that. Whatever that is. Okay. Speaking of elements, this guy is weak to cold, and we just got our first spellcaster, so Nina is going to attack him with the cold spell. And do lots of damage. And then he's just gonna flick his tongue at us like a weirdo. And we're going to repeat this for a few rounds, then he'll fall over. Surely they made Ghosts in Breath of Fire 3 less annoying. Oh yes, absolutely, of course, definitely. What RPG series would ever make the same mistake 2 games running? Angel works more commonly on enemies weak to holy, if you recall correctly. I'm afraid you don't. The mechanics behind Angel are... Oh, jeez. Okay, He's using that attack repeatedly, which is actually really bad for me. Okay, let's see if I can fix this. Hang on, I'll get back to chat in a moment. I'm actually trying not to die here. This guy's normally a pushover, but he's doing the one thing that he can do to not be a pushover. Well, that's unfortunate. So a character death here is very unusual. We'll still win, it's not a problem, but it's annoying and it's going to slow down the random encounters on the way out of here. It's going to force us to take a detour to heal after the fight. Anyway, Angel is a spell that Nina gets much later in the game. It's an instant death spell. It only works against undead type enemies, not spirit type enemies. And whether it works or not is just based on their magic resistance stat. It's a random roll against their magic resistance, so the higher the magic resistance, the less likely it is to succeed, but it only works on the undead. Undead and spirit are both weak to holy, so it's an understandable mistake, and like what constitutes an undead versus what constitutes a spirit is not often clear just from looking at their sprites. Some things that you'd really think should be undead are actually spirits. The easiest way to tell is if it's resistant to physical damage, it's a spirit. If it's not physical resistant, it's undead. Okay, so now we're on our way out of here. So undead enemies are weak to holy and fire. Spirit enemies are weak to holy, resistant to everything else. Clearly we would much, much rather fight undead. And that wasn't a lucky walk without random encounters, there's just no random encounters in that room. Okay, so because Cat's dead, I'm gonna have to walk to Corsair on my way out of here. See, these things are undead type. Which is why my Silver Dagger is doing boatloads of damage to them. Another game mechanic that I guess is now relevant, targeting is, like, your odds of a character being targeted by a single target attack are proportional to their battle formation, or their position in the battle formation. Well, thank you, Mike, that's very kind of you. So right now my formation has Doge in the lead, Cat in second, and Nina in third. And roughly your odds of being targeted decrease by half each time you go down. So roughly Cat is half as likely to be targeted as Doge, and Nina is half as likely to be targeted as Cat. So you put your tanky melee fighters in the front, you put your squishy mages in the back, obviously. It makes sense, right? It's actually, I think, quite a neat implementation. It's a little more nuanced than the standard Final Fantasy front row back row thing. But one quirk of targeting in this game is that when the enemy randomly selects its target, it doesn't account for dead characters. Here are the Will-O-Wisps, so Doge should do lots of damage to these. So right now, it's got approximately, like, I don't know exactly how the fractions work out, but more likely to target Doge than Cat, more likely to target Cat than Nina. But when it does its roll, even though Cat's dead, it still selects from all three targets. If it selects a dead character, instead it attacks the character who is closest to the back and still alive. In other words, right now, any attack will either hit Ryu, or it will hit Nina. Which means, like, if it would have hit Cat, it will instead hit Nina. So Nina is currently taking all of the attacks that would normally go for Nina, and all of the attacks that would normally go for Cat. In other words, a single character dead means the squishy put in the back is suddenly taking the hurt. Normally you try and avoid dead characters for that and other reasons. Unfortunately, we don't have any resurrection items because they cost $500 each, and boy, we don't have that kind of money. And we don't have Rand anymore. It looks like Nina might die too. This is all going very unfortunately. Okay, no, she's alive. I'm not even sure if it's worth healing her now because we're out of here. There's no encounters on the top floor. Okay, pick this up. So I'm going to stop in Corsair and heal. Or I'm even just going to get a run, that works too. Normally you try to avoid doing this, but you gotta do what you gotta do. Before you acquire Cat and Rand, the pub works as a free inn, but doesn't anymore. Now we have to pay 20 bucks to sleep. Alright, and now we see if we can make it to the next town, where the plot will continue, and my mistake from earlier about forgetting to take the equipment off Rand is only going to come back in a big way. Actually, I just had an idea. I don't think I've ever used this backup before, but I just had an idea. This is definitely slow, but it works. Oh, actually, I'll try that too. Right with me? Nice. Okay, great. That's worth $200 to the run because the money actually works out. But that's an easy way to make $200. So whoever asked about money earlier, there's your answer. Rarely used backup. This is a hard one. Come on. Got it! Hey, okay. So there, I just made up for that mistake. Yes, you need Cat in the front to hunt. Cat and Bo are the only hunters. Bleu, the secret character, can technically hunt, but she, quote, hunts, unquote, by nuking the entire screen with fire and turning it to charcoal, which isn't really very useful. Yeah, that was an extremely lucky backup. I'm very glad that worked out. So that makes up for my goof. Okay, so there's a lot of talking coming up. Yeah, nuke the entire screen with fire. It's effective. Sure, yeah, yep, it's effective. Okay, so there's going to be a lot of talking for the next little bit, so I actually have time to answer a couple questions. Somebody asked earlier about hunting and fishing, and I talked about Brave Man %, which is the category in which all the speed tech is banned. That category... Oh, I remember what I forgot. The one thing I forgot to mention. The second final boss in this game, you have the option to fight him mano a mano. Just the main character, spiky blue hair, versus the giant snake demon. You die. Like, you're not meant to. You can But you have to grind and over level like a madman. You can find videos on YouTube of people being like level 50, kitted out with all the best stuff, fighting him. And in Braven, you can't use dragons, which are by far your best damage dealer. And you're not level 50, you're like level 30. But you still have to fight him solo. That's the requirement. In Brave Man Present, you must solo fight the second last boss. Even with all of the speed tech banned, you must do the solo fight. And the only way that it's even remotely viable involves fishing. And I even though there's like a couple minutes of dialogue, I don't have enough time to explain the entire strategy, but it's ridiculous. If you're interested, just go watch the video for the Brave Man World Record on my channel. I explain it all in detail, but it's incredibly convoluted and involves several places where you require beating the Taiga fight is actually impossible. Taiga doesn't have a health bar. If you put on cheats and give yourself infinite health and then auto battle Taiga, the fight just lasts forever. But there's a consumable item in the game that is completely unintuitive, doesn't work the way you think it should. And the only way to acquire it is like by cooking things that you get from fishing that are incredibly annoying to get. And it's like, it's the most obscure possible thing you could find in the game, but somehow it works, and it actually does let you beat the second last boss solo fight, but with like a 10% success rate. So no joke, the strat for the fight is you go into the fight, you do like the 3 minutes of lead fight, and then you roll your 1 in 10. And if you don't get it, you reset and you try it again. It's a fun category, let me tell you. Top notch. Cannot recommend it enough. Okay, anyway, meet Sten. He's a monkey. There will be monkey puns. Okay, so quickly check my money. 2340. Okay, good. I think I can work with that. I buy longsword, chainmail, 2 bronze shields. Ah, not quite. Okay, okay, I think I'm just gonna roll with this and hope it works out. So I'm a little under-equipped because even with the 2 roasts, I didn't quite have enough money to buy everything that I was missing. But I think I'll manage. So at long last, we have a full 4-man party. Even if one of them is a monkey. It was pretty useless. We're a little under-equipped. dash, and the next boss coming up is a pain in the butt, but I think we'll be okay. And after the next boss, we get access to Rand again, so I can fix my mistake. Oh boy, almost time for that boss. Glissa knows what's coming. Glissa, you're gonna roll your eyes so hard when you see this. Wait, no. Before we get there, though, I can horrify you just a little bit more. We can't save before the next boss. It screws up the Death Warp. After the next boss, we're supposed to Death Warp all the way back to hometown, like on the other side of the continent. Or, to the ruins, sorry. And if we save here, then the Death Warp will just keep us here. We want to be able to Death Warp to the other side of the continent, rather than having to walk. So we're not saving. We're just going to walk into the next boss completely unprepared. And hope it all works out. If you're not familiar with the game, Glissa's horrified because the next boss is famous for being a casual roadblock. Like the first time you play this game, probably the next boss will body you into the ground. So what you see me doing here is just a little bit of... Oh, and the monkey's dead. That'll happen. A little bit of random encounter optimization, splitting the damage up amongst multiple enemies so that when I use Thunder, I kill most of them. Rip in peace the monkey. It's pretty friggin' useless. Just gonna quickly check something. It's 47, 45. Okay, good enough. And now we shop. And we buy many herbs. Okay. Sell one tree staff. Sell sweet armor. I wasn't kidding. We buy many herbs. Is XP split between all party members or only one still standing at the end of the battle? Hang on, I have to make sure I answer that correctly. XP is wasted for dead party members. So like there is a fixed amount of experience given by each enemy, and at the end of the fight, that much experience is given to every living party member. So there is no benefit to having dead party members. We're defending with Nina here because he can one-shot Nina. It's a slow way to do the fight, but marathon, safety. Now, I actually would like Sten to get a level before the next boss, just for like health and defense reasons, make him a little less squishy. It's not critical, but it would be nice. Level on Cat wouldn't hurt either. Cat would probably have leveled by now, except she died in the last dungeon. It's unfortunate. Oh. Okay, phew. That was close. He hit me with an egg beater. Yes. Yeah, we also do not ask questions about the egg beater. We have no idea what that translation was supposed to say. But yeah, some enemies in the game have the ability to attack twice with one auto attack, which is not the same as August, who gets two distinct actions that don't necessarily have to be the same thing. August is the only one in the game with that mechanic, but several other enemies just have a double hit on their physical attack. And in fact, some of your characters can get equipment that have double hit on their attacks, and by some of your characters, I mean literally only Bo, who is useless. Okay, so there's like a 1 in a million chance we get a skip here. Nope. That guy walks back and forth on the 3-tile platform. If he happens to walk to the left side and then stay on the left side for several seconds while you walk past and wait for the next turtle to appear, you can skip this fight. I've had it happen in precisely one run ever in my life. But it's technically possible? Was that run PB? I honestly don't remember. But like in the grand scheme of things, yeah, I can finish him. It's like it's an 8-hour run. This skip saves you a minute. In the grand scheme of things, a 1-minute time save in an 8-hour run isn't going to make or break a PB. Alright, so we're as prepared as we're going to be for this next boss. But it's boss fight time. Boss fight time. I was playing with a turtle I lost on my way home. Meet the Terrapin. It's a turtle. The giant turtle boss. So this thing is significant for 2 reasons. 1, it has a metric truckload of hit points. 2, it can do this. It has hit all attacks. This fight is going to take a long time, because our strat is any turn where he uses a hit-all attack, everybody has to heal themselves. Because everybody dies in 2 hits. And nobody has a multi-heal. In fact, you don't get multi-target heals until way later in the game. Also, Nina is slower than him, so Nina will almost certainly die at some point. Anyway, we're going to be here for a solid, like, 5... Just heal, forehead. Yeah, we're going to be here for a solid 5 minutes minimum. There's a single vanilla extract in one of the chests in this room, correct. But we'll need it later. Alright. This is going okay so far. As long as he doesn't do 2 multi-hits in a row, you're not complaining, you're happy. You'll take it. It's when he does 2 multi-hits in a row that things get ugly. But if we beat this guy, then my mistake is fixed, because after this guy we get Rand back. I'm afraid I'm going to be a little bit... Oh, and Nina's dead here. Tough menuing game? It is. I'm going slower than normal because I'm rusty and also because I don't want to make a critical error halfway through a marathon run. The Lady with the Wings is the slowest, absolutely. If you watch some of my recorded runs back from when I was in practice, I'm a little bit better at menuing, but yeah, it's a game with a lot of buttons. You can see why this would be a pretty substantial roadblock to a casual player, because they would probably not walk in here with a truckload of herbs. No brainwave yet. Oh, hey, you called it. Good shot, Glissa. We actually like to see brainwave because it does a very small amount of damage. Or none. So he can mind control a unit and make them attack a party member. Also, if they haven't taken their action for the turn yet, it wastes their action for the turn. But the 3 people alive are all faster than him, so that's not an issue. And us attacking each other does a lot less damage than him attacking us, so we're happy to see it. Fun fact, that Earthquake attack is dodgeable. Because despite the animation, it's not a spell, the Rumble is just an all targets physical attack. And incidentally, there are characters. You can get equipment for your characters that give the same attack all with your physical attack property. And again, by all characters, I think I mean literally just Bo. I don't know why Bo gets all the cool equipment when he's a terrible physical attacker, but he does. But yeah, as a result, it means that Earthquake attack that clearly affects the entire room is dodgeable. Ugh. He's being a jerk. Tell him to stop being a jerk. It's okay, we have millions of herbs. So this will take however long it's going to take. This is why the estimate for the run is 45 minutes longer than my PB. Yeah, we're just gonna keep doing this. No big deal. Every one of these turns costs $24. But for all that this seems like a completely miserable gameplay experience, he's actually one of the least likely bosses to kill you, because this is the whole fight. There's no tricks. You just keep bopping each other back and forth, and you have a metric truckload of healing items, so eventually he falls over. Bug Turtle Power Hour. Hey Locke, how's it going? And back to healing. If I could just write like a macro or a script for this fight and just leave it on autopilot for 5 minutes and go get a coffee break, use the washroom, that would be fantastic. There's absolutely no decision making. You're just like, did he auto attack you? Or did he attack you? Heal. Did he not attack you? Attack. It's very boring. I promise this is the boringest boss fight in the game. It's all better from here. The funny thing is for no adequately explained reason, this guy is much, much harder than the next several bosses. Like, I think the next 5 bosses all have less than half as much health as he does. Okay, we're making more progress. Very good, very good. Bop him. Bop him some more. God, Stan, your damage sucks. Go to the gym. Yeah, after this boss, both your ability to deal damage goes way up, and the boss's health bars go way down. It's bizarre. Yeah, I think so far we've eaten through about 50 of our herbs. Hey, we got them. Nice-oo. Okay, let's get out of here. By let's get out of here, I mean let's loot the place and then get out of here. Because, as has been established, we're friggin' broke and we need some money. Now we have to wait for the turtle to come back. Bo's rad in a casual playthrough. My award for character, like, the ratio of how rad a character is casually to how completely boneheaded useless a character is in a speedrun is Spar. Spar is my favorite casual playthrough character. He does basically everything. He's great. Huge health pool, huge mana pool, neat spells, good stat spread. Spar's lovely. Warp user, buffs. Turtle percent achieved. Heck yeah. But in a speedrun, Spar starts at a low level, starts under equipped, is not a physical fighter, and levels. So he's complete. It's turtles all the way down, don't you know? Anyway, okay. We've recovered. The mistake is over, because now I have Rand access again. Okay, save all the villagers in the cavern. Sure, we'll do that. Definitely, totally, definitely. Yes, that's a thing we'll definitely do. No, we won't. That would take too much time, and we're trying to go fast. Okay, now I have a little bit of shopping to do. Okay, we're finally getting to the point in the game where there's a reasonable amount of money floating around and we're not scraping for every single dollar, which is what we've been doing so far. Okay, so sell the charm, buy 6 smoke, W fruit, stack of antidotes, herbs. Okay, we have $1. Best carpenter is easy to get, the worst is hard to get. Yep, that is true. It is true. Okay, so we're going to change our equipment and then kill ourselves. Because this is by far the fastest way to get where we're going. Nina, you lazy bum, get up. No, stay down. We're trying to die. Be nice if they would stop casting the debuff spells and just hit me. Shoot me in the face. In the face. In the face. Stay down, good. Nina's just ahead of the plan, exactly. Okay, and now for a little funky bit of the developers clearly didn't think about this. We spawn at the ruins, we walk out of the ruins, we walk back into the ruins, and holy moly, they did a lot of work in about 2 seconds. They do not expect you to death warp here. Okay, and now for doing absolutely nothing, this guy is going to teach Nina a healing spell, which is very useful because she doesn't ordinarily learn one. If you save more villagers, he actually teaches her a less useful spell. Go figure. Okay. Stand, Ran, Nina. We got Rand back. Yay, yay, yay. Our favorite mode of transportation. Okay. And now the runner has to see if he can actually do the rolls without bonking. Yep. If you really want, you could also give the healing spell to Sten. That's not terrible, if for some reason you intend to use Sten in your playthrough more than Nina. Casually, but really Nina is far and away the best taker. Olympian Armadillo, it friggin' is. Okay, good. That's a harder turn. This is a lot harder than it looks, by the way. God bless. We did it. It's actually been a long time since I've got that with no errors. The god rolls! The god rolls! Ah! And no encounters on either bonk. Oh, the runner's a god. Nice drifting. Yeah. Too fast, too furious. Alright. Oh, I am super hyped now. Woman in red tempting, absolutely. In case you weren't here the last time it came up in conversation, by the way, I don't have any means to stream from an actual Super Nintendo, so this is emulated. And I also don't have the means to hook up a Super Nintendo controller to my computer, so I'm playing with a keyboard. What you're witnessing are the mad keyboard strats. Also, we're a fucking dragon. Rawr. Alright, I'm such a casual. no encounter there is a bit of a nice time save. Take me back! Paradise City. This was a Super Nintendo game? I know. No, we talked about that earlier. I think it was just early enough that it sort of slid under the radar. People hadn't really noticed that video games existed yet. But I mean, like, this game was released in the States. The villain is organized religion. Spoilers. 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 But yeah, I definitely don't think this game would get released in its current state today. Maybe today it would, because people are starting to get a little less wound up about it, but there was definitely a time when some soccer moms would have gotten real upset about the content of this video game. Oh wait, should fix Rand's equipment, not make the same mistake twice. Oh, right. Okay, and we're death warping again. Conveniently, even though we didn't save in Capitan, the Turtle Town, the game automatically reset our save point there when we did the dragon cutscene. How long it takes to get the warp spell in this game? Yeah, it's a bit of a struggle. So the counterattacks are annoying because they're actually killing off the enemies while we're trying to death warp. Good. No final counter. Good. Good, 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 good. Stay down? Nice. Alright. And we have our carpenter. By the way, probably everybody lost track of the plot half an hour ago. Don't worry about it. You're not missing much. As with many early RPGs, the game logic basically makes no sense. Like, we have a loose set of overarching goals that the party is trying to achieve. It is not at all clear how the actions we're taking actually benefit those goals. The game forgets the plot for a while here. The game forgets the plot for most of the game, really. The actual plot of the game starts about 2/3 of the way in. Okay, so now that we have defeated the giant cockroach, the giant turtle, we meet the giant frog, who is strangely very friendly. Also, the frog is French, because obviously. Okay, now before I forget, I need to fix all my equipment. Otherwise I'm wandering around in my jammies. Okay, okay. Oh. Alright. So the mistake with equipment from earlier is now completely recovered. My equipment and my money are back to what they should be. Whew. What can I screw up next? Stone faces have a single point of speed. They're the slowest enemy in the game. There are several stone face enemies. They all have one speed, which means they're easy to run from. They're the only things in the game that are easy to run from. Anyway, since the frog asked nicely, now we're here at the Witch's Tower. For reasons. Oh, I got a message from my co-caster. They'll be here in an hour or so. Alright. Well, there's lots of game left, so they're not too late. Oh geez. Oh, not Nina. Oh god, Nina is so squishy. Ugh. It would be pretty tragic if Nina died here. We're about to start a new subplot in the middle of this subplot that spawned out of a consequence of a side character trying to get involved in the main plot. That is the single best summary of the first half of Breath of Fire 2 that I have ever heard. You are 100% correct on all counts. Friggin' bow. Anyway, you will notice that I now have smokes in my inventory. Those are literally just cigarettes. Using them makes you smell bad so the enemies don't want to fight you. It reduces the encounter rate. Not to 0, maybe not even by very much, but it reduces it. So we do it. It's a little bit better than nothing, at the cost of $100 a pop. It's a very expensive way to slightly reduce the encounter rate. There's an equivalent item in Breath of Fire 1. I think instead of $100 each, they're more like $10 each. Instead of 64 steps, it's 100, and instead of slightly reducing the encounter rate, it literally reduces it to 0. Breath of Fire 1, consequently, is a much faster speed game. Ah, these things suck. These things are beefy, ha 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 ha, and they counterattack for quite a lot of damage, actually. Friggin' ow. Stop that. Yeesh. What is an encounter to the game? Yeah, you don't have to fight anything in Breath of Fire 1. You may have noticed that we have suddenly stopped using Doge's mana bar for healing. That is because the mechanic for dragon spells in this game is when you cast a dragon, it has a max damage threshold, and then the damage you deal is a fraction of that based on how full your mana bar was when you cast it. And in particular, it's a square root function. So like if you cast it at full, you do full damage. If you cast it at half mana, you do a quarter damage. That kind of thing. How does the GBA version compare as a speed game? Literally nobody ever in history has recorded a time for Breath of Fire 2 on the GBA. I've tried. A couple people have tried. The game crashes. The emulators for Breath of Fire 2 just do not seem to get along. In theory, you could. It is faster. At least glitchless. I'm not sure if the GBA versions are glitched. Stupid Overkill Dragon? Hey, we get good mileage out of Stupid Overkill Dragon. But the Breath of Fire 2 GBA game is just so painful to play. Yeah, there's more experience, more money, and a run function, so you'd think it should be faster. But also the text is slower to scroll, there's like you fit less text on the screen, things are just horrendously ugly, the music is ear-piercing. Like, I attempted once, and I would have finished if the game didn't crash halfway through, but I'm not interested in trying again. A good time was not had by anyone. Normally I would not be this picky about healing consistently after every fight, but normally I'd be trying to go fast. Today I'm just trying to finish. I don't want to have any accidental 20-minute deaths. Anyway, there's just a whole pile of treasure boxes here. They all have money in them. There's 4 that I'm not going to open. Those 4 only have a single dollar each, so they're not worth your time. One fun thing to do as a runner, since your smokes time out at 64 steps, and you cannot reapply a smoke until it's run out like you could in Breath of Fire 1, you cannot overwrite. You have to wait for it to time out. So you want to memorize tiles that are 64 steps apart. I have done this. I'm not proud of it, but I've done it. So, provided that I actually remember from my routing, I know exactly which tiles to step on to smoke immediately after the previous one wears off. We are continuing to get this fight, and it sucks. How many shamans do we get? Only 3? Yeah, 3. Although we walk right by a 4th one. There's a tile puzzle in here. We're essentially just going to ignore the whole thing. There's a bunch of treasure. We're not picking it up. Look at all of this beautiful treasure that we're just walking right on by. And all of these random encounters we're just not fighting. Okay. We're almost at the boss, and we've got 1 smoke left for the escape. This fight really isn't that common. It's very bizarre that I'm just getting this same encounter over and over again. Oh, I attacked with people instead of defending. Whoops. Minor error. Okay, so now chat, join with me and pray some more. Pray for me a lot. Because there's an enemy in here who will absolutely make me regret ever trying to run this game. I think it's the mummies that drop the fire ring, not the monopeds, but yes, the fire ring is nice. For me, it's nice because pray for comedy. A lot gets me on a fundamental level. Okay, I need to change my equipment here. Buttons closed, 35 speed, 32 speed. Good, we're set. Is the PSN attack steal your credit card number? Good Kappa. Top-notch Kappa. Okay, we found the witch. Who wants to bet she'll turn us... Who wants to bet she'll just tell us how to turn the frog back to normal with no funny business, no fighting, no arguing, no making a big deal, just tell us what to do? No? Any chance? Kill you first? Guess not. Alright, well, we're gonna breathe on her. Attack, attack. So the reason that I changed Ryu's armor there, I actually gave him an old piece of armor, is because armor... Aw, shit. Okay, fingers crossed, pray with me. Damn it. Okay, well that's a time waster. Okay, backups. Getting put to sleep there is giga unlucky. Backups. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to talk about 3 different things at once because they're all happening. Where's my other one? Oh, come on, not again, not again, not again, not again. Fuck. I have... Okay, we're in meme territory. That's never happened before. That has literally never happened before. Oh god, are we actually gonna die? We're actually dead. Holy Christ. Oh my god. Hang on, sorry. The runner's in mourning. Give me a moment. What the fuck? Okay. Well, I think the 8:45 estimate might have just gone out the window. Okay, sorry, I will start talking again in a moment. I just... What am I gonna do? Okay, well, for starters, I'm going to have to redo the dungeon, this time without smokes, so the encounter rate will be higher. Yeah, okay, so step 1 is redo the dungeon. And step 2 is beat the rest of the game. It's that easy, right? Right? Okay, so I'm gonna learn my lesson. Before we redo the dungeon, I'm just gonna take a safety save. Very improbable action order and status accuracy. Yes on both counts, and that's exactly what it was. Basically, that is what the boss would do if it were being controlled by another human who wanted to kill you. And that boss has like 8 different possible actions. All of the only thing she did that fight was cast Sweet Breath and Thunder. All her other actions are essentially harmless. So, like, that was a 1 in 100 or less. Like, all of the other points, like, okay, hang on. This thing is weak to cold. For those who've been here for a while, I'm not shy about calling out the I'm gonna die here. Like, there are lots of places in the game where the odds of dying and resetting are high. That was not one of them. That is super rare. I have only seen that one other time. And I don't mean in runs, I mean ever, including casually. And I've played this game casually probably 50 plus times. Man, it'd sure be a shame if... Oh boy. Yeah, you got it. That would be a shame. Anyway, let's do that dungeon again. So, to sum up what the problem is, I can't manually reset. Like, when I'm expecting a high likelihood of death somewhere, I manually save. If I have money that I need to preserve, I'm expecting a death that will cost me money that I need, then I manually save beforehand. But I can't do that here because my last manual save was like an hour and a half ago. So I just have to take the death and continue, which means I lost half of the $1,400 that I picked up from the room halfway up the tower. Those treasure chests are still empty because dying doesn't reset progress. So that's 700 bucks out the window. And then I also need to spend additional money replenishing my consumables, because you don't get back the consumables you spent before you died either. So I'm out about $1,000. So now I have to think, how do I make up $1,000? I'm formulating a plan, but I mean, this is not pretty. If Piku's still here, you know, just quietly change the estimate to like 9 hours. I'm sure nobody will notice. But if you've been here since the start, at the beginning, it was all going well. At like, yeah, sure, we died a couple of times. So I was like, hey, this run is going great. We're so lucky. This is what the game's normally like. Normality has resumed a couple hours in. The good luck that we had earlier is now being balanced out. Fighting in a dungeon of... I mean, it will dent the problem a little, not that much. Encounters in this game don't give you the bulk of your money. Maybe casually they do, but in the speedrun, the bulk of your money comes from picking up treasure and selling it. The next runner's getting an extra long nap. Yeah, looks that way. Looks that way. It's okay. It's okay. I know the next runner. It's Andy. He's actually one of the only other 2 people that's recorded a time in this category, so Andy knows exactly. That was the wrong input. I was supposed to use cold. Andy knows exactly what to expect when he's immediately after Breath of Fire 2 Glitchless run. Because he's done this all himself. Maybe Lucky Ring Drop? No, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the treasure chests out of that tile puzzle near the top of the tower and sell those. Oh, doing the tower without smokes hurts though. There's so many fights. So many fights. Anyway, I hope that if nothing else you are all enjoying a beautiful sense of schadenfreude. Everybody point and laugh while this kid gets dunked on by an obscure RPG from 1995. Oh boy. Prepare to start at 2 a.m. I hope it's not that bad. Nope, 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 nope. Is this one good as a casual run too? So, I always struggle to answer that question because I'm hopelessly biased. Breath of Fire 2 was the very first RPG I played when I was like 10 years old. Like very shortly after it came out. Personally, I think it's fantastic. However, I am open to people disagreeing with me. The translation issue is certainly a thing. You can fix that. There's a fan retranslation of the game, which significantly improves the translation and also implements the run feature from the Game Boy games. So like you can hold B to walk faster, which helps a lot because there's a lot of walking. So I would say if you're going to play casually, I highly, highly recommend getting the fan retranslation and playing that version. But I do think it's a good casual game. It's a very pure JRPG. There's no I mean, there's lots of surprises in how ridiculous the plot is, but like in terms of JRPG gameplay, it's bog standard. It's like the distilled essence of what a Super Nintendo JRPG is. Every other famous like Chrono Trigger, Earthbound, Lufia 2, all the big names, FF6, FF5, FF4, they're all like the basic Super Nintendo JRPG formula with blank. Like Chrono Trigger is that with time travel. Lufia 2 is that with dungeon puzzles. Every Super Nintendo RPG is the Super Nintendo RPG formula with blank. Breath of Fire 2 is the Super Nintendo RPG formula. For Breath of Fire 2, the twist is there's no twist. Oh, shoot, Nina should have cast a spell. My brain's going to mush. Okay, if Ryu crits, that's good. Oh no, I do think it's a great game. And like, being a very, very straightforward RPG is not a bad thing if you like RPGs. Like, if you enjoy most JRPGs, you will very likely enjoy Breath of Fire 2. It does slog at points. That much is certainly true. But we'll get there eventually. The run will finish. It might finish rather late, but oh my god, these things are the worst. Not only are they beefy and they counterattack, but they heal too. Ugh. Ugh. Who designed this monstrosity? Get me out of here! Get me out of here! What was it, glitchless runs? I know, man, right? I don't know what the story is, but Andy W., who's running Chrono Cross after me, messaged me a couple months ago, and he's like, hey, I was talking to the guys at NGA, and they were interested in Breath of Fire 2 Glitchless. It's like, I can't do it because I'm running Chrono Cross, but I said that they should talk to you. I was like, oh yeah, okay, sure, I'll run it. So, I don't know, apparently word got out that this exists or something. Breath of Fire 2 is not normally exactly a high-profile speed game. But I don't know who or what or when, but according to Andy, this was being discussed. So, hopefully he told them what they were getting into. Hopefully I make it to the top of the tower before I run out of money. Okay, I need to remember how to do the switch puzzle the other way. The difference between glitchless and glitched is about an hour and a half. Maybe an hour and 15 minutes, once my glitchless times get better. There's no story skips in glitched. Oh, I guess there's one small one, but there's no significant story skips in glitched. The difference between glitchless and any percent is just that it can do the same fights faster. Much, much faster. So many fights. So many fights. Big but not massive. Yeah, it's not like FF7 where it's like 8 hours versus 3 hours or something. Because FF7, any percent has a huge skip in it. Oh, crap. Yuffie skip, yeah. Yuffie Yuffie, however it's pronounced. Okay, so I can sell the things I picked up from there to make up at least some of the money deficit. Oh my god. I'm still not over how horribly Nimifu brutalized us. That was savage. She's normally a pushover. She spends most of her turns either healing herself for a small amount, auto-attacking for a small amount, or doing single target spell for a small amount. This sleep, sleep, thunder, thunder is very, very rude. Very, very, very rude. Okay, so we've been here before. Pray with me, no C-nates. I don't even, oh my god, I don't even have a spare dragon for the C-nates. Oh my god. Oh my god. No C-nates. Okay. The C-nates in here are merciless. We do not want to see them. The good news, such as it is, even though we're behind on money because of the death, we also didn't lose any experience, so all of the extra fights in here were actually over-leveled. Like, normally, in a speedrun, when you fight Nimifu, your levels are 11 to 10. Like, some characters are 10, some are 11. So it looks like we're going to be 12 across the board, pretty much, when we get there. Which, I mean, like, it'll add some safety. That's nice. Nothing to complain about. Oh my god, so many fights. Hey, sure, see, lead off, I'll take it. I'm gonna heal, actually. Just looking at my health bars, and if I get into a C-Nates fight, I'm gonna want every point of health I can get. Oh my god. Okay, it's just the one and it's the lead off. If it were two without a lead off, I would be crying. Okay, now I need to check speeds. Speed 35, speed 32, okay, we're all good. Let's try this again. Oh my god. What a disaster. Holy moly. Getting Riot to high level can actually be bad late game. Yeah, it doesn't affect us in this run, but it can if you're doing casual or something. Okay, no sweet breath. One time. Oh my god, not like this. Okay, Ryu stayed awake, Nina stayed awake. Okay, okay. It's all I admit, I clenched. Oh, and because he gained a level, that wasn't a full damage dragon. Oh my goodness. And now she's thundering. She's trying really hard to kill me again. Crap? No, no, not crap. No, we're okay. My one and only one res item. Okay, we're in business now. I'm being unnecessarily safe here. Just in case, because I really don't want to do this tower a third time. See, she has almost no health bar. Just take 2 dragons and a couple of bonks and she's dead. It's supposed to be an easy fight. She murdered me once, then even made the second fight kind of... Alright, it's all over. Take a deep breath, can put my equipment back on, clean my inventory, I can heal up, I can use my last smoke, I can get the hell out of here. Good God. Of course it's the double C-Nates. Sure, just death warp me out of here. I don't have anything to live for. Oh. You can see these things do a lot of damage. Okay, the crit on his spell is nice. Nina's special ability restores her mana, which is kind of useful on a caster. Okay, no. We might actually be alright. I mean, normally when you get here, you're level 10 or 11. They're a lot more lethal when you're 2 levels lower. They're killing the monkey? No, the monkey's alive. Okay. You can see why I didn't want to fight those when I was 2 levels lower. Can just hop out the window and down. And nobody's hurt or anything. It's fine. It's great. Okay, so we're like half an hour behind pace, but other than that, we're okay. We're in business, mostly. Oh god. It's okay, it's gotta be all uphill from here, right? Yeah, Cat learns the 3 strongest attack spells but can't cast them. Can somebody else confirm if there's stream problems for XCOM? Okay, nope. Nobody panic. Isn't this encounter rate a thing of beauty? I might be a little bit salty. Mobile Twitch is weird sometimes. You're not wrong. Why do so many enemies? No, the funny thing is, there aren't actually that many enemies that know Sweet Breath, but they're all at the beginning of the game. Anyway, it turns out all we needed to do was just kiss the stupid frog. Is this the core party for most of the run going forward? Actually, no. No, the only person here whose core is Nina. Why does one fly always live? Murphy's Law. The encounter rate is so high that almost everyone doubts that smokes even do anything. I know. It is so bad. Okay, Sten. Nina. Order. And we now have a big beautiful town that we're going to do nothing with ever. Casually, you can recruit people into those houses and build your own little town and do stuff and cool things and stuff and stuff. Hey, Niso! But we're not going to do anything with that. We're just going to ignore it. Okay, I wouldn't normally take a safety save here, but given how things have been going so far, I'm going to take every single motherfucking safety save I can find. So, Yay, safety. Okay, so equip. Take that off. Take that off, take that off, take that off. Semaphore is the best part. Come at me. I respect it. I don't personally agree, but I respect it. Alright, so we're gonna find the most obvious, easily located, not subtle at all place in the entire game that you could have stuck your main dragon spells that you definitely want because they're your main dragon spells. They're just sitting here in a waterfall. It's not at all obvious that there's anything here. It's not obvious you can even get in here. They're never mentioned, nothing in the game refers to them, and they're your main dragon spells. Seems good to me. I don't see a problem with this. Completely reasonable game design. Anyway, we're going to dinner. This is a restaurant. Ignore the dungeon music in the background. It's a restaurant. We're just taking off our hats, leaving our coats, getting napkins, and just going to sit down, have a nice dinner. We're let's see. We're going to leave our weapons. We're going to just get some cutlery. Okay, this is going to lose a couple seconds, but I have to show this off. Equipment: fork, napkin, plate. That was worth the 2 seconds. Please rub salt and pepper on your bodies. Seems normal. How would you like your dinner cooked? I'm a fan of rare. I like rare. Rare's good. It does explain the salt and pepper. Give him that. Okay, easy fight. This thing is interesting. One dragon is just about enough damage to kill it, but he can also one-shot any party member, which is why we stuck Doge way in the back where he's least likely to be targeted. Anyway, yeah. Rawr! As was previously mentioned, the 3 elemental dragon spells that we just learned are all completely interchangeable. Yeah, this is the one-shot. Rest in peace, Nina. All of the elemental dragons are completely interchangeable. The only reason we use Thunder Dragon is it's got the shortest animation. Ayo, acho! Goodbye. Anyway, now that we beat up the chef and didn't get turned into dinner, he's going to teach Sten how to do the same thing. I have to try to turn into... Oh, I should pay attention here. No, I'm not mad. Soft-hearted, yes. Okay. So now he will teach Sten how to use Chop Chop. I'm an equal opportunity dragon lover. I don't have a preference. Okay, so equip solid. We're staying in the water because you can't get random encounters here. Oh, is it gonna turn to dark? No, stay evening. Good. Oh, I forgot to switch Sten's weapon. Not a big deal. I can do that next time I'm in the menu. Anyway, if anybody remembers what we were trying to do, we're going to now not do it for a solid hour. We are now on a side quest to our side quest of the side quest. We're getting embroiled in the internal politics of the Frog Nation. Somehow this relates to saving the world. Somehow still results in success of the main quest. Yes, it does. It does. You're not wrong. Somehow. Anyway. Frogs. Also, I really hope you enjoy this 12-second harpsichord loop, because you're going to hear a lot of it for the next hour. Oh, hand cramp. Oh, hand cramp. Too much mashing. The entire Semaphore plotline is suffering. I mean, honestly, life is suffering. Semaphore is just honest about it. Semaphore music, it's stuck in my dreams. Yeah, my co-caster's supposed to be showing up any minute now, and this is definitely her favorite part of the game. You know what? Let's go with that. We died in the Nimifu Tower, so we would have to spend half an hour redoing it so that we would have time for my co-caster to show up so she wouldn't miss her favorite. She friggin' hates this. Like, she tunes out of my stream every time I get to Semaphore if she can find the slightest excuse. Anyway, then the main characters drowned, and the world was not saved. The end. Oh yeah, me and Locke had the same idea. Clearly she's not a person of culture. I mean, she's Finnish, so you're right, but... Now, I don't think I have mentioned it so far. In fact, I think I tried to mention it about 3 different times and got distracted every time. But one very useful mechanic in this game is that anytime the party availability changes, your entire party gets healed to full. Presumably the reason is so you wouldn't get into an awkward situation where, say, you had Jean in the party and Jean was the only person alive, and then Jean left the party and the 3 remaining party members were all dead. It avoids that. But from a speedrunning perspective, it's very useful, because every time the party availability changes, we get healed to full. That's several places where we don't have to spend money sleeping at an inn. So when Jean joined our party originally, healed to full. Here, when he just left, healed to full. Imagine being behind on a marathon run, taking a bad end to come in underestimate. Hey, that's a good idea. Yeah, keep that one in the back pocket. Anyway, this is a boss fight. Kind of, if you want to call it that. Rawr. A shocking number of things in this game explode when you breathe electric dragon fire on them. Get it? Shocking number? Ah, that was actually completely accidental, but I'm taking credit for it anyway. Surprised we wouldn't be tried for murder down the line. We're the protagonists, please. Laws. Those are for normal people. It also explains why we're allowed to just bust into people's houses and raid their drawers. You've changed your mind. Nimafu did nothing wrong. Good memes. Actually, in my channel when I run this game, Nimafu for playable character has been a recurring joke for like the last 2 years. We just all agree the game would be vastly better if Xujhan didn't exist and instead Nimafu was your playable character from this region of the game. What's next? Alright, party swap, musical chairs. Did I take off Nina's armor? Yes. Sten, Rand, Cat. Doing a quick check. Yeah, all my oh, nope. One thing in there was not correct. There. Now it's correct. Safety save. Yuck. Turns out the witches are having a party. And here's Nimafu. Apparently, Jean gave her his royal ring and we need it back. And apparently she dropped it in the toilet. Can anybody think of a solution? I can. You can't see, but I just gave the camera the biggest eyebrow waggle you've ever seen. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the toilet. Fun fact, you can optionally fight one of the witches here, that's true. In fact, it's repeatable, you can fight her as many times as you like. I believe her dialogue is, I'm having fun, time to fight. If you haven't noticed, I have played this game far too many times. If I spent half as much effort on my PhD research as I did on routing this friggin' category, I would probably be done by now. Let's see if I can do this. Got it! Who needs a doctor when video games? Absolutely. So we've swapped out Nina for Rand in the party here for a couple of reasons. No single reason that's like absolutely game changing, just several good reasons. One is Nina's not very useful in the next dungeon because lots of enemies are either immune to magic or resistant to magic, so her damage dealing capabilities are minimized. Another is we really do need levels on Rand. Rand will be important later in the game, and any extra bit of experience we can get on him helps. Another reason is in the upcoming dungeon there are enemies that cast the zombie spell. And if a character gets zombified, you have one turn while you're in the rotting state, and then you become a zombie, which effectively is dead, except you also try and eat your other party members. That's bad. And Rand has the Cure Poison spell, which in addition to curing poison, also removes the zombie status. So Nina not so useful, Rand has Cure Zombie, or Cure Poison, and also just we need the experience on Rand. So we take Rand for a collection of reasons. Also just, he's pretty. Get a doctorate in video game routing. I do have an ongoing routing project for Breath of Fire 2. There already exists a route for any percent. I routed Glitchless. I also routed Brave Man percent. I am in the process, have not finished, but I'm working on routing Breath of Fire 2 100%. And I feel like that's all that should ever be said about that subject. You never knew that Cure Poison unzombifies as well. There are so many things about this game that are probably known to almost almost no one. There's so many obscure little things hidden away in this game. I'm sure there's stuff that I don't know yet. I get surprised from time to time. What a mad lad. GG Boggies 100%. Yeah. So, if you like, I can tell you the story of Hundo. Since there's some dialogue coming up. So to know about Hundo, it's not really that different from Glitchless in a lot of respects. Like, you have to do the solo fight like in Brave Man percent, you have to recruit all the characters, get all the shamans, there's all the stuff. But for the most part, it's just like a slightly longer Glitchless run. For the most part. The one catch is one of the requirements for Breath of Fire 2 Hundo is the following. You must have either equipped on a character, or in your inventory, or in the bank, one copy of every equipment in the game at the end of the game, except fishing bait, because fishing bait don't really count. But every weapon, shield, armor, helmet, and accessory, you must have one of each. Okay, I'm gonna leave it at that for a moment because I need to focus on the shopping. Do a quick mental double check that my equipment is currently what it should be, and I believe it is. Then I need to sell. Okay, I need to sell the Y suit, the silver dagger, wizard ring, salad bowl, wise robe, kamikaze PL, deluxe pole. I thought, did I forget to give the suede? No, I just have a spare suede armor. Fair enough. Oh yes, I know why. Okay. And then I switch Bronze Staff for cat, Backlaw for cat, Iron Armors to Ryu instead. Now we're buying 4 smoke. That's actually far more healing items than I normally get. The reason is the two things, his tower to intentional death, actually sold for I lost from the death. Actually well ahead of my standard money threshold at this point. But that's good. Safeties. Safeties. We're not PBing, we're just trying to finish the run. Anyway, this is the frog that took food to Xujhan in the dungeons earlier, or said he was going to. Evidently he got caught, he got in trouble. What do you do with a frog who you want to punish? I guess you just string him up in the sun. If you think about it. Anyway, one of every equipment in the game. 2 things. One, there's a piece only available for Treehouse Carpenter. So I recruited the normal House Carpenter for Township that gets you cooking, lets you cook items, which is used to get all sorts of useful stuff. So you can't do the cooking, which prevents you from getting a bunch of consumables that would be useful. So you have to make do without those. That's not the big thing. The big thing is there's about a dozen pieces of armor in this game that are only available as random drops from enemies. Most of them have a drop rate of either 1 in 128 or 1 in 256. Most only drop from 1 or 2 random encounters in the game. The best one, the very best one, drops from only a single enemy in the game. That enemy only appears in 1 room in the game. The room itself is only about 14 tiles in size, like 4x3 with a little bit extra. It's on the final floor of the final dungeon, 1 room before the final boss. The enemy in there that drops the item at a rate of 1 in 256 only appears with a rate between 1 and 2% from testing it experimentally when you get into a random encounter. No, the Meow Stick is also rare, but the Charms are a little easier to find. It's the Ninetail Whip. The Ninetail Whip only drops from the Zodiac enemy, which only appears very rarely, like 1 to 2% of the time, in that 1 single room. Okay, you understand that's right. Easy RNG. Yes. I mean, there's 10 or 11 other ones that are also rare, but that is the pièce de résistance. That is the cream of the crop for absolute mind-boggling rarity. You don't remember that weapon at all? Few people have ever got it. I forgot to heal. Mother... I should probably start paying attention to what I'm doing, huh? Isn't there a super boss near here? I'm not sure what you'd be thinking of when you say super boss. The game doesn't really have any super bosses. It has a couple technically optional bosses, but like there's no emerald weapon equivalent. Rip that guy. Okay. higher chance than the FIFA loot boxes. I've never played a FIFA game in my life, but I'm happy to believe you. Spoders! Oh, okay, so that was a mistake. That's fine. Yeah, I would say case sludges are the closest thing to a super boss. Please stop attacking Cat. She's in the back for a reason. Does that mean Beretta will be in your town? For 100%, yes. Beretta is required for Hundo because there's an item that only she sells. But we don't muck around with the tenants at all in regular Glitchless. Okay, just take a moment, take a deep breath. So many things have gone wrong, but we're still okay. There's the decomposing status. Now you've seen it. That last enemy I killed there, that was Spirit Elemental. If you're keeping track. The Chop Chop spell that I just got for Sten. Ooh, nice lead off. Chop Chop is actually a fixed damage spell. A bit like Dragon Rage from Pokemon. It's a random roll between, I think it's 51 and 80. And it just does that much damage, and it doesn't count resistances, stats, defense, anything. Like, it's a random roll, but it's a fixed amount of damage from the roll. Okay, Worm Boss. In case you haven't been following the plot, we're trying to rescue the frog, Jean, which somehow turned into participating in a cooking contest, and he needs us to go gather ingredients. Here's an ingredient. We're gonna go fight the ingredient. Chop Chop is great for grinding those giant flies on the leveling island. True fact. Can confirm. Aw, Rang got put to sleep. That'll slow us down a bit. Not a big deal. It's a small deal. Okay. W fruit yourself. Chop Chop. And I'm actually going to do a clever thing with Cat. I put a very weak weapon on Cat so she could bop Rand awake for almost no damage. Very rarely used strategy, but it does come up from time to time. Hello, High Spirits. How's it going? High Spirits, when are you going to let me run this in Questing for Glory? Thank you for the good luck. Anyway, many of our boss fights in the near future are going to involve spamming a lot of Thunder Dragon for maximum efficiency. First step is to offer it. I forget oh, hang on. Are submissions for the next Questing for Glory open yet? I haven't been keeping track. I'm in the Discord, so I really should be keeping track. Next month, alright. I will make sure that I apply. Because this travesty of a game has to be shared with as many people as possible. Hope this run is not even close. Oh no, this is a travesty. This is a disaster. This has been hot garbage. Not quite from minute 1, but we died to a boss. Hang on, there's a second half to that sentence. Give me a moment. We died to a boss where our last manual save had been like an hour and a half prior. So we just had to take the death, which meant losing half our money, which meant we had to both redo the dungeon, redo the boss fight, and do some backups to make up the money. So yeah, no, we're a solid like 30-40 minutes behind what I would consider a decent pace. I hope Breath of Fire 2 makes, like, I know that I'm jovially complaining about how this is going. At least I have Steam Fort music, true fact. Welcome to Roaches. I did say that they were going to make a return. Okay. Good. Oh, that was close. Okay, good. Getting through there with no fights is actually pretty unusual. Run cursed by actual witch. Yep. Okay. So they only trigger a fight if you touch them with your leading party member. So if you maneuver carefully, you can actually avoid them. Anyway, what was I saying? Yeah, basically I died to a boss that is normally a pushover, just deciding that she'd had enough of my shit. And I had to redo a half-hour dungeon. So that was cool. Nimifu, who normally does basically nothing, Nimifu decided to go sweet breath, thunder, thunder, which just instantly wiped the whole team. Get out of the way. Please? Pretty please? Ah, dang it. He juked me. Hey, I get it. It's about a witch boss? The witch boss. Hey. It's gonna be a long day. Okay. We're through. We made it past the bugs. That's a lie. There's always more bugs. The roach saying eek or is it rand? That's a good question. I'm not clear on that, actually. My condolences, high spirits. Sorry, I was saying something earlier. Yeah, I will happily submit Breath of Fire 2 to every marathon. Every RPG marathon under the sun, I'll submit anywhere. I'm not picky. As long as I can stream from the comfort of my own home. It's not a problem. I'm happy to share this monstrosity with the entire world. Yeah, I've submitted to Really Longathon. Submitted to this. I will submit to Questing for Glory next month. I submitted but did not get in the Bad and Obscure speedrun marathon, which is running in a week or two, I think. But yeah, I'm not picky. I enjoy sharing this game with people. I shit talk it because I love it. RPG classics that don't even list the Nine-Tail Whip. Yeah, it's a little obscure. Anyway, this boss is a total pushover. He literally cannot do anything except attack for not very much damage. He's a bit of a bullet sponge, but that's it. When's the next Longathon? I think it's in December. I wouldn't quote me on that, but I think it's December. Cat continues to be made out of tissue paper. Alright, there we go. Okay, W fruit herb. It's a convenient run. Alright, we found the gold fly who has been taunting us the whole time. Let's kill him. He's actually very strong. However, he's a little bit weak to getting breathed on by a giant electric dragon. As most things are. Oh, one day. I forgot to re-equip Cat's weapon. Shoot. Oh well, easily fixed. I keep wanting to split after all of these bosses. That's unlucky. And now to turn this clearly sentient fly into food. Yep. You got it. Are you excited? It's almost time to enjoy the Sema Fort theme again. Okay, now for a rather strange thing from a gameplay perspective. See those walls that look like they're just walls? All wall looking and stuff? Yeah, there's money hiding in the wall. Literally thousands of dollars of money just sitting in the wall. I want to know, like, who first found that? Whose idea was it to put it there? Wall money not as good as a wall chicken. The wallet. Debug probably? Yeah, it could be. Okay, have to do a little shopping. should change the party order before I forget. Okay. And now time for dialogue. Okay, so this takes a solid 5 minutes or something. I get to sit here and continue to inflict wanker's cramp upon myself. Everybody else, feel free to get a drink or ask questions or whatnot. Incidentally, my love to everybody who's silly enough to actually be awake and watching this nonsense at whatever time in the morning it is where you are. I guess early afternoon if you're European. My question is, why are frogs? That is a good question. I don't know the answer to that one. I would say a reasonable follow-up question is, how can we not frogs? In 3.5 hours gets... I'm stretching and drinking regularly. Unfortunately, I can't take my hand off the keyboard because of the dialogue. On the subject of stretching and other things that you should do when you're sitting for long periods of time, it was never an intentional decision. I just sort of naturally am of the disposition that I fidget when I sit. I don't sit like a normal human being, like, you know, feet on the floor, butt on the chair. I will rotate through about a dozen different sitting postures, you know, like every 5 minutes. So at the moment I'm actually perched on the chair. Probably in a couple minutes I'll be cross-legged or something. But it does help keep circulation moving. It looks a little bit silly. Fortunately you can't see me. Unfortunately you can't see every time I make finger pistols at the camera. Yeah, I know. My fidget impulse is actually quite good as somebody who tends to sit for a long period of time. I'm thankful for my fidgety butt. I'm fortunate that my brain is naturally that way. It's not something I had to learn to do. Incidentally, it also makes airplane flights completely unbearable because I don't have space to sit any other way than just normal. I don't even have space to stretch my feet out completely because I'm like 6'1". Airplanes are designed for people who cap out at like 5'4". Oh hey, look, I have control of my character again. I guess we can play the game some more. Yes, the elevator to the secret room in the dungeon is hidden in the washroom. I don't ask questions. It's just, it's. I'm telling you what it is. Okay, also boss fight. I should probably pay attention. This guy can kill you. Okay, chop chop, punch, W fruits, dragon. This guy is actually weak to ice, which would be great if our ice dragon spell actually did ice damage. This guy goes wee! That he do. Let's hope he doesn't. I would prefer it if he didn't go wee. Okay. Chop chop. This boss does turn canceling, which means that after this dragon hits him, when he drops below half health, he ends the current turn, and when he drops below a quarter health, he ends the current turn. Which is why Rand is defending here rather than doing anything, because Rand's not going to get an action anyway. Yeah, there's the turn cancel. Defend. And shimmy. Please do not kill Rand. That would be mightily inconvenient. Damn. Okay. Do this a different way. Oh, there's the wee. Oh god. Cat got weed in the face. This should kill him. Nice. You're not actually that bad a boss just because dragons end the fight so quickly. If it dragged on like the Terrapin fight did, he'd be a lot more threatening. Entire castle was sealed to get a really pretty bad sword. We do make some decent use out of the soul sword for a bit. Not for very long, but better than nothing. More importantly, it sells for $3,000 later. It's selling off the national treasure of our allies, the Frog Empire. You think honestly Xujhan won't care? He wouldn't. You're correct. Okay. We're almost done with the frogs. We're so close. We're almost free. Take this stupid sword. Why are the frogs French? Because stereotyping. You know the French war cry? Retreat? I surrender. Yeah. And it's okay. The French can't complain because I'm English. Hang on. Making fun of the French is part of my cultural heritage, so they can't complain. European country banter is great. I love it. Same as us English are uncultured swines. We are. It true. Anyway, we're getting some surprisingly good armor here. And now we have to get all the way back to the beginning of the game. Words cannot express how much I look forward to having the warp spell. Off. Okay. Oh, let's see if I can do this as well the second time. Nope. But we're almost done the side quest. We have recovered the weird-looking Batwoman who stole the stuff that Bo was trying to steal at the beginning of the game. So we can turn her in and clear Bo's name, even though he was trying to steal stuff. Apparently that's how the justice system works around here. Bonk. Oh, nice. Nope, I was right the first time. Okay, got it. Second one was good. Your pastime is to moan, stand in a queue, and moan about standing in queues. Yeah, I think the Canadians inherited that from the Brits. It was Bo's fault for doing something suspicious, like breaking and entering in private property. Which is pretty suspicious. Yep. I think it's ridiculous how often the British complain about the weather, given that the worst they ever really have to deal with is a light rain. Okay, I should pay attention to this dialogue because I could hose myself by mashing through this. Do you want to come with me? Yes, I want to babysit the dog. If you say no there, you have to do the next dungeon with just Bo, wearing just the equipment he had at the beginning of the game. At the level he was at the beginning of the game. It's a nightmare. You do not want to deal with it. Okay, everybody, guess your favorite finite positive integer. Because the dungeon we're about to go in, for some weird reason, does not use the same random encounter logic as the rest of the game. As near as I can tell, this dungeon is just every step you take, random roll for a fight. There's no, like, X number of steps before a fight the way there normally is. And most of the rest of the game, it has a standard, like, counter, an increment, where, like, it goes up when you take steps. So you can get a fight after 2 steps, or you can go for 20 steps before a fight, but usually it's somewhere in the middle. So you get, like, a nice normal distribution of steps before a fight. In here, it seems like it's just a random roll. There's no obvious statistical distribution. Sometimes I walk through here and get, like, 3 fights in 3 steps. Other times I walk through the whole dungeon and get no fights. Anyway, we're at 2 so far. 3 is about average. Yeah, we had 2 fights back to back, and then a long walk with no fight. Okay, 2 is good. Why ever give you the option of Bo going here on his own? Because the developers just like to make you suffer. That's about the only explanation I can think of. Anyhow, as most things seem to, this boss has an unfortunate weakness to dragons. Rawr. Jelly beans and dinosaurs. I'm afraid I don't get the reference. But dinosaurs are cool and jelly beans are gross, so there's my honest answer, having missed the question. And now, there's a good 90-second break. except every 30 seconds it requires 2 inputs. I'm not like 30-second break, input, 30-second break, input, 30-second break. It would have been such a great time for me to run to the washroom. But no, let's stick a couple little dialogue boxes in there, so I have to stay here. Because again, the developers want me to suffer. See, this text box, it could have just auto-scrolled. It could have just gone on by. But no, I have to be here, press A. And then again, just a couple little tech boxes. That's it. Just back to the cutscene. It's the most infuriating thing. Ugh. Okay, the tutorial's over. The plot can start now. And now that the plot started, we have about 2.5 hours of fetch quests. I hope everybody likes fetch quests. This is ALTTP rando. Does it sound like a bit of Zelda music? Yeah, I guess it sort of does. Or do you mean the fetch quest line? That would make sense. A couple days ago, I was running a Plando that a friend made, and the jerk, he put my hook shot on the Desert Palace torch. Guess I'm missing out on Sunday Roast today? I am. It's tragic. Oh, Sunday Roast is so good. Sorry. He put the hook shot on the Desert Torch, which needs the boots. And then he put the boots on the chest before Moldorm. So you had to climb Ganon's tower twice. The absolute jerk. boots on Desert Torch. Cute. Okay, shopping. Stick rod, smoke, life pill. We're spending all our money because we're just about to death warp. Come on, Bo. Hit yourself. Good enough. Again, we're mostly sticking to the water because in the water you cannot get encounters. No fights. Nice. Okay, Ryu. Standing cat Nina. Might as well safety save. Conveniently, one of the people we rescued from Trout's basement happens to be this guy, who owns Whale Cape. Whatever that is. Oh. It's literally a place where you can go sightseeing inside of a whale. Sure, that makes sense. Why not? Who among us can honestly say that they haven't wanted to go exploring inside a whale? Jen's here! Okay, Piku, if you're here, can you let Jen into the live channel? Jen, you should be able to at least access the general voice channel, probably. Piku might be able to move you from there. Okay. Fix reuse equipment. Okay, good. Alright, okay. equipment, sort order, smoke. Hey Jen.
Hello, how is the run going?
It's been tragic. But thank you, finally somebody besides me could do some talking. Jen, introduce yourself. Talk. Let me rest my voice.
Hi, I'm literally Jen, and I'm here to laugh at Xujhan's run and hopefully have a good time.
Yeah, that just about sums everything up. So, what you've missed so far, we had a god tier Mount Fubi, and then we got eaten by plants on the way to Corsair, and then we had a god tier Tagwoods, and then we got beaten up by August, and then we had a good Joker Cave, Terrapin fight went fine, and then Nimafu killed me.
No.
Nimafu just straight up sweet breath, thunder, thunder. Dead. So I had to
That's
redo
awful.
the entire witch's tower. And couldn't because the wave was ages ago. So I just had to take to death, which meant that I had opened all of the money, check half the money. It was a thing. Oh yeah, earlier in the one I also accidentally left a piece of armor on Rand that Sten needed, so Sten was unreasonably squishy for the first, like, hour. You know, it's been an experience. Sorry?
The no reset thing has been going really well.
Oh, absolutely. Top notch. Couldn't ask for better. Anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
We're exploring a whale. I'm not sure if you can see what I'm doing.
I can, although
Okay.
I'll probably be about 10 seconds behind.
That's fine. So whenever anything funny happens, we can all wait on Jen's reaction. Okay, I should probably...
I totally agree with Friendly Triangle, though. I bet it was really entertaining.
Yeah, no, I definitely went into mourning for a couple of minutes there after I died to Nimafu. Quiet disbelief. You know, first round is normally Dragon from Ryu and then a W Fruit from Nina on Ryu, so he can do a Dragon the second round. She put Ryu to sleep but left Nina awake, so she still used the W Fruit on a full mana Ryu. And then the next turn, after waking Ryu up, Nimafu puts him to sleep again, wastes my other W Fruit, and then puts the whole party to sleep and just kills them all with Thunder over 2 turns. Like, absolutely no mercy. Like, if there was a human controlling Nimafu who was trying their very hardest to kill me, those were the actions they would have taken.
So you maybe cried a little.
Maybe a little bit. But I'm sure it was mighty entertaining for the viewers.
So we're in a whale. What do we do in the whale? I don't think I've ever actually seen you do the whale part.
Really? Is it because you just always tune out after Sima Fort and then don't come back until later?
I think it's just that I always catch the beginning or I always catch the end.
Ah, fair enough. I mean, the whale is a really short dungeon. We just get to the end and then we beat up this doll. Also, the stream is probably going to look a little bit glitchy because the sprite for this doll flickers. And the flicker rate of the doll seems to sync up awkwardly with the FPS that I'm streaming in. So he might look a little weird.
Oh yeah, this is weird.
Yeah, it does that. Anyway. Aw, crud. Oh, that is the worst possible sleep pattern. God damn it. Ugh. Okay, well, this is a great start.
So this is approximately what happened at Nimafu.
Yeah. Except if it were Nimafu, she would have used sleep again this turn. He can't. This guy always does sleep, attack, attack, sleep, attack, attack, or something like that.
Chat, you're totally right. It does make it look more like a ghost.
And here's the other sleep. So let's hope Ryu stays awake. I guess I should have had Nina attack Ryu this turn. No, he stayed awake. Not punished.
That's terrible when your strat should be just make the party beat each other up.
Yeah. Right. Okay, we're done in here. Let's get the hell out. Nothing good ever happens here. It's funny that the game sort of gets progressively easier as it goes. Because the rate at which the bosses increase in difficulty does not really keep pace with the rate at which your party gets stronger. It's like the mid-game bosses are way less lethal than the early game bosses. Obviously they get strong again right at the end because Barrowberry can end you, but...
Well, then they're just kind of lulling you into a
false sense of security?
security.
Yeah.
Oh, look, this game is so easy.
It's just a cute little witch who hardly ever does anything threatening. Certainly never 4 turns in a row. Alright, well, we finally have a half-decent mode of transportation. So I can stop death warping everywhere. In fact, I think I don't do any more death warps in the run. None that come to mind.
Well, you are the expert, so you just have to believe me
That's
for now.
maybe overselling it a little bit. Will we see solo Barrowberry this run? I mean, not on purpose. Maybe no death warps, but deaths. That's certainly in the cards. We're at 3 unintentional deaths so far.
That's less than 1 per hour, so it's not too bad.
I mean, sure, but then because of them, I'm also an hour behind pace.
Shush, 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 shush. Not important. Not important.
An hour behind, like, my world record pace at least. So I'm not that far off the 8:45 that I gave as a...
Well, it's good that the estimate is a whole 9
estimate.
hours.
I just could not get the word estimate. Yeah, I gave 8:45 as an estimate, which I think I can still get. Maybe. I sound very confident, don't I?
Oh yeah, I definitely believe in your ability 100%.
Yeah, me too.
So now where are we going?
We're going to Tunlin. We're actually, now that we have the whale, we can go and recruit this random encounter, apparently. Oh, it's just these little dudes. It's fine. Now that we have the whale, we can go and recruit the secret character, who is completely OP, and also level 35, 20 levels above all of my characters, notice. And we'll just carry the squad on her shoulders for, like, the next half the game.
So it's kind of like
the
a
estimate.
Pokemon
So I suggested, half in jest, that maybe Piku would like to maybe just quietly slide the estimate up to 9 hours, and apparently he heard me. That's cool. It should be somewhere in like the 8:45 to 9 region, unless we get especially lucky or especially unlucky. Original estimate was 8:45. The post-Nimifu estimate should be 9. Changed it hours ago. Man, have we been here that long already? Ugh.
You're just so focused on giving us a good run.
Oh, yeah. Yep, that's precisely what I'm doing. Maybe now that I'm only doing half the commentary, the gameplay quality can improve a little bit.
I believe in you.
It was like that when I entered Semaphore. Well, Semaphore is after I died to the witch, so he must have actually done it right when I said it. Well done, Piku. You're the unsung hero. Oh shit, wrong dialogue.
So now we're in the circus breaking out the animals.
In particular, breaking out salad.
Can't feed the animals, that would be ridiculous.
That would be very silly. Okay. The super secret character that we're about to get knows warp, which is going to make our life way easier, but you can only warp to towns you've been to, so we're just quickly sort of doing a tour of a whole bunch of towns that we're going to want to warp to later. However, the random encounters outside the secret character's house are lethal. They're actually completely murderous. They would kill me dead very fast, so let's just hope we don't get an encounter in Breath of Fire 2. A game in which getting encounters is certainly unheard of. Never happened. There's no encounters in this game. Just like Breath of Fire 1.
I've never seen one in my whole life.
Nope, not one encounter. Did all of these encounters. See? Easy every time. And it turns out the secret character is not here. So I guess we're just gonna leave. After raiding her drawers. Because we're RPG protagonists and that's how we do. See? Look, no encounters. Every time. It actually worked, holy shit. I think I tricked the game into forgetting that there are supposed to be fights there. Anyway, yeah, the secret character is level 35, and the encounters outside her house are tuned for a level 35 party. So, they would have killed me a little bit. Okay, I should change Cat's equipment now, because we're done with Cat. So, tree staff, wristband, bandana, bum's clothes. Cat is now wearing her pajamas.
Well, I'm certainly a big fan of being in pajamas.
I know.
So,
Maybe?
really comfy, okay?
I'm not judging. I'm pretty sure I'm not allowed to judge at the moment. Okay. Stand. Overpowered and will be doing essentially all of the warfare. Because why not? Somebody
I'm also
asked.
seeing props,
Okay,
so
we
it's
had that earlier.
just you.
Piku for me, so I can confirm that there's nothing going wrong on my end. Might be Piku, might be Twitch, might be nothing. Anyway. Dungeon! Yay! Yay! Okay, my OBS says it's not dropping any frames. Either Twitch or RMP server. Yeah, okay.
Hopefully it sorts itself out.
Twitch, fix your shit. Let's blame it on the Dota tournament. That sounds reasonable. I like that. How much time do you have, Jen?
I'll be here for a couple hours, take a break, and then hopefully be back for the end of it.
Sounds good.
Especially if you die a lot.
The more I die, the more likely it is you'll come back for the end because it's entertaining.
Well, and it'll just be, by the time I come back, you won't have finished yet.
But mostly because it's funny.
Maybe.
Okay, so anyway, we're trying to bust Salad out of his place in the circus, but the circus master said that he'd only do that if we found something else to replace the salad. So now we're in here looking for something to replace the salad.
So now we're kind of animal traders?
Kind of. I guess that's as accurate a description as any.
This game has a lot of things happening.
The high quality weirdness happening at high velocity. Anyway, the good news is Blur is completely overpowered and can nuke most things in one hit. Which is going to save us all sorts of time. Okay. Equip. Remember to review. Normally, before in here, you'd have to go hunting and do another boss that would get you some fruit that you could use to conveniently one of these merchants. The entire boss be a hard boss, pretty strong. So here we are. All of these hold them, but only 2 of them work. There's no indication which is the correct one. Basically, it works. Isn't he cute?
Aw, he's so cute.
Nice. You cut him
I
up.
don't like that part.
Hit him. Zot.
Are we gonna get in trouble with PETA?
Is anyone ever not in trouble with PETA? Well, sure, we just did all this work to come. We don't actually care that much. He can go. And he'll give us a treasure box. Why not? Fun fact, if you leave the room and re-enter, the box is closed again and will give you a second different piece of equipment. No, I can't explain why. It's the only treasure chest in the game that does that. I don't understand it either.
Does it give you the same item or a random piece of equipment?
Nope. The first time you open it, gives you the Buster Sword. The second time you open it, it gives you the Charm Shield.
Why?
Right at the beginning of the game, there are 2 different shelves, not treasure chests, but they're shelves that work the same way. One in Gate in the prologue, and then one in Hometown. And they're linked. One of them, the one in Gate, has a herb, and the one in Hometown has $100. But if you take one, they both disappear.
This game is weird.
There are so many places in the game where I can point at something and go, look at that thing, isn't that weird? That's the only place in the game that does that. Nothing else is like it. It's not explained. I don't understand it, but it's what it is. This entire game is just like, it's a display of bizarre game design decisions. PokeGod is offering one possible explanation. The truth is, unless we can actually get some of the devs on the phone, I don't think we'll ever know. It's just going to be an eternal mystery. Why did the Breath of Fire 2 developers choose to make their game? Make no goddamn sense. We don't know. A mystery for the ages. What is an egg beater?
I can't even think of something witty to say about that. Like, I just...
It's too
Why?
silly. Okay, we're almost out of here. We're almost free!
You know, if you died, you'd get out of here a lot quicker.
I'd also have a lot less money.
So if we all look away and you glitch that money, does it count as a glitch?
A good question. Nina. Last frame. Warp. Come on. If he glitched but no one saw it, was it really a glitch? I mean, George in his Beyblade run had something that was definitely questionably maybe a glitch.
You're not allowed to say that. We looked away.
Okay, party change. I need Rand over Nina. Plus and Rand.
Do we now have every party member?
We will as soon as the salad is still waiting. Also, everybody bust out your tunes, it's MC Hammer. See, the funny thing is, we're not actually bringing him the Oopa Roopa he asked for. We just have to go talk to the Oopa Roopa and then come back and tell him we're not giving him an Oopa Roopa. But we have to go talk to the Oopa Roopa first before we're allowed to do that. Why? Game design. Where are my blue fruits?
So, Pokegod in chat, yeah, deciding exactly what is a glitch is so difficult sometimes. The line between them can get very blurry.
In particular, in Breath of Fire 2, the problem is that the line between a glitch and an exploit is often defined in terms of developer intent, and who has any fucking clue what the developers of Breath of Fire 2 were intending when they made this monstrosity? I'm gonna slap you! Oh god. So,
as long as you slap him first before getting slapped.
yeah, exactly. Even though that rumble attack you did looks threatening, it's a fixed 48 damage to all targets. So it's hard to die here. As long as you know exactly what a boss is capable of doing, usually you won't die to it. Exception.
That is so much nicer than fighting Cat and her random crits.
I say that, and then he hits for exactly 91 damage. Good job, Doge. Get up. This is why we have a couple backup life pills, but still, that was... Being as difficult about this as possible.
Classic no reset run.
Yeah, right. Alright, we're done here. Alright, we got the salad. We can continue with the plot. That's a lie. It's going to take another couple hours before we get back to the plot. However, conveniently, Salad joining the party does mean we get a full heal. Jen is saying I cut off. Discord still says I'm talking, and OBS still says I'm streaming.
I still hear you fine.
Yeah. Okay. I think it's on Jen's end.
Damn Finnish internet.
Hey, fellow Finn. Hi. Bye.
Oi.
Okay. Rand spar. We have.
That's good, because I'm hungry. Can we eat him?
I feel like maybe that would be frowned upon. Like, I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm just saying it might be frowned upon.
If you eat him, can you still be a vegetarian?
He is vegetables. Okay, smoke. And then we have to go talk to Big Daddy Vegetable.
Does smoke really work in this game?
We had a discussion about that earlier. Results were inconclusive. Oh, well, we've been given yet another side quest. This guy is going to tell us the plot, but first we have to go somewhere and do something. And it's not going to be easy. We're going to have to go lots of places and do lots of things before we can go to the place and do the thing and get the thing and then come back here and he can tell us the plot. And God, I wish I were kidding.
At least we have our nice whale friend now, so we don't have to death warp and walk everywhere.
We also have Blur, so we can warp places. That's nice too.
No more walking like casuals for us.
I know, right? Oh, I'm sleepy. Maybe foreseeable, given that I started running at 3:45 in the morning.
Well, I hope you have a break to go make coffee, because you still have a lot of run left to do.
There are no breaks. This was also discussed. The longest break in Breath of Fire 2 is 2 minutes, and it's right at the beginning. The next longest break is 55 seconds, and it's near the end.
You know this is a terrible game to run, right?
It's a disaster of a game to run. I love it. Okay, now we're going fishing. In particular, we're going fishing for a shopkeep.
This fishing sprite is my favorite emote that Xujhan has on his channel.
Okay, we found the
Just like to
shopkeep.
throw that in.
Alright, and now we can do the thing. Okay, we're done with that fishing rod. So we're selling stick rod, longsword, bronze staff, leotard cloak, backlaw. No, I think we want the backlaw, don't we? Bronze shield, yes. Salad bowl. Gold armor, wise robe conduct, soul sword. Hey, we hit the threshold. See, look at how that money just worked out. Just beautifully.
Are you trying to convince us this was all planned?
All planned. Okay, Warp Township. Precisely calculated. Okay, and now we have to go to the monkey place.
Oh no.
Oh, yes!
I'm just feeling really tired all of a sudden. I think I'm gonna go upstairs.
You and me both, buddy. Alright, good rolls.
Fripsider, not is it only a 9-hour run, but he chooses to do it almost every week.
I do play this game really far more than is healthy. Tunlin. I'm a little bit rusty because I haven't done it the last couple months because I haven't been able to stream. And if I can't even stream it, then what's the point? Okay. Gotta talk to this dude. Because we can't actually get into the monkey town until this guy tells us about a flute that the monkeys have. And then I'm gonna need the monkey to get into Monkey Town. So change blood stamina. Then we have to equip. Gotta steal some of Ryu's clothes and give him to Sten so he doesn't fall over in a stiff breeze. Then warp to Monkey Town. My PB is currently the world record for this category at 7:59. And by golly, I was happy when I got that 7:59.
I can't believe you shortened the run so much, and it's still so.
Okay, so the story behind the 7:59 was prior to that, my PB was 8:18:45. But before I got that PB, Andy, who is a boss, got an 8:18:42. So I had like an 8:30 PB, and then Andy bopped me with the 8:18:42. And then for like a year, I was trying to beat Andy's run. The following things happened during attempts to beat Andy's run. I got an 8:18:45, which failed to beat his world record by 3 seconds. I had 2 different runs that died to the final 2 bosses. And I had one run that finished 8:10, but got the wrong ending and was therefore invalid. Before getting my 7:59. It was a rough year.
Not only is that awful on its own, but the fact that all of those runs were so long just makes it even worse. That's basically
to end in
your whole
failure
day.
every time. Like, how many new ways can I think of to not get my world record back? Yeah, it was a struggle. It's not a true lock. Like, coming here with Sten under-leveled can make it a huge pain, but it's not a true lock because there is at least one enemy in the basement that's weak enough that Sten can beat it at whatever level he's at. But yeah, you can certainly put yourself in a pickle.
I'm pretty sure when I played this game casually, I had to grind up some levels with Sten.
Pretty sure just about everybody who plays this casually grinds. The game just sort of encourages it. Oh hey, somebody just messaged me on Twitch. How's Sunday, fellow viewer? If you are bored right now, you can try to make use of the voucher tool at link and buy a few games for no cost at all. I had a few retries of GLHF. I just got bot spammed in the middle of my run. Damn. That's cold.
Yeah, sounds pretty legit to me.
It's not a scam at all, Kappa. Oh, everybody got it. Damn. The bot's been busy.
I feel so left out.
Aww. Somebody try and scam Jam so she feels included.
Yeah, they know that us Finns don't actually like to talk to people, so it's fine.
Okay, and now we get to play the next segment of the game with just the monkey. Because solo sections in RPGs are never frustrating. They're always a good time. Also, watch out, Shupke.
Are you sure we can't just death warp and then skip this whole section?
I mean, technically I haven't tried, so maybe it works. I don't think it works, but you never know.
It would be worth redefining what a glitch is for that.
Just so that I didn't have to do high fort in the run. Yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? Okay. So equip, quick clothes. So iron armor, moth daggers, steel armor. The rest I should keep. And buy 12 smoke. Whole lot of W fruit. I need some. I've got lots of other healing items, so I can afford to just buy W fruits. Great. Let's go. All right. Ruh-roh. It's not a glitch. That's a feature. Glitches in a glitchless marathon again? I know, right? It's a monkey. It's a neon monkey. Alright. Monkey fights! You gotta beat this guy up. You gotta show him whose business. Gotta get him. Hit him in the face. Get him. Get him. Oh, that's not very much damage. Oh god. Oh god, we're gonna die. Oh Jesus. Oh Christ, we're dead.
That's
Oh,
it,
God.
run's over.
That's it. We're done. Everybody go home. You don't actually have to win that fight. You just have to get the fight over with as fast as possible. That happens to be the fastest way to finish the fight. That's incidentally why we just spent all our money. Since the odds of dying to monkey is approximately 100%. Alright. Kick-ass action sequence. Exploding bridges. Mid-air combat, because this is totally how gravity works. Winner!
So much success.
I know. You can totally dodge in midair. I mean, it works in Super Smash Brothers. Must be legit. And now we get to do a chunk of dungeon with just Sten, who is essentially incapable of defeating anything. I don't see how this could go wrong. Jen, take over. My throat hurts.
Oh no, too much pressure. I don't know, man. I just really don't like this character. He's so annoying.
You can play-by-play him getting beaten up by the randos.
Except I'm on like a 10-ish second delay, so it's
Oh,
just like
yeah, that's true.
10 seconds ago this happened.
Okay. This place is actually a very large, rather confusing maze. So, if you're gonna speedrun Breath of Fire, hey Toot, thanks for the good luck. If you're gonna speedrun Breath of Fire 2, one of the first things you're gonna need to do is learn the dungeon layouts. There's several dungeons that are like almost impossible to navigate unless you just memorized where to go. Okay. We should heal and smoke.
I would just like to point out Friendly Triangle's wonderful message. I can't stand this guy. He makes me go 8.
Friendly Triangle has been hitting it with the puns the entire run.
You're kind of my hero.
Harley says it's true for all speed. Yeah, but some more than others, right? Obviously you need to learn where to go, but it's a lot easier to remember where to go in dungeons that don't look intentionally like mazes. Oh god, this thing can kill me. Oh god. Quick, kill it with fire. I didn't crit. Oh god. Oh, thank god. Okay, kill it with fire again.
Did you do it? Did you live?
I did it, I lived.
I think the runner needs to stop monkeying about.
Take your upvote. Get out of here.
I appreciate you all so much.
Okay, we're just collecting a bit of loot on the way so that we can buy stuff later. Fun's driving me bananas. Hey! Okay, no fights. No fights is good.
Pokegod, well that's a great pun, it's probably also true. No, you have to be encouraging to people. See what's happened?
No, but the disgruntled groans are encouragement. Why else would people pun except to upset other people?
Happiness. It's all about making the world a better place.
Make these jokes as punishment. Send him to the penitentiary! I apologize for nothing.
Oh, thank goodness we have everyone else
Yeah,
again.
we have a team again. Thank goodness. Okay, switch, 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 switch. Equip. Take that. That. Forget to use a smoke. There we go. That was almost clean. I gotta say, I'm enjoying like witnessing all your reactions on a 10-second delay. Like, when something funny happens, I know that I'm gonna get to hear you giggle in 3, 2, 1. There we go.
It's pretty great, but also I'm just really enjoying chat. Today I learned that on average, humans eat more bananas than monkeys. This is partially due to the fact that most humans don't like the taste of monkey.
Yeah. Got me. Alright, so this is what I was talking about with the maze. Like, be honest. You can't navigate this thing unless you know where you're going. Sure, this isn't an F. Oh my god, I hope I don't laugh like Titus. Oh my god, that would be the worst. Friggin' Meg Ryan cosplay.
I don't get the joke, so if you're gonna do it...
No, it's not. Look it up on YouTube or something. You can just search Final Fantasy. Oh, are they actually gonna kill Doge? Whew. Good dodge, Doge. Don't look it up. Don't do it. It's not worth it. No, it's not. But like, if you just search FFX laugh, you'll get it. It's pretty famous.
Sorry to go off on a tangent, but you didn't name your character one letter?
Nope. It was a donation incentive. And some
Nice.
monster voted for Doge.
Well, I like it.
This goes over estimate how I have to run revised or Titus Fantasy. I have done casual playthroughs of Final Fantasy X. That's the extent of it. If you feel like watching a 30-hour speedrun, Final Fantasy X, see me on my channel. Yeah, I have heard of. In fact, I think I've seen somebody playing the Titus Fantasy mod. It's also like an affront to human decency.
Fan mods are just so wonderful.
That they are. Okay, well, we're getting there.
So if you had to pick a section of the run, which is your least favorite?
It's a good question. Yeah, I'd semaphore it. Definitely.
I know that's my least favorite for
No,
sure.
it's also my least favorite. It drags, nothing interesting happens, it's very repetitive, the music isn't very good, the characters aren't very pleasant, the fights aren't very interesting.
We also fight bugs and then have to eat bugs. It's really not a good time. And those frog people are always in the way.
Nope, smoke. Why do I hear Earthbound music in the background?
Neighbors?
I'm gonna quickly investigate.
I feel like frog legs in the semaphore part is a bit too gruesome
That's hilarious.
for this game.
So I left my laptop open. Not to anything, it was just open on the desktop. And the touchpad on it is kind of dying and will occasionally spaz out. And apparently the touchpad spazzed out in such a way that it navigated through my folders, found my emulator, and opened Earthbound. I'm not kidding. Like, I can't make this up. That's what happened.
Is it possessed?
It must be. It's the only possible explanation. Okay.
Definitely possessed by a tiny child that just magically gets to places it shouldn't.
Yep. Okay. Defend. Thunder Dragon. Defend. W Fruit. Doge. So, like Nimifu, this boss is normally fine. Occasionally, it murders you. So let's hope that we stick with the fine and not with the murder. This is a good start. The Ryu, T-Dragon, W Fruit Doge, W Fruit Doge.
To be fair, you usually shouldn't be going into doors that are locked and you don't have the key for.
Hey, he's being nice. Yay! Yay! Conveniently, this guy is killed almost precisely by 3 dragons. I think literally it's overkill by 6.
That's fantastic.
It is pretty convenient. I'm really proud of my routing for this. A lot of stuff just works out really nicely. It feels clean when I'm not messing up every 5 minutes. Alright. The door has been defeated. Amazingly, the door in here is actually more threatening than the final boss. Like the final boss of this dungeon, Shupke. Who is a complete wimp.
Well, the door should be pretty sturdy. You know, they don't want random people getting in all the time.
Yeah, as we are doing right now. Clean order. And again, forgot to smoke. Yeah, the route itself is very, very smooth. It's just that I'm very bad at executing it. But I have a very, very thorough set of notes if anybody else is interested in trying this out. Okay, I need to put Ryu back up to full.
And if you know you don't have 9 hours of your whole day to spend on this, there is also Terrapin percent, which is only about an hour and a half, 2 hours, I think.
Yep. You can probably push world record for Terrapin percent down under like an hour 10, but for your first attempt, probably like 2 hours. It's just play the game any percent style until you beat the turtle. Alright. Once more with feeling.
So you just use blue as a tank?
At the moment, yep. These bosses are conveniently defeated just by spamming dragons at them, so there's no need to cast offensive magic, and Blua happens to have a boatload of health, so we just stick her in front. And that's the fight. Literally the whole thing.
I trust you don't die in the next 10 seconds.
I do not. No, you would be listening to a lot of screeching if that happened. Is that a cat playing the bongo? That's a great emote.
That is so adorable.
And now things are exploding. More importantly, that means we're done with the monkeys. That was actually mercifully brief. I thought it went very well. Come to think of it, that went very well.
I feel like your good luck charm now. It's very exciting.
It's also just not as long a dungeon in the speedrun as it is casually, because a lot of the length casually is not knowing where the hell you're going in those huge mazes.
That makes sense.
Anyway, it's only gonna get weirder, because our next fetch quest is drugs. We literally have to go pick some magic mushrooms. I'm not kidding.
So if there's any younger people in the audience, you know, you might want to look away for a little bit.
Find your notepad so you can take notes.
Tomato, tomato.
Yeah, one or the other. As you can see, between acquiring the dragon spells for Ryu and getting Blut in the party, the difficulty of combat, both random encounters and bosses, has dropped drastically.
Yeah, it really helps when your characters are pretty OP.
Go figure. We're not just trying to bop huge monsters to death with a couple of sticks and a dream. Okay, I don't have any equipment juggling to do now, I don't think. Nope. Pretty sure nope. Dang! The monkey survived. Better luck next time.
It was a really nice few moments.
It was.
Where we got to mourn him.
Okay. Warp tunnel. So I described Brave Man % earlier, which is the masochist category, wherein all of the fast things are banned. You have to play the game the slow way. The secret character Bleu is obviously banned for being completely overpowered. And Bleu is your access to the warp spell, so getting around in Brave Man is a lot slower. That warp there example from High Fort to Tunlin, we don't get to do that. You have to walk the old-fashioned way.
It is the strangest meme category I've ever seen for a game.
Isn't it fun, though?
No!
No, like, as a viewer, isn't it fun to watch?
It is, but it's also so much misery for so long.
That's how I get my fun. Yeah, you can't use any dragon magic, you can't recruit Bleu, you can't recruit anyone except a carpenter to your town. You can't use any of the shamans. And you have to solo fight Barberry. And it's glitchless, obviously. It's like speed running minus the speed part and minus the running part. Exactly.
Well, you sold it to one brave man of the dragon, so good job.
I mean, speedrunning Breath of Fire 2 is already like speedrunning minus the running part, because you can't run in Breath of Fire 2. The run chance is just too bad. It's a challenge run with a timer. That's a good way of putting it.
That's fair.
My take is, as a broadcaster, like, I love Breath of Fire 2. I know far too much about the game, and I enjoy sharing that knowledge with people who really don't care that much. And, oh hey, MCon, thank you. MCon is the any percent world record holder and significantly better at this game than I am. So while he's here, if you want, you can help me peer pressure him into finally recording a glitchless time. Come on!
Peer pressure, peer pressure, peer pressure.
It's onomatopoeia, right?
I think so.
That should be how it works. A dash button would have been swell. Many things would have been swell that we don't got. Oh, right. You can't get up to the castle at night, so I have to time warp. You can't be that far off from PB? Oh, I'm like almost an hour behind by now, probably. Certainly well over half an hour behind. If anybody is really super curious, they could dig up my world record video and just look at the splits. Wait, did you say time warp? It's just a jump to the left. No PB? No PB. It's safe to say that when you die and lose half an hour, you're probably not PBing. Probably not. Let's do the time warp again. What a great movie.
I've seen it, but I'm not the biggest fan.
I mean, I'm not the biggest fan either because I've met the biggest fans and they're like weirdly into it, but it is a really good movie.
I love the whole fandom culture around it. Like, it would be to go to a screening with people who are so into it.
Yeah, that would be fun. Yeah, the party, the endgame party for Brave Man is Cat Ray and Nina, the Classico. El Clásico. Sadly, you played this game before and can't remember 3/4 of it. You're probably not alone in that. A lot of this game is kind of forgettable, as much as it is fun.
To be fair, I watch almost every one of your streams, and every single time I watch, it's almost like watching a new game.
If you're going to play this casually, I really cannot recommend enough that you play the fan translation. It's much better. Much, much, much better. And the run function is just nice to have.
There definitely is a lot of stuff in this game. They've done pretty well getting down the glitchless time, and the estimate is still 9 hours.
Breath of Fire 3 is a phenomenal game. In my opinion, Breath of Fire 3 is the best Breath of Fire game. My opinion also happens to be correct. Objectively. That's how opinions work, right?
I'm pretty sure that's what the internet has taught me.
Yeah. Okay. I probably just started a flame war in chat. Oh no.
No, wait, chat is super nice. They're not gonna flame each other.
Okay,
too
like,
hard.
if anybody alive is qualified to say Breath of Fire 3 is better than Breath of Fire 2, it should be me, because I feel like I've probably played more Breath of Fire 2 than just about any other person alive. And that's not meant to be a brag, like, that's a mark of shame. I love this game to death, but it's not a fantastic game. It's good.
Definitely not a brag.
It's good. Even very good if you're into that kind of thing. But Breath of Fire 3 is phenomenal. Weird flex, but yeah, this is basically the definition of weird flex, but okay. Like, on the whole, if somebody is only sort of on the fence about RPGs, they're more likely to enjoy Breath of Fire 3 than Breath of Fire 2. Somebody who's already an RPG fan will love them both. But, like, if somebody who wasn't an RPG fan came to me and was like, "Hey, what are all those dragon games that you keep talking about? I want to play one. Can you recommend one?" I would recommend Breath of Fire 3. Death 3 is a common place to get stuck. The thing is it's in like the last 20% of the game. Getting stuck points that are near the end of the game are not as bad as getting stuck points near the beginning. They're much less likely to kill someone's enthusiasm.
Nelly, we can't have reasonable opinions in here. That's just crazy.
I really wanted to like Breath of Fire 4, but I could not get past the art. And I know that's like incredibly superficial, but the art style in Breath of Fire 4 just makes my eyes bleed. Which is tragic because it's not that different from Breath of Fire 3. In many ways the art styles are similar, but whatever way in which they're not similar, it just sets my brain on fire, and I can't articulate why. But I've tried 3 or 4 times to get into Breath of Fire 4, and I never got more than about 4 hours in. I guess I should probably heal that. have watched other people play Breath of Fire 4, and it looks like a very good game, other than like the end game weirdness where they sort of like ran out of dev money and had to cut the plot short a little bit. Like, you could tell that something funky happened at the end there, but other than that, it's clearly a very good game. I just cannot make myself play it. You didn't know there was a poison sound more jarring than Pokemon? Yeah, I know, right? It really doesn't want you to miss the fact that you've been poisoned. Anyway, we collected the drugs. I would say the plot can continue, but that's a lie. We're nowhere near continuing the plot yet. But we got some drugs. Yay.
And we got the right ones.
Yes, we got the correct drugs. It's the one in the middle island on the right. Breath of Fire 4 does have a great story, yes. I completely agree. Okay, everybody, celebrate. We're done with the monkey. This is me taking off all his clothes. I mean, yeah, that's what I mean. Alright, Gunts. Sten is base, Sten is gone! We're done with the Sten, I'm afraid. Okay, sell. We're done with the antidotes. Sell that, sell that, sell that. Sell the bronze hat, sell the flame sword. Okay. Buy. Blended shield. War Tunlin. Sten is so based he never leaves base again. Good one. Finger guns. There are a lot of bench warmers. Okay. Blah, Rand, Nina. Equip. Blended shield. Iron shield. Buy as many W fruits as humanly possible. Sell the bronze shield in that order. How many finger guns? All 2 of them. I'll be real, the happiest day of my life was the day I learned how to snap finger pistol. I can still only do it left-handed. For whatever reason, I can't snap right-handed.
That's adorable.
Alright. If you haven't been following along, by the way, we're about to take drugs and then get shrunk and put in the queen's body so we can punch the fat that's making her fat.
I have to say, I'm very impressed with the creativity of the devs.
Yes,
in
I
these
was. It
dungeons.
just occurred to me that maybe I should have given chat a little bit of warning that we're about to go hard off the rails. I'm pretty sure this is a sci-fi movie. I forget the name, but there's definitely a sci-fi movie where a bunch of doctors get shrunk and put into somebody's body. So how are we getting out? Good question. This is the worst way to trip on mushrooms. Okay, so a funny thing, we're actually going to try and use up all of our herbs while we're in here. We're not going to use mana for healing. Essentially, shortly after this dungeon, there is a point where inventory space is actually at a premium, and we don't want herbs anymore.
That is some amazing optimization.
Well, thank you. I did say it was well-routed. Poorly executed, but well-routed.
That makes it fun.
Yeah, exactly. Just auto. So there's two things going on in here. One is there's a fixed number of random encounters in each room. We need to kill all of the random encounters. And the second thing is we want as much experience as humanly possible. Because both Rand and Nina have solo sections coming up. And the levels that they are getting here are what enable them to actually do those without getting brutally mauled. Her body is divided up into left and right halves. You can distinguish because the right half is red background, the left half is blue background. Because arteries, veins, get it? That's how it works.
Oh my god, I never did.
You never got it? Well, you're welcome. I'm just giving you the knowledge. But in the left side of her body, there are enemies called fatty. And the fatty give you a fat amount of fat experience. So we're going to hope that we kill as many fatties as possible. The fatties, however, run away. There's a high chance that they just peace out and you don't get your fat experience. So there's a significant amount of RNG in here determined by how many fatties you get to kill. Hey, Andy's here! Amazing, dude. How's it? Good morning. Welcome to this train wreck. So anyway, you'll see me ducking in and out of rooms and then like doing a couple encounters and walking back into other ones. I'm just optimizing so I do all the fights with as little downtime as possible. Because screen transitions reset the encounter rate. So given that I want to go through the fights as fast as possible, I want to screen transition immediately after a fight when possible. Save the fatty! Kill the fatty! Also, the enemies in here drop no money, which is why I did that funny thing earlier where I spent all my money and then I sold a shield that I took off Rand rather than the other way around. By buying first and then selling, I know that I'm sitting on at least a couple $100s that I'll need afterward. If you sell first and then buy, you actually might not have the money you need a bit later.
I really appreciate you accident-proofing this part.
I mean, I've tried to accident-proof as much of the game as possible. It's just that the game is very accident-prone. Casually, when you're doing this, you can check the little monster at the top of the menu to see if there are encounters left in the room. But speedrunning, of course, I should just count rather than having to check the menu. The Pepshun in the back there is weak to fire and has a fair amount of health, so any fight with a Pepshun in it is just going to get flamed. Look at all of these beautiful levels. You gain so many levels in here. The enemies give a ton of experience. And the mandatory fights anyway, so technically it's not grinding. See how I did that?
That's fantastic.
The game literally has a forced grind section. Hmm? You were going to say?
It's amazing how much grinding you can cut out of this game.
I know, right? normally playing casually, you expect to finish the game somewhere in the low level 40s. And in the speedrun, we're going to finish with the squad at most 30, except for Blue. You guys clean your shoes before entering her arteries? I suspect we didn't. But that sounds like a her problem.
A little dirt never hurt anybody.
Yeah, Bleu definitely didn't clean her boots. Nine out of 10 immunologists disagree with this plan. The 10th immunologist was on magic mushrooms. If she survives, she'll have one heck of an immune system. See, exactly, we're doing her a favor. Ooh, nice. The Peption are the best experience things in the right side, so the 3 Peption fight is the best thing to see. And the lead off is nice too, because it saves time.
Maybe we'll end the run at level 32.
Maybe. Probably not.
That was a lot of walking with no encounters. That was kind of weird.
The encounter rate in here is quite low. Funny, the one time you actually want a high encounter rate, you don't got it. Oh man, Andy's linking the fatty thing. Yeah, feel free to watch that for your amusement. I wasn't sure if you'd be able to find that. Heart Spar. I do love Spar. Spar's my favorite character.
Why?
Because he's awesome. He's a Vulcan
I'm pretty
vegetable.
partial to Ryu. Yeah.
Okay,
I just
one
really
stays,
like Ryu as a dragon.
one runs, 2 stays. 2 is good. 3 would be better, but 2 is good.
Wow, they're tough.
Yeah, they are. Conveniently, they die to 1 full dragon. The only reason I needed a flame there is that wasn't a full dragon. Ryu had leveled up a couple of times. Okay, clean order. Okay, I need to save 9W fruits, so I'll just do that. Okay. We are good. We're good. I feel like a lot of life's problems could be solved with T-Dragon. You're right. You're right.
It might not be the best solution.
But it's certainly a solution. Yeah, he stayed. We're up to 3 fatties already. The Amazon rainforest being on fire couldn't be solved with T-Dragon, but Bolsonaro could. That was maybe a little dark, but I guess I went there. Yeah, the hidden dragons is real nonsense. I have no idea what that was about. Oh, I forgot to heal. Oops. Oops. Everybody point and laugh at the streamer. We might get it anyway. Might.
Come on, luck.
Exactly right. Damn it! So close. Alright.
That sucks.
Ah, it's my fault. Unforced error. It's okay, we're on a good experience pace. Rand's already 18, Nina's already 20, I think. Yeah. There we go, got another one. It is nice, I can feel that I'm getting better at the menuing. I'm de-rusting. I will be significantly better at the game when I finish than I was when I started today.
To be fair, every time you run, you get a lot of practice time in.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. A good 8 to 9 hours of it, come to think of it. Evolution is amazing. Can I evolve into a Jolteon?
We could try shocking you with some batteries and see what happens.
It's happening! Andy! Andy, you're the good luck charm. Praise the triple fatty lead off. Oh my god, we're so experienced. Andy, teach us your magic. How do you bait the fatties? There's so many clips going to be taken out of context from this. I mean, it's triple fatty leadoff. How can you not get excited? Oh my god, another triple fatty. No leadoff, but 1, 2. Ah, good enough. You bait the fatties some cake. Okay, so this is going really well. Really, really well. Yeah, we're 100% solid on experience. It's a non-issue now. We just finish this as fast as possible. The weak slam.
I mean, the cake would definitely work on me, so...
It'll work on me, too.
Yeah, but you don't count.
No, I like half a fatty. Yeah, we're almost out of herbs, that's good.
I want cheesecake so badly now. Oh my god.
I think there's
Guys,
6
you
fights
can't-
left? 6 or 8? Forget. There's 2 in this room, there's either 2 or 3 more rooms. So we're almost done. Chocolate fudge also baits non-fatties? Yeah, chocolate fudge works on me. That's for sure.
I cannot handle all this talk of cake right now. Oh my god. So I might have to leave early and go find some cake.
Do you want to send me some? Transatlantic cake delivery.
I'm eating all that cake, no thank you.
Oh, nice. Another one.
Our shops are open until 9 because that's when they stop serving alcohol, being open afterwards.
I see you've adapted to the Finnish mentality.
It's kind of amazing.
Aw. Ran away.
Unlucky.
This has still been a fantastic queen. I'm not complaining.
Are we pretty far ahead of where you expect to be experience-wise?
Definitely.
Looking good, we're almost out of herbs too.
Alright, this should be it. Or the streamer doesn't know how to count. We're done. Great. Streamer knows how to count.
That was easy.
Almost done with the fetch quests. Almost. And yet, still not. But yeah, we're actually... We're almost there. We're almost at the good part of the game. 6 hours later.
You know, if you play Majora's Mask, it's only the first 20 minutes that aren't good.
Or I could play Brave Man Percent, and then I stretch the bad part to like 8 hours.
Insane.
Breath of Fetch Quests 2. Boy, is it ever. Okay, easy to forget, but you actually have to manually come in here and pick up their therapy pillow. How a
Have you
pillow is
forgotten
supposed to help
before?
a tree, I'm not clear on. You can still mercy kill the run by doing bad N%. I can. I have that power. But despite the memes, this is actually picking up. Everything's been more or less fine since Nimifu. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Back to Tunlin. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Remember when I said the run was going fine? I'm an idiot. Very small mistake.
Just had to jinx it.
I just had to jinx it, but that's okay. It just cost like 45 seconds. No plant or frog. We require the salad and the frog. Did I start my run on time? Yes, I did. Not convinced that I'm going to finish on time, but I did start on time. Froggers. Yeah. Oh man, I remember playing Frogger. That was a game.
Alright, once more with feeling.
Once more with feeling. Okay. Equip. Good. Good. No mana, that's what I was fixing. Okay. To save money, we're going to be casting Smoke with Ryu now that he's learned it. How does he cast smoke? He conjures a cigarette out of thin air.
No, he just doesn't actually breathe the fire part. He just lets the smoke come out.
I love his disappearing, reappearing Scottish accent. Alright. This is literally the only reason we have Xujhan, so we can hop that faster.
Oh, this part is so annoying casually.
I don't see why this is a problem. Who needs to see where they're going?
This is why I bought glasses.
Yeah, the obscure missile tenant in here. Burrows, I believe. So, a little trick. He takes you to these. Very handy. Okay, Earth Armor to Ryu, make him a bit less squishy, use up some herbs. Good, that's the herbs. Good, 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 good. Very nice. Peace out. Blue should also have learned the Fireball spell, which is fantastic. Conveniently, these dudes basically skip the entire dungeon for you. There's only the one room. Yeah, this is the unlucky fight. These things take a little longer to kill than anything else, but whatever.
Just don't die.
That's not a problem. It would be cool if Jean would not die. Good. Nothing bad happens if he dies, it just wastes one of my life pills. I see that pun there. I'm looking at you. Glorious! Yeah, Fireball does some serious work. We're collecting a box. Mostly because Jen gets upset when I leave treasures box.
Only when you walk right by them. Just a few steps.
There's one chest that I would literally walk by. It's 0 steps out of my way. It's literally not worth the frames to open it.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Hey Mikar, you're back. The run is still going. The RNG is improving, depending on when you left. I'm not sure when you left. There was a great tragedy at Nimifu's tower, and then since then it's been okay. Actually, this is going quite nicely. I think it's about here for a smoke. Yeah. Very convenient that everything in here dies to Fireball. It's handy. Get me out of here. Okay. W fruits. Heal. Equip. Boss fight. The most tragic event in human history. Yeah, I died to Nimifu, the boss at the top of Nimifu's tower, which is basically a half-hour time loss, to what is normally an easy boss who just decided to not be easy for a change. Crab hands! I love this guy. What he does when he does that is make a handful of your spells uncastable for the remainder of the fight.
I just love how weird this boss looks. It's amazing.
It's a salad battle. Ah,
I do.
unlucky. Okay, backups. Backups. So depending on exactly how many spells get locked by his crab hands, you may or may not be able to kill him with 3 dragons. But he locked all 3 of my dragon spells, so I have to finish him with a puppy and a couple regular attacks. Not a big deal, it's just it's a turn or 2 slower.
These tiny dragons are pretty cute, though.
They are, right? One of the only times you get to see them. Anyway, now we just hit him with a stick. While he continues to be completely non-threatening because all he does is wave his hands at us. Nice crit. Yeah, it's so much easier to follow the plot when you play the fan translation. Exceed.
never actually played the fan translation. I just kind of love how janky this one is.
Yeah, I can definitely appreciate the jank. Getting a fight as the frog is a bit unlucky. What's the best fan translation? I'm only aware of the one. I think it's just called Breath of Fire 2 retranslation or something like that. Nope, wrong way. Okay. I have to sell almost everything. Okay, buy. One shave ice. And now we buy all the frisbees in the world. Oh, thank you, Parallel. 36. Okay. We have bought many, many frisbees. And then we talked to this kid for some reason to get out of here. Okay, so now we have
so long.
restored his memory. He can tell us the plot. We leave without asking him anything about the plot.
No.
The entire fetch quest sequence was just so that he could tell us the plot, and we just pieced out. There's just no justice sometimes.
I'm annoyed. I'm offended. This duck enemy is so weird.
Just this one, though. There's definitely no other weird enemies in the game.
Definitely not.
But we're actually playing the game now. I'm gonna do a thing.
Are you sure? Do we actually get to play or not just like pulling our leg or something?
I might just be pulling your leg. Okay, so underneath the plot, there was a bridge to a valley, but the valley is full of fog, and apparently you can't walk through fog. Because science. So here, we're going to come here in a completely unrelated part of the world that apparently controls the weather. And we're just going to make it not be foggy so that we can walk through it. It doesn't make any less sense than what we've been doing for the last couple hours. Fortunately, this is a nice quick dungeon. I've actually made it through this dungeon with 0 encounters before. Of course, we won't be that lucky to... Hey, this is it. This is... Hey, Jen, see this treasure chest? Fuck this treasure chest.
No. This is why I never watch the middle. you know what's even in that treasure chest anymore?
It's a guts pill, which is a stat boosting item, worth $50 if you sell it. Gives you +1 to your gut stat. Seriously, if you challenge me on knowing the contents of any treasure chest in this game, I know almost all of them. Like, it's actually frightening.
A little.
Just a bit. Anyway, there's an underwater breathing mechanic. You can't stay underwater for more than 3 minutes. It's not an issue. Is this chest gonna refuse to open? Nope. Okay, so my inventory is correct. Yep, dragon. Oh, he had a little more health than I thought. That's fine. He's weak to lightning.
I have to say, Jean's defense positioning is pretty good. That is the one thing I like about him.
Yep. Alright, and apparently this lady here controls the weather. So, solve that problem nice and quick. Now let's get the hell out of here.
So there you go, boys and girls. Fog is just when the gods are bored.
Yep. But you can't walk through it.
That's dangerous.
Unlike everything else we've been doing so far in this adventure, which have all been completely Asha approved.
Exactly. Like following a giant monster in a cave when you're 10. Totally safe.
Totally safe, nothing bad ever happened. Alright, now we can go back to the valley. Like, really, as far as side quest detours go, that one's probably one of the fastest. These guys suck, so let's beat them up.
Sounds like real life to me.
Can we main plot now? We actually can. We can, in fact, main plot.
And you promise we're not gonna skip the plot again like we did with that tree?
Okay. Party change. Blah. Rand frog. Safety save just cuz.
Probably smart.
Probably smart. Yeah, we haven't had any federally mandated break time. Tell me about it. Good lord. Anyway, meet Mom. Hi, Mom.
Second best mom in the whole game.
Definitely nothing bad would ever happen to Mom.
Not that I'm biased, but moms are great.
Moms are great. Shout out to moms. Also shout out to dads.
They're okay.
Oh hey, Sonalti's here! Phrase useless, buddy. Good to see you. Oh yeah, we're about to hit the 6-hour mark, aren't we? Dang. Dang. Oh, we're making good progress. And now we're gonna play Farmville.
Oh boy.
Oh boy. Because that's how you do.
Everybody get out your Facebooks, you know, get a farm next to ours so we can start trading. It's gonna be great.
Man, I actually did that for like 2 weeks in first year. The run looks like it's going well. That's a blitz.
I mean, Andy said that we are on time, so I trust him.
Okay. Well, other than that half-hour travesty at Nimifu, the rest of the run has actually been going well. Not splendid, but I mean, it's a D-Rust run, so you can't ask for that much in a D-Rust marathon run. Don't use magic or you can't get the Earth Shaman? That's definitely a myth.
Wait, what?
Hmm? What?
Why can't you use magic?
Andy said don't use Earth Magic, or don't use magic or you can't get the Earth Shaman here later. The internet lied.
The internet's never
There's
lied.
a surprising amount of misinformation out there about Breath of Fire 2. Completely understandable misinformation, because the game is not sensical. But, yeah, no, the Earth Shaman is just determined by donating money at Namanda. Earth Shaman is the thickest shaman.
Yes, good reminder. It's been 6 hours. You know, make sure everyone stays hydrated. Get a little snack if you need to.
Yep,
we'll still be here when you come back.
I'm near the bottom of my bottle of water. Boss fight! Because there's just been this evil stone idol secretly chilling in Grandma's backyard.
It had a cloaking spell, obviously.
Obviously. No fireball prey? Yeah, right. Boss fight over. It's that easy.
This makes me really want to play Stardew Valley, I'm gonna be honest.
Oh, did it not kill him? It must be that neither of Blow spells crit. He's weak to ice, so your crit rate against him is high, but that could happen. This'll finish it. Just Steve Golem. Yep. Alright, one boss closer to being able to go and sleep.
Your sleep schedule is gonna be such a disaster after
Oh,
this.
I know. Tell me about it. I woke up at noon yesterday, like awake for 9 hours, went to bed, got like 3.5 hours of sleep, got up again, did this. Yeah, I don't know. Sleep is just one of life's mysteries. It happens when it happens.
Bye, Mom. See you later.
See ya, Mom. Certainly nothing bad will happen between now and the next time we see you. Foreshadowing. Oddly specific foreshadowing. I would say that the main hurdle to learning this game as a speed game is mostly just learning what to do with all of the random encounters.
Yeah, each enemy has quite a few different enemies, right?
Each area, you mean? Yes.
I think that's what I meant. Yeah.
Each area has quite a few different enemy formations and different things you want to do different things against, which I guess sort of a bit of a tautology, but you know what I mean. Okay. We're donezo. Peace out. I don't really think about it because I've played this game so many times that most of the info just comes freely to memory. But learn it from a state of not being intimately familiar with the entire game would be quite an endeavor. Alright. Next stop, we're gonna jump down a well, as you do. And then we're gonna, oh look, there's a thing there. We looked at the thing, we're out. Story triggers. And we're cooking! I know we're supposed to be saving the world, but let's have a snack first. Incidentally, it turns out if you shove 4 frisbees in an oven, you get a biscuit. I knew that.
Would not recommend trying at home. Sometimes it does turn into charcoal.
Ooh, doubles. There's a very rare chance on any given cook that you get doubles. Funnily enough, the chance to get doubles and the chance to get charcoal are not independent rolls, so you can get double charcoal.
That is so mean.
I know, right? Dubs, check 'em. Yeah. And 1. Also, it turns out 2 frisbees make a dinker. I don't even know what a dinker is supposed to be, and at this point I'm too scared to ask. Anyway, so we finished playing Farmville, now we're playing Cooking Mama. It's amazing the number of games they managed to trick us into playing when we were trying to play Breath of Fire 2. Okay, that's 4 dinker. Frisbees are incredibly versatile in the kitchen. This is true. You have a dinking problem? Oh, that's good.
So good.
Yeah, no, I promise we're getting to the plot real soon. I'm just shuffling my inventory so the frisbees are further up.
Yes, menu optimizations.
Yeah, the rand rolling is Katamari Damacy. That's true. Okay, we haven't burned anything yet. This is fantastic.
Why would you?
Just to tilt you. Alright, off we go. Anyway, that's why we needed to use up all our herbs earlier, so that we had the inventory space to buy every single frisbee. Also, there's a wise ball on here. Yay. Okay, now I'm doing a juggle thing. Oh, the cramp. That.
No, no cramping yet. You still have 3 hours to go.
I know. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, that'll do. Guts. Why do I want biscuits and dinkers? Biscuit is a one-use full party heal consumable, like heal all people to full and remove all status effects. No, it's heal all people to full and cast defense up on all people. 1 second, I should do this. Sell 1, 2, 3, buy 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4. That. Good. Yeah, sorry. Biscuit is full heal and defense up. Dinker is permanent +1 speed boost. Biscuits are awesome. Biscuits are how we're going to survive the final couple bosses. And we're going to feed the dinkers to Nina. We're going to give Nina the dinker. I feel like there's a dinker I hardly even know her joke in here somewhere, but I'm not going to make it. Okay, War Farmtown. Yeah, it's speed to give Nina extra speed for the final dungeon, so she'll outspeed more enemies in there because Nina has a banish ability that just instantly ends the combat, which is obviously very useful. Yeah, I want a safety save.
It's definitely not cheating.
Definitely not cheating. Now can we main plot? Yes, Andy, now we can main plot.
Do you promise?
I think so? Is there any more farting around? Not really. There's the one tiny last cooking split at the very end before infinity, but that's about it. Alright. Put up your dukes, pal.
I'm gonna have to peace out for a couple hours, so good luck.
Alright,
Try not
thank
to
you.
die before I get back.
Yeah, if you're right about the couple hours, then you should get back while we're in infinity.
Chat, keep him entertained. Give him good company.
Thanks.
Make fun of when things go bad.
Yeah. So if anybody's been keeping track, we have not bought Rand a single weapon in the entire game. He's still using his starting weapon and will do pitiful amounts of damage, so we have bought combat items. Rand is going to fight purely from the item menu. Purge the unclean! Blood for the blood god. I feel like those were two different parts of the Warhammer universe, but whatever. Also, this guy does quite a lot of damage when he punches you. And, health heals don't actually heal that much. Health heals only heal 100, and he's punching for nearly 100, so it would take a long time if we actually had to heal up to full with health heals, so we cooked better healing items. But yes, the best purchasable from a regular store healing item in the game is just the standard $50 heal 100 points that's been available since the very start. Nice dodges. Every time we dodge, we save an extract. We can keep it for later. Easy! I saved beforehand because he can crit, which would obviously kill you. Yeah, way to go, Rand. You solved a problem and you didn't punch it once. Yeah, if you are not prepared for that fight, it is definitely capable of beating you into the dirt. It's just, I mean, I know what is needed to beat it, and I came prepared with precisely what was needed to beat it. But if you try and do that with Rand a couple levels lower, it's basically impossible. One thing that's probably not immediately obvious from what I'm playing is Rand essentially plays the game with 2 fewer equipment slots than other characters. Rand has weapons and shields, but only a couple pieces of armor and a couple of helmets. His best helmet was available in the second town. So Rand's best helmet is pretty bad. And Rand only has 4 pieces of armor, the 2 worst in the game, and 2 rare drops from enemies. So in a speedrun, we're not getting the rare drop. So he's wearing the 2nd worst armor and the 2nd or 3rd worst hat. And he never gets better. Oh, change party. Blah. Cat Nina. Why do we use him? Because he's still a brick shit house of muscle. Oh, Nina in front. To compensate for Rand's lack of armor, he just has incredibly high base physical stats. Is that one word? It is in German. Yeah, Rand is a beefy boy. Anyway, we're getting backstory about the pretty princess. Anyway, her dad's sick, and we're gonna nick his stuff. Anyway, to further answer the question about why we use Rand, he's actually just a great character that requires very little investment. By the end of the speedrun, Rand is basically your second best damage dealer. His physical damage is about on par with Cat. His final weapon is easily available. You walk right past it in Infinity, so it doesn't take you any time to get his best weapon. And unlike Cat, he is actually fairly beefy, so you don't have to worry about him falling over in a stiff breeze the way you do with Cat. Now, if you're playing casually and you get people up to their 40s, then Cat outscales him again, especially if you get one of her best weapons. But since we're speedrunning and we're under-leveled and generally under-equipped, Rand is more useful, where Cat is a little more dependent on levels and equipment. Since most of the best equipment in the game is out of the way, we sort of just cobbling together what's convenient on the way to the final boss, wearing a bit of a hodgepodge. I mean, if I had legs that looked like that, I wouldn't wear pants into battle either. If you know what I'm saying. Yeah, Cat goes to the Armor is for Sissies school of battle. We're actually getting there. The end is sort of coming into view. Okay, equipment juggling. And then our wristband off. Okay, and now we pray, because even though we've given Nina all our strongest duds, she's still made out of tissue paper. And no, I'm not lost. This is very specific walking to deal with this boulder puzzle. Okay, this is dangerous. Yikes, that's a high roll. This might kill us. Not the end of the world if it does, but time loss. Nope, crit's good. We're good. Nina is strong. But you can see how she might struggle a bit in here if we hadn't gotten her 10 levels in the Queen. Fine. That was one step too many, but okay. Oh, I should just feed these to Nina now before I forget. Yeah, we both high rolled, but mine was better. Mine was better. I'll take the lead off. The only real problem with Kat as an endgame character is that she's a discount Ryu, who can't turn into a dragon and breathe fire. But physically, she's great. Highest endgame physical damage in the game. But yeah, she is on the squishy side. Casually, my preferred endgame squad is Kat, Spar, Nina. Also known as the waifu brigade. One last fight. One last fight. Okay, come on, be gentle. Kinda gentle. Please crit. Make my life so much easier if you just crit this. Ugh. Who? She's alive! God bless. As far as your wife, Bondo, it's a little bit ambiguous, isn't it? Yeah, that was kind of close. Nothing bad happens if you die here, it just puts you back outside and you have to try again, but... It's like, even the game recognizes, like, okay, we know we're making you do a dungeon with just Nina, it's okay, you can fail. Also boss fight. That's illegal. Surely that must be illegal. Do I have a backup for that? I've never seen her use Hush before. That's interesting. I honestly forget how long Hush lasts, or if it wears off. Hush is what you think it is. Okay. I'm just gonna gamble and hope that it's worn off by now. Okay, it has. Whew! Whew! I was fairly sure that it had a limited duration, but I didn't know what it was and I wasn't confident. But yeah, that's a new one. Somebody remind me that I used my shave ice and I have to buy a new one later. Thanks. Y'all are the best. I can't even complain, because I do that all the time to my friends. Invest in shave ice. Gotta get those stonks. Alright, we made it. Beauty. Bye bye, great great grandburb. Yeah. Thank you. That actually did go well, despite the unexpected silence. Which, seriously, that hasn't happened before. Less of a mess than it could have been sums it up nicely. I'm not sure whether me scraping by in all of these weird situations is making it look easy or making it look really, really hard. Because, like, on the one hand, it's working, but on the other hand, it's only barely working. Anyway, cutscene! And I'm actually going to have a whole 55 seconds to get up and stretch. Snake girl curled up in a ball. I know, isn't she adorable? I turned a Sleepy Blue into an emote on my channel. Alright. Bad decision time. I will say, being able to stand up felt really good. F's in chat. Yep. Bust him out. Okay, so first stop, now that we have a good mode of transportation, is exactly where we already were. Because, of course, we gotta loot the place. The place has now been looted. We can go. Shaved ice. Thank you for the shaved ice call. I won't be able to buy it until later. Get ice for your drink. Lol. Alright, we're here. The plot can happen. Stonks! I don't know why we're yelling stonks, but I'm about it. Okay, hang on, here's the toucan strat. Check this out. Plot trigger. You're supposed to try and walk out of town, and it will say, couldn't get out of town, and it teleports you back in. But all you actually have to do to trigger the plot advancement is walk to the edge of town. You don't have to leave and trigger the text box. One of my friends discovered that on his first Breath of Fire 2 casual playthrough. Just totally by accident. Like, he came in here, he talked to Claire's, and he walked to the edge of town, but didn't actually try and leave, and then came back and talked to her again and progressed the plot. I'm like, wait, that works? The fuck? I didn't know that. So yeah, a friend of mine just playing this casually actually contributed to the speedrun. It saves a whole, like, 2 seconds. Whole frames were saved. But yeah, that's the toucan strat. Also, we're jumping down another toilet. Just cuz. Okay, switch. Switch. Equip. Backlaw. Silver hat. Windrobe already. Take off that. Ocean robe. Windrobe. Socklet armor. Blended mail. That. This is one of the most complicated dungeons of all time. Multiple floors, several turns you can take, and the entire solution is jump down a hole and walk up. It's actually not necessary to use all the attacks I did. A single dragon will kill them, but if I just queue up the dragon and then they kill Ryu, then I'm in all sorts of trouble. So I just queue up hit-alls on everybody who has one. Just in case. And it worked out. Cool, made it. The one and only time in the game you can get behind the counter. No. Okay, the plot continues again. We're getting so much plot done. It's great. It's great. Anyway, we met Claris, and she told us to go to Kotland and talk to the Resistance, led by Taiga, who is useless. But we don't know that yet. Anyway, this is the only reason we've had Kat in the party this whole time. She's been dead useless, but we need her to get here. The only reason we needed her to get in here is so that she could talk to Taiga, and he could hit on her. And again, I tell you nothing but the absolute truth. You should call it the Your Friend's Name skip. I mean, Toucan is his name. As his streamer name, Toucan Sham. So the Toucan skip is precisely that. So now we're just switching one useless character out for a different one? That's exactly what we're doing. Okay, actually, I'm going to invoke some democracy, because in the next dungeon there are two strategies I can use. I can go for the safe strat, which is slower but consistent. Okay, hang on. In the next dungeon, I can go for the slower but consistent strat, or the RNG strat that can be very fast or can be very slow. Your call. You got about a minute to make up my mind. I see a lot of people calling for RNG. Alright. So I got all 4 treasures. You called for RNG, you will get RNG. So that means equipment, take off the holy SF, don't smoke. This is actually one of my favorite dungeons. It's a very cool mechanic. Lead off, that's cool, that's fast. So when you end a combat on one of these tiles, you get a random effect. This yellow tile does one of 3 things. You get $100, you get a full party heal, or you get a shortcut to the end of the dungeon. You see where this is going. The slow strat is just to do the dungeon. The RNG strat is to just keep taking fights on this yellow tile until you get the shortcut. I don't know if it's exactly a 33% chance. Hey, Pax! Pax! Okay, so Pax, I linked you to the No Glitches Allowed Discord. Join the general voice channel, and then somebody should be able to pull you into the live channel. Success! Welcome, everybody. This is my brother. This is Pax.
Hello, everyone.
I have never successfully roped Pax into speedrunning Breath of Fire 2, although you did do Treasure of the Rudras that one time.
That one time.
That one and only one time, and never again or since. Okay,
I
so
really, I want to, honestly, I want to get back into it.
you
So.
should get back into it. So, funny thing, doing this, like, in tests, I found that on average it takes me about 4 tries, which is fairly consistent with the 33% thing. I suspect it's a little lower than 30. There we go, 5th try. Oh, Xujhan! Yeah, that's that. So I'd say that was probably about the same length of time as it would have taken to do the dungeon normally. I've seen it taken as little as 1, which is of course the fastest, and I've gone 20 or 21 tries without getting the shortcut. So it is quite RNG. But it worked. Anyway, welcome to morning. How's it going? Yeah, Jen was able to commentate earlier because Jen's on Finnish time, but PAX is in my time zone, so when I started at 3:45 a.m., it was 3:45 a.m. for him.
I was fast asleep, thank you very much.
Kind of wish I was. You missed some tragedy. Just to remind you, the strat on Nimifu is have Ryu outspeed Nina, queue up a dragon on Ryu and a W fruit from Nina, so that he can do another dragon next turn. 2 in a row, Nimifu used Sweet Breath, put Ryu to sleep, but left Nina awake, so she did burn the W fruit. And then Nimifu put the entire party to sleep and used Thunder twice and wiped the team. And I had to redo the entire tower, and I'd used all my consumables, so I had to rebuy them.
Damn, I'm sorry I missed that. That sounds awesome.
I mean, it'll probably be clipped somewhere, but yeah, I got completely butchered by what was ordinarily an easy boss fight. Anyway, we are now fishing! Because minigames.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, did you find the link where you can see the stream, so you see what I'm up to? I think I put it in my Discord. It's Speedruns Live. Twitch TV.
Yeah. No, I already follow him, so.
Cool. Everybody's yelling shaved ice in the chat. Thank you, I have not forgotten. I just haven't yet gotten to the point where I can rebuy it. Oh, yeah, just a little bit ago, when I was doing the Nina solo section, the Guardian first round used Hush. What are you supposed to do with your solo Nina when you're silenced?
I didn't even know it could do that.
I didn't know either. No, that was what I said. I was like, that's the first time that's ever happened to me. Anyway, I just healed for a couple of turns and then tried Typhoon again and it worked. But so instead of
Guardian only autoed you.
usually she does. So anyway, I used my Shave Ice there so that once I was unsilenced, the Typhoon would kill her rather than risk getting killed in return. So I burned my Shave Ice that I normally have for the guard I fight, so I'll have to buy another one when I'm in Ivray. Hey, there's my fish spot. Alright, let's fish.
Well,
let's equip
don't
Lod
forget to
Bait.
buy a Shape Ice.
Thank you. Charm Rod. Okay, let's fish. Let's not screw this up, otherwise I have to go all the way to hometown and get another urchin. It's actually fairly hard to screw that up. Any decent mashing is good enough.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but is there? I'm right in thinking that there's really no good fishing outside of the Empire Sword and the Life Armor, right?
Correct. There's the Medusa Shield, but it's not fishing up treasure chests, it's fishing up the Monero.
Right.
Okay, I have to do some equipment juggling. So I'm giving the Empire Sword, the Thunder Glove, the Sun Mask, the Breath Armor, and the Holy to Ryu, and take off the Charm Rod. And then I'm selling everything, but not the Earth Armor and the Ice Shield. Okay, so that means sell the wristband, sell the glass rig, sell the bandana, keep the earth armor, sell the buster sword, sell the double whip, keep the ice shield, sell the banana dagger, sell the socket armor, sell the charm rod, keep the life pill, I guess. Actually, that's gonna clog my inventory. I'm just gonna sell that. Okay. And then switch Holy Shield to Ryu and Brave Armor to Ryu. Not enough coins. Interesting. Very interesting.
Uh-oh.
Okay. I'm not that short. I'm only a little bit short, so...
Yeah, that's the
Yep.
weird thing about this
Okay.
game, where skipping fights isn't necessarily faster.
Yep, that's okay. I'm a little low on panic consumables now, but I should be alright. You're not short, you're 6'1". How did you know I'm 6'1"? I actually am 6'1". Did I say that sometime earlier? Said it 4 hours ago? You have a pretty good memory. Interesting. The internet knows. Yes, you're all just bots. When talking about my fidgety ass, that rings a bell.
Oh man, are we gonna fight Taiga tonight?
I mean, we could, I guess, for charity.
I want everyone in chat to pressure him to fight Taiga for charity.
Sure. This isn't exactly an optimal run anyway. Doge is a friend. It's actually only a few seconds. It's a very short fight.
Oh man, here we go. I never get to see this fight.
And that's the whole thing. That fight is completely unwinnable. Taiga doesn't have a health bar.
He's just a sprite with some attacks.
Yep, that's it. Okay, we fought Taiga. We have blessed the run. It's all gonna go smooth from here.
We have now been blessed by useless.
Yes. Praise useless. We are actually getting very close. There's only 3 dungeons left. With a total of 5 bosses? 6 bosses? Now, the fun thing is, since Kat has left the party, we've now just got 3 people. And we could just go to any dragon statue and put Rand in the party, but we're just not gonna. We decline. We're just going to say
'Cause
that
it's
3
slow.
people is all the people we need. And yeah, the extra 30 seconds it would take to get Rand back are just not worth our time.
but it was definitely worth our time to fight Taiga.
Oh, definitely. 100%. Even if it cost you 0 time to get Rand in the party, having Rand in the party would be slower just because of the extra menu time it would take to make him defend in every fight, because you don't have a use for him.
Right.
He would just be there as a meat wad to make it less likely that Nina got hit.
Also, do you run from any of these fights?
Nope, because they're fast. Okay, Thunder Dragon. Fireball. W Fruit the Doge.
Ah, yes. Generic knight number
Yeah.
5 or 6 at this point.
We
We keep
fought
fighting these dudes
quite
as
a
boss
few.
fights, but
But only like mini bosses.
yeah.
Yeah, there was the jailer and the paladin, and now there's the footman, and later there's the warrior that we're not going to see. I don't know if it's 100% guaranteed that he uses Cure 2 on the second turn after getting hit with a dragon, but I've never not seen him Cure 2. I have only ever seen Cure 2 on that turn. Hey, the freeze on Nina. That's nice. Okay. W Fruit. So the fights in here are a huge pain in the butt. They're almost all spirit type, which means they take reduced damage from basically everything. Speaking of freezing things, shave dice! Thank you. You're doing your job. So our game plan for all the fights in here is just nuke them with dragons. Which is why we bought a good stock of W Fruits before coming in here. Get him! Get him! There is actually a secret that was only discovered recently in this room. You step on the tiles to move the door back and forth. And it seems as though you can only move it 4 times to the right, so there's a total of 5 doors. But if you actually sit on that right-facing tile for about 10 minutes, it will continue moving. And there's another few doors. That was discovered
what's in
a
those
couple
doors?
decades after the game was released. There's a couple NPCs you can talk to. One of the doors has a mini boss fight against a warrior, which is just another footman type thing. And there's a treasure chest, and there's the Holy Shaman. You can acquire the Holy Shaman earlier this way than you could normally.
I didn't know that part.
Yep, true facts. Shave your ice, save the run. How very Breath of Fire 2. I know, right? That's the most BoF 2 thing I have ever heard. Like, someone actually had to program that in there on purpose. What the heck? Okay, that was a nice quick dungeon. Maybe debug menu shrug has been the explanation for at least a half dozen things.
Alright, we're coming up on one of my favorite bosses in this game. Not a necromancer, just a necroman.
Just a necroman. It is your average, everyday necro dude.
Necro guy.
I ain't your necro guy, necro pal.
I ain't your necro pal, necro bro. Mostly he's just got a sweet sprite, though.
He does. He is very cool. But first we have to fight the minions!
Yeah.
Okay. Thunder Dragon. Fireball. Cure 2 on Doge. If your church is an underground dungeon that raises the dead and turns into a skeleton monster, it's time to rethink things. Boy, is it ever. Hey, the estimate time went up. Did it go up again, or is it? Are you just talking about the 9 hours? Alright, that's the zombies dead. Are we the baddies? No one can prove it. Okay. So we're actually not going to use dragons on this guy, shockingly. It's just more efficient to beat him up, now that we have our new god tier Empire Sword. Also, this is now going to be us discovering that attack up is, in fact, the most busted thing in the game. And Reed's dead. God damn it. So that can happen. That is unlucky. Boss says nope.
Yeah, that was an unfortunate start to the fight.
I know, right?
Oh, Nina's been zomboed.
Zombo, don't zombo my burb. Okay, no, we brought things for that. We have cure-alls. For precisely this fight and no other reason.
Is zombies only have to worry about any of those boss fights?
Yep.
I know it's a problem in a lot of random battles, but I'm trying to think of what boss fights it's a problem for.
Just this one, I think. Okay, the burb is in the dirt.
As usual.
As usual. Oh, not again. Getting him with the juicy crits. Very nice. Alright. Generally not actually a bad boss. Even when he is annoying with death. But yeah, Empire Sword plus attack up is seriously good damage.
Goodbye, Necroman.
Goodbye, Necroman. We'll see you again next run.
You had a really dope sprite.
You did.
And that's about it.
Okay, so... yeah. I think we're good. Oh, no, I need to change equipment. Right. That's gonna be important. It exploded because we hit it with a sword.
We hit him really hard, and that's what demons in this game do.
Yep. The sword is secretly dynamite. Michael Bay directed it. Ah. Yep. That's a good reason.
Could you imagine?
Alright. 2 dungeons left. Admittedly, one of them is fairly large.
I mean, the Grand Church isn't small.
Not that big.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah, well, mostly I'm comparing it to Infinity. It's significantly smaller than Infinity. Ah, god damn it. Wrong dialogue. Okay, let's go.
I'm probably just thinking of it more like I think of High Fort, which is it takes a while to get through casually, but if you're actually following directions, it's not bad.
Yeah, if you know where you're going, the Grand Church is pretty quick. But if you're exploring, it's quite large. Let's do this. I wouldn't normally do this, but safeties! Safeties.
Yeah, do you still need to buy your shaved ice?
Yes, and that will happen now. Shaved dice, though. Yeah, shaved dice time is now. They're fresh out. Should have come sooner. Dang it! That would be a real problem, actually. Okay. Apparently the one person in this town who is not possessed by the devil is the shopkeep. Handily enough. So
Yay, capitalism?
Yay, capitalism. Buy 20 frisbee. Shave ice. 20 frisbee. Man, I do not have that much. Capitalism also is the devil. Yeah.
Somewhere in that shopping, you bought a shave ice, right?
I did.
Okay.
It was actually the very first thing.
I saw you buy the frisbees. I saw the frisbees. I didn't see the shave
The
ice.
shave ice was right before the frisbees.
Got it.
And now, the password to get into the church is just the Bible.
It's funny how apparently they expect you to actually like go to churches throughout the world and like learn the teachings of Saint Eva. I don't think I ever did that casually.
Well, the thing is you're told that you need to, but you never actually do, because he doesn't ask you anything about that. He just asks you what the name of God is, and the answer is
Yeah.
Evans.
And I think even if you get it wrong, you just fight him.
Yeah, you
He's
just
never
fight.
paid.
Yep. Nothing bad happens, you just have to kick over another stupid footman. Alright. Coffee break. I mean, for you guys, I have to stand here and mash, but you guys can have a... Ultimately, you can sit here and watch Taiga be useful.
Is he though?
Is he though? Is he really?
Now, for the bit coming up, I would like to remind everyone that Taiga was literally an unbeatable boss like 15 minutes ago.
I don't see how that could possibly be wrong. Someone said food, and coffee to Charles's house. That would be wonderful. The worst thing is I can't use coffee at the beginning of the run to help myself wake up, because then I will have like an irresistible need to use the washroom 3 times halfway through the run. Because coffee does that. So, but no, I'll have some really nice coffee afterward, and it'll taste real good. Get a drinking crow toy to hit the A button for you. You know I've considered it. I'm not proud, but I have seriously considered it. Because there's that cutscene in the middle of the game where it's a 90-second cutscene, but with 2 text boxes in the middle, so it's broken up into 30-second chunks. And 30 seconds is basically useless. Like, you can stand up and stretch very quickly, but you can't do anything. But a 90-second one is actually a washroom break. So I've been tempted. Coffee is your digestive system speedrunning. True facts. I'm getting tongue-tied. It's been 7.5 hours. More like 7:15 for the stream, but I was doing a bit of setup beforehand. It's starting to get a little bit silly. Also, there's some plot going on in the screen, but I assume nobody actually cares that much. The funny thing is, I could almost count this as, like, work time. If you think about it in the right way. Because, like, streaming is, like, okay. But, like, streaming and teaching, you're both trying to be informative yet entertaining at the same time. It's a similar skill set.
That's true. Oh man, here we go.
Oh, here we go. It's coming. Action movie. Hit it. Unbeatable boss 15 minutes ago. It is exhausting. Yeah, no, after a class or two, I'm really tired. And especially since I teach math, like, how do you keep first-year undergrads interested in calculus if you aren't funny? You have to be funny. It's the only way anybody ever cares. Undergrad, usually first year. Double rip. Yeah, I guess some plot was happening in the background. Rip those guys.
Yeah, they're dead.
They are pretty dead. 7th grade? Yeah. I used to work with kids. Blue, Rand, Nina. The final squad has assembled.
Like the Avengers.
Yes. Also Exodia. Okay. Phew. Thought the game had frozen for a moment there.
Has he failed to walk off stage before?
No, it wasn't he was walking off stage, it's that I was continuing to walk while he was talking, and then the character stopped moving when Habaruku stopped or started walking. I think technically that was an unintentional glitch. Kind of. Yes, run invalid.
Run invalid.
Run
We
invalid.
gotta reset.
I
Gotta
know.
redo it.
Gotta do it again. Gotta bump the estimate up, I guess. Anyway, yeah, huge epic showdown with Ray.
Oh man.
Thunder Dragon. Yeah, just defend. Just a minor glitch that can happen in a couple places in the game when your character is supposed to be frozen while other people are talking, but very occasionally it won't. It's not a big deal. Okay. Defend. Heal, read, defend. That thing is actually part of the setup for the out of bounds glitch. Oh, that was a big damage roll. Hey, Nina survived. Nina never survives. Goddamn. Well done, Nina. But yeah, he nearly one-shot the Doge. That would have been tragic. Anyway. Hilarious Overkill Dragon, activate!
And our boss strategy for the remainder of the run.
Yeah, basically. Actually, not the dad fight. And not the final boss.
We Empire Sword those?
Well, you can't Dragon Dad, otherwise you kill him.
No. Exactly.
And yeah,
For the
you
final
Empire
boss.
Sword Death Evan. It's faster than cooking a million wise balls. We have the 3 wise balls we collected throughout the run. We use those for Blueberry. That's it. Alright, now we have to heal a lot.
I like how they give Ray a graceful exit and he just fades out of existence rather than unceremoniously exploding.
Like every other enemy in the game. Yeah, that is kind of funny. Okay, I should return people's equipment. Oh, right. I guess I'll do it later. I forgot to heal. What the fuck is wrong with me?
You're slipping, man.
Okay, I just got the YOLO run. It's like, I don't have any options besides the YOLO run here. Oh boy, that was something. Yeah, the Ray fight is unintuitive. Let's put it that way.
But that's just Breath of Fire in general.
Yeah, it does a lot of that.
Breath of Fire 1, I think, is the worst offender for just really unintuitive stuff.
Oh my god, yes. Oh no, Breath of Fire 1 is even worse than Breath of Fire 2. But at least you don't have to fight every single encounter.
True, you can run from stuff.
Well, not only that, but you have marbles. There's a 100% encounter reduction.
Yeah.
Slightly better than smoke.
just a little bit.
Just a smidge. Oh my god, what I wouldn't give to have smokes in this, or marbles in this game. Maybe I should just run Breath of Fire 1 for a while. On the upside, it is a much gentler run. The downside is I'm nowhere near as familiar with the game.
Yeah, like, I've only beaten it once,
Yeah, I think I've beaten it 2.5 times. But that's like over 2 decades.
Mhm.
Good dodge. You'd think that nuking random encounters with a dragon would be the fastest way to end fights, but it's actually not. Incredibly, we'll have an even faster strat for Infinity. Incidentally, is Infinity not the coolest name for a final dungeon?
It's pretty awesome.
It's pretty great. What are some other final dungeons? Chrono Trigger's final dungeon is just literally Lavos. Lufia 2's final dungeon is Doom Island. That's pretty sick. FF9 is Memoria. FF7 is the Northern Crater. What are some other ones? FF6 is Kefka's Tower. Kefka's Tower is actually a sweet dungeon, even though the name isn't particularly stand out. Mystic Quest is Doom Castle, yeah. Yeah, Lavos isn't even really a dungeon. Not really. What's right before Lavos? I guess it's sort of variable, isn't it? Black Omen is probably the closest thing to a final dungeon for Chrono Trigger.
FF4 has the Lunar Subterrane.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're much more up on FF4 than I am.
And FF5 has the, I think it's called the Interdimensional Rift.
FF8 is Ultimisia's castle. Yeah, Pandemonium was a place in FF9. It's right before Memoria. Pandemonium is Garland's castle in Terra. Earthbound is Cave of the Past. It's a little nondescript in-game, but it's a really cool concept. Yeah, Pandemonium's final dungeon of Disc 3 in FF9. Oh man, remember when games came on discs? What's FF10? I guess it's just literally Sin. Inside the final boss. What other RPGs are you just literally inside the body of the final boss?
Treasure of the Rudras has, depending on the way you count
Yeah,
it.
don't you just go to the moon?
It's another go to the moon one, but like because each individual story first, they've also each got their own final dungeon.
Yeah.
So there's like 4.
Oh yeah, Super Mario RPG is the factory. I really like Super Mario RPG. I should play that. Also, incidentally, there's some really sad plot going on here. Bible thump.
I think we should have a moment of silence for Mom.
I think we were having a moment of silence for Mom.
I think we should have another one that's
Yeah.
still not okay.
Ooh, a chest.
Yeah, that's maybe a little bad. I think the worst kicker is that chest contains what? Rand's best weapon?
Second best, but
Second
third
best
best. His best
It
weapon is
contains
actually a
weapon
purchase.
upgrade for Rand.
It contains a weapon upgrade for Rand, that is correct. Oh, wrong dialogue.
Oh, you're just giving up now?
Yep, looks that way.
Yeah, make sure
We're done.
Make sure you don't do that when you get asked if you're gonna wait.
Yeah, good call.
Don't do that.
Yeah, it's funny. There's two places in the game, both right at the end, where you can just run over yourself through dialogue.
Really, the hardest boss in this game is the text box.
Yep.
The text boss.
Ow. Okay, no egg beater. Those guys can egg beater and they can crit, so they can put on some serious hurt if they're in the mood. The whole endgame of BoF 2 is a lot of oof. It really is. Including oof for the runner, because the encounter rate in Infinity is awful. Okay. No fall damage. That's handy, isn't it? Oh, they just pieced out. All right. Well, now this dragon looks a little bit silly.
Just a little bit.
I definitely agree with Panda. The last dungeon in Breath of Fire 2, as much as it is a gigantic pain in the ass, is also glorious. Oh yeah, my inventory's full. Okay, can fix that.
Yeah, I think the entire final act of Breath of Fire 2 really solidifies the game as really good.
I agree with that sentiment.
Which is good because Act 2 of the game really drags, so it needs a really good final act.
Yeah, it kinda do. But I still love this game. Alright, and now we're gonna get lasered in the face. In the face! In the face. Pew 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 pew. Yeah, that hurt.
We just lost a mom. Now it's time to fight a dad.
Yep.
Oh god, the spinning maze floors in Breath of Fire 1, yeah, those are horrific.
Yeah. We are saving the dad, provided that I don't fuck up.
Yeah, save the dad, please.
Try
Get the
not
right
to
ending.
screw up. Yeah.
Get the correct ending.
Ugh.
Don't forget to talk to a Chi-Chi.
Yeah, yeah.
Didn't you do that in a world record run?
What would have been a world record run? Yes. What was supposed to be an 8-minute world record turned into a joke.
You did run the game for a little bit after that.
No, I did not. Yeah, Breath of Fire 2 runs are always glitchless by default, or good ending by default. Okay, Fire Puppy. The leftmost guard eye. I'm taking this very slow because if you do this wrong, you kill Dad. Item, Shave Ice. There it is. And the bottom one. And spell, Freeze, the bottom one. Okay. Didn't cock anything up yet. We're all good. It turned into a joke because I got the wrong ending. The run was invalid. The leaderboard is for glitchless good ending, and I got glitchless neutral ending. You may notice that the Fire Dragon did 512 damage instead of the usual 256. That's because unlike the dragon spells, the puppy spells do their correct element of elemental damage. So the Fire Puppy really does do fire damage, and that guard eye is weak to fire. That's the reason. So now we're just going to attack up Ryu, and we're going to poke this eye until it stops being alive. Yeah. Oh yeah. Spell resistance. The silver hat that Nina's wearing has partial immunity. Any tell there's ooh, Jesus, nice crit. There's a chance that a character with partial immunity just takes no spell damage. Yeah, you got world record in glitchless neutral ending. I guess you're not wrong. Okay, Dad is save. But yeah, we only discover he's Dad now. That's a real dadly boss fight. Eh? Eh?
No.
Eh? No? Okay. Alright, and now we have the pre-final dungeon faffing around. 3 bosses, 1 dungeon. Nope. Sorry, but I couldn't be farther from the truth.
Where's Shogun? He used to be here for this.
I know. Oh, I'm remembering the dad scene from Austin Powers. Good times. No, I didn't. Mike Myers is a treasure.
Oh dang, it's Dad.
It's Dad!
Well, it's a good thing we didn't murder him.
Yeah. Generally considered to be optimal. Now that we have rescued him from the soul-sucking demon machine, we are going to put him in a soul-sucking demon machine.
Perfect.
Wait.
I mean...
Yeah. All according to plan.
As long as he's in our soul-sucking demon machine.
Exactly. It's all relative.
And now for the
If you messed up,
cameo
Gainer
with
would have been a
Xujhan.
goner.
Okay. I think the most embarrassing part of that story was that Gainer was captured by
But
Crab Hands.
yeah, I know, right? How can you lose to Crab Hands? He's the easiest boss in the game.
He had like two attacking abilities. One was an auto, and the other one was thunder.
He spends most of his turns just using his Crab Hands. Alright, Cooking Splits Part 2. You gotta cook 5 of these. Oh, we got a charcoal. I guess it had to happen eventually.
Boo.
Boo!
Yeah, that's one thing I
How
like
do you
about
make
this
a
game is
biscuit
the
out of
evolution of the
frisbees?
field thing.
Science. Science is how you turn frisbees into biscuits. Alright, so only a single charcoal. That's fine, that's great. That's plenty good enough. Okay, look, here's me getting the good ending. There we go. There will be no neutral endings here today. Oh my god, I still can't believe I forgot it that one time. That was so embarrassing. But I didn't notice, so it was just like, it was going through the end credits after the final boss, and I was talking about how excited I was to have my world record back, and then, oops! That's not the good ending! I'll just put this world record back where I found it. Don't mind me. What a day. You got neutral world record, make a new category. I've already invented like 3 categories. I think people are going to tell me to stop sometime.
Yeah, I suppose you don't actually use Flying Township for anything,
Nope.
do you?
Nope, it's just the good ending. We just step into the main house there because it's a quick way to heal. I'm a machine and a dandy man. Yeah, Chi-Chi has her priorities straight. SNES RPGs have fantastic music, I agree. Oh,
It's one of my favorite things about
Overshot.
Treasure of the
Overshot.
Rose. Use a spoke to reduce encounters. Uses smoke, takes 3 steps, gets an encounter.
Every time.
They do work. They just do not work
Very
very
well.
well.
They do a little bit.
It's so much worse without them.
This is the only shaman we actually go out of our way to get because we need her for our pretty princess.
Ooh.
No, the easiest way to see that smokes really do work is you compare Glitchless and any percent runs of Breath of Fire 2. They do the same stuff early game, but Glitchless is a level ahead of any percent by the end of the game. I didn't mean to fly there. Sorry, by the time you get to like the cat fight, any percent is a level behind Glitchless because Glitchless just gets more encounters. I think the Arnold Schwarzenegger fight, the Director of Human Resources, you're usually level 7 in Glitchless and you're usually level 6 in any percent after doing the same walking. And it's just the smokes. It's not that any percent exploits it, it's just that any percent has infinite money from the start of the game, so they can afford to buy smokes at this first item shop, where in Glitchless, we have to wait until after the Terrapin before we really have enough money to be able to afford to buy smokes. Like, they're $100 each. That's a lot of money early in the game.
$100 for not a lot of benefit.
Yeah, exactly. Piku, we've got just over an hour left, and since we're just about to start the final dungeon, if you want to change restreamers now, now's a good time. Okay, let me know. We can be flexible. Rip that guy.
Yeah. And now there's demons.
Yeah.
Because, oh no, those things that looked like doors behind the dragon were doors.
Go figure.
Who'd have thought?
I know, this is completely unforeseeable.
There's no way we could have predicted this.
Oh man, it's the end game. We're in the end game. Finally, I can almost get up and go eat.
Almost. Yeah, it turns out that Gate was actually named for something.
Kind of like Gar, hey, Pax?
I'm as shocked as you are.
Pax for years did not notice that the gargoyle in Breath of Fire 3 was named Gar because he's a gargoyle.
You shut your mouth.
He needed to have this pointed out to him many years later.
Excuse me, I did not have to have it pointed out to you. I believe I had a surprise realization, and you just looked at me like I was an idiot, because I was.
Okay, warp. Cotland. I mean, exactly which was like the first one. Gar the Guardian, Gar the Gargoyle, Gar the Guardian, Gargoyle. Like, it's not accidental. What am I doing? Okay, we needed to talk to that guy. It's implied that you need to go on, like, a chain fetch quest thing, hunting down for Patty, but actually the moment you talk to that guy to start the quest, she appears in the final location. So now you can just skip right to the end.
How many places do you normally go to look? You go from here to Wildcat?
And then to Thieves' Tomb.
Right.
Oh, I should unite Nina first.
Yeah,
Incidentally,
you don't actually have to go.
Granny has a dinker on her shelves here, so we're just gonna take that.
Just taking an old lady's dinker? What's wrong with you?
I know, right? Okay, unite Nina, Spooseni. Yes.
I like the little dances the shamans do when they're uniting. Holy shaman's doing like a disco thing.
Yeah, no, the Patty quest is the one time you don't have to follow the game's logic to the letter. You just have to talk to the guy in Cotland, and lo and behold... voila, a Patty. Yeah, the implementation of the shaman system is not ideal, although the system itself is very cool.
In casual playthroughs, I will some very extreme methods.
You cut out there for...
Oh, sorry. Having a little bit of trouble with my internet.
Aren't we all? Ah. Hopefully the stream clears up shortly. I can't do anything from here, I'm afraid. Okay. Blue rand salad.
Wait, will you spar for this?
If you take Nina into the cutscene after you defeat Habaruku, it takes off her shaman form. So we just take a non-Nina character into the cutscene. Horrible, isn't he? Alright. Time for the big reveal.
That Habaruku looks like Squidward.
Yep. Probably just the villain.
Oh my god. It was Habaruku the whole time.
Never did trust Squidward. Anyway, yes. This is the mastermind that's been behind all the nefarious goings-on. Surely he will be a big, fearsome boss monster after all of the many big, fearsome boss monsters we have fought. Right? Team?
Oh yeah, he should be terrified.
Absolutely. Is that the thief girl that ran into us 7.5 hours ago? It's also our sister. If it
Although they
wasn't
never
obvious.
actually say it.
Yeah, they never say it out loud, but it's obviously Yua. I'm not going to say that it's ham-fisted, but like if you put bread around it, you would have a sandwich. Alright, big angry squid. All fear
So
the big angry
fearsome.
squid. Okay, attack up.
I'm truly terrified.
W fruit. Oh, Spire's actually... Oh, that's gonna hurt. Big yikes.
Well, that hurt.
Yep, that it did. That's fine. Just use one of our many biscotti.
Do you normally have to use a biscuit on this fight?
Nope. But if he missiles you, he missiles you. Not much you can do about it. It's the easiest way to do this. Oh, Jesus. That's not what I wanted. Ugh. Okay, well, he's being as much of a jerk as humanly possible.
Good
It's
grief.
fine. It's fine.
And yet, because of his dumb sprite, I still can't take him seriously as a boss, despite the fact that he's kind of flooring you.
Rightly so. Oh my god. It doesn't stop. It's okay. The worst he can do is burn. He's trying his best, we'll put it that way, but still, the worst he can do is burn some of our healing items. Yeah, he's dead. This part is at peace. Yeah, that is certainly the worst Habaruku fight I've seen. But even then, like, you have so many healing items, it's not that bad. And he explodes.
Of course he does.
Okay, I'm gonna be quiet for a moment. Pax, feel free to talk, but I'm just gonna watch the dialogue and not screw this up.
Yeah. So, there's a thing that happens in this dialogue box. So this dragon asks you if you want to, like, go down and fight the demon or like wait for it to come to you. And the default dialogue option is to wait. And if you do that, the game just ends. That's it. You're done. The demon emerges, it's too powerful for you to stop. You get a really freaky screen that shows a bunch of spooky looking demons on it, and the game just kind of ends, and that's it. And that's the default dialogue option. If you're just mashing through this, you just doom your
See,
game.
right there? Yeah, it sneaks up on you. Andy, didn't you do that in a run once? Or was that MCon?
Oh, someone did it.
Someone did it. I do remember. I forget who it was, but somebody did it. Is this just hanging out in a tree now? Yeah, that's what's going on.
Yes.
We don't talk about that. It's okay, Andy. Everybody gets one. It's Mom!
Oh my god.
Surely this will go better than the last time we met a Mom.
God.
Yeah, Breath of Fire 2 has a bad track record with moms.
It's in parents in general, given that the standard thing to do is to kill dad.
Neo, I think the answer is that it was 1995. They hadn't invented QA yet. Goodbye, my Doge. It takes all of the seriousness out of the moment.
And here we are, the final dungeon. Except I think we're immediately leaving.
Peace! I don't want to do that. Again, just gotta change some stuff first. Okay. Blah. Wait a minute. Not Rand. Sten. Nina. I almost forgot about that thing.
So do we actually take the stand shortcuts?
Yep. I shield to Ryu. Yeah, the last time I rerouted this, I realized that since we aren't doing any of the combat in Infinity anyway, there's no reason to care about whether we take Sten or Rand. So we might as well take Sten, it's a shortcut. What's the fastest run of Breath of Fire 2? The fastest glitchless run is 7 hours 59 minutes. The fastest any percent run with glitches, I think, is 6 hours 32? 6:30 something. And the tool-assisted speedrun is like 4 something. I forget what the something is, but it's about 4 hours and change. Any percent 6:33. Andy, do you remember what the task time is? I should probably heal, huh? Yeah, it is outdated, but it is also very fast. Both statements are true. Now here's a fun one. When you're menuing with Nina, you have to be really careful to select Cure 2 and not exit.
Yeah, you don't want to be redoing this dungeon again.
No kidding. Anyway, that little jump there skips most of the first room and saves a lot of time. How did Nina turn into a blue-haired angel? The power of shamans.
Fusion, ha!
Pretty
The
Princess
pretty
Nina. Hey, Jen, you're back.
Princess Nina.
Good timing. Jen, if you want to hop in the call, you and Pax can chat and gets occupied while dies. Yes, every character except the main character, who is a dragon and therefore far too badass to be changing his clothes, and Bleu, who is far too badass to be changing her clothes. Common forms. Okay, I said we'd be collecting a hodgepodge of gear for the final fights. This is one piece that we're picking up.
Some of the other characters' shaman forms are actually really cool, and don't get a lot of don't get seen because unless you're playing casually. But even then, a couple of the forms conflict with each other in terms of the shamans they use. They're awesome.
They are awesome.
The one that I really like, but basically never use casually, is fucking Doom Robot Bow.
Yep.
With an arm cannon instead of a crossbow.
As you do. Made in time for the longest dungeon in history. We're making good time.
It's significantly shorter when you can force all the bad guys to run away.
Don't hit Nina. Good. Don't hit Nina. Good. I mean, please stop smacking around Bleu, but... Okay, that's not good. They do got some big mitts.
I'm gonna slap you. Yep, Rand becomes a tiny armadillo. Spar becomes either a tiny little rosebud or a vine dragon.
Or a witch.
Or a little witch with a mushroom hat. That's my favorite.
Yeah, Spar has the most transformations.
Cat becomes like a cool devil person. Sten becomes some kind of crazy fire elemental.
A Jinn.
Yeah. Jean becomes a...
He's a paladin.
The only people who don't get crazy transformations are Ryu, and he's the main character, so that kind of explains that, and Bleu, and she's a secret character and also is supposed to be way more powerful than everyone else, so a shaman wouldn't really be able to soup her up anyways. Yeah, I think Cat's one of those names that got lost in translation.
Set encounter rate to infinity. I know, right? At least they haven't murdered Nina yet. That's all we can really ask for. Okay, last big room. Almost done the first half. This has actually been going smoothly.
Yeah, this hasn't been bad. Lead offs are nice.
Piku, can you pull Jen in? Thank you.
Hello again.
Hello.
Hello.
Andy, what not a glitch are you referring to?
So how's everything been going the last couple hours? Are we doing well?
Were you here for the absolutely abysmal Habaruku fight?
No.
It went real bad.
I won. Oh, the skip. The skip's not a glitch. It's just a skip. But yeah, I'll be doing it. It's not really a skip. It's just a rearranging.
We're just rearranging the plot
Exactly.
in a totally developer-intended way.
Okay, good. I thought that was on Nina for a moment. I was about ready to get upset. Would you please leave the fight? See, you have to
Get outta
ask
here, No
politely.
one likes you.
Alright. It's the final smoke for the first half. Here's Rand's final weapon. Didn't walk all the right by it. There you happy, Jen? We picked up the treasure chest.
I'm insanely happy.
This thing is actually spooky if you don't banish it. Didn't banish it, that's spooky.
Ruh-roh. Oh.
Ruh-roh. Yeah, this is why we have the backup dragon.
He looks like a very nice, reasonable dragon. I'm sure he just wants to be
He's
friends.
very pointy. Ah, level 26 on Nina. That's nice. Okay, W fruit. Okay.
Are we at the right levels so far?
Yep.
Damn.
It's the opposite of a Dragonite. A Dragonite is the least pointy dragon.
Dragonite is kind of the cutest.
It's very cute. In Pokemon Go, I just leveled a Lucky Dragonite up to max level.
Show off.
I know, right?
I finally got enough candy for a Dragonair.
I use the Empire Sword because it kills all the little eye things in one hit if they stick around. Now this thing has very low speed, so we can just run. Made it! Ding. We are in Delagany. There should be about 40 minutes left. We're at 8:10. Yeah, we should be under the 9 hours, but we probably won't be under the 8:45.
Thank goodness for Piku changing the estimate.
I know, right?
What was it
No,
originally?
8:45. The 8:45 was not really expecting one single half-hour time loss. Won't take that long because you're going to wipe to me. I see you there, Barberry. But yeah, wiping to Barberry is definitely a possibility. I'm going to safety save here so that don't happen. Fortunately, the walk from Delagany to Barberry is quite short, so if I do wipe, it's an extra 10 minutes, but I guess maybe I should try not to go overestimate again. Is doing solo Barberry? No, you are watching the wrong category for that. Any percent can do solo Barberry. It's dumb and silly, but it can do it. And Brave Man and Hundo both have to do it by default. 1v1 me nub. I will 1v1 you in literally any other category.
And they're glorious fights to watch.
They are. If you're interested, my Brave Man percent world record is recorded on my channel. You can watch me 1v1 Blueberry. It's hilarious, by the way. Turns out Barberry's one weakness is pizza.
Spoilers.
Level 29 solo Ryu fight with cheats. Coming to my channel, I'll show you a level 32 solo Ryu fight honorably.
Using the glorious power of pizza.
Right? And definitely intended game mechanics that were definitely intended.
To be fair, no developer has come out said they weren't intended.
Exactly. Okay, so it's really important that you don't talk to the old dude at the bottom there, the one in the orange dress.
Yeah, it's just a bunch of plot about your mom and it makes you feel things, and we don't have time for that.
You cheese Barberry with pizza. That is exactly what you do. This is us walking right by the plot and out the door.
Bye, mom's plot.
It
Pretty sure
seriously
that's
takes
your
like
granddad or something.
Okay, here's the safety save. And we're gonna do a backup item shop just because I don't want to die. Okay. Alright, let's go!
Infinity Part 2.
Part the duh.
The infinitying.
Yep, something like that. Okay.
So how likely is it that something goes wrong with this part?
Oh, extremely likely.
Knowing him, probably like 100%,
Roughly.
110.
Yes, yes, this is the beyond into infinity and beyond.
Now, see that door down there? That's that's
That's plot. We're not going
that's
there.
plot. That's really important for beating the game. We're just gonna walk right past it.
Yep. We're not interested. We'll come back.
It's okay. We were really here for all the side quests, so
And those things are vicious. They're fast and they outspeed Nina and they crit. I guess two of those things were a little bit redundant. They outspeed Nina and they crit. That's what you need to know. So we would like to not fight them. Is this Hundo? Nope. No, this is just regular old Glitchless.
it's so long you would think it's Hundo.
Oh, Hundo is going to be so much longer, I promise.
Hundo's great for all those 1 and 256 in tiny room drops.
Andy, there is no Hundo yet.
Thankfully, there's a short category for those of us who don't want to spend our whole day playing one run.
It's only going to take half my day on account of waking up at 3:45. Actually, I woke up before then. I started at 3:45. Woke up at 2:30.
Yeah, it must have been real nice slowly watching the sun come up as you got to what?
Yeah, definitely.
The whale, maybe?
Around there. Next run is shorter. It's only 7:30. Yeah, that's you, Andy.
Oh yeah, it's Chrono Cross up next, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone should stick
So
around
it's
for
really
Andy's
not a
Chrono
problem
Cross
if I go overestimate. It's fine. It's just Andy has to be underestimate by the same amount, and then it's all Gucci. That's cool, right, Andy?
So really, it's just his problem.
Exactly. I did give a generous buffer, it just wasn't enough. Alright, we're there. Okay, I have to equip things. Hang on. Equip. Blah. Did I sell the ocean rope from Blah? Oh, motherfucker. That's gonna do things. Okay. Well, you aren't going to get to see my sick, cool Barberry item juggling strats, but that's okay. Can do this anyway. Okay. Holy shield, shiny hat, speed equipped. Yep. Rand, yes. Heal. That's what I was missing. Okay. Let's go.
Alright, let's do it. for people maybe wondering about the seeming time loss on the double checking and the menuing, it's important.
It's
This
important.
fight cuts it real close.
Let's attack up. W fruit doge. Defend. And now we pray, because this guy can totally make our life miserable.
Just doge everything.
Yep. Don't forget my shave dice. Thanks. Gonna attack me, doge! Okay, that's a good start. Be cool if Nina keeps your shaman. Nice. Very good.
Come on, pretty princess.
Yep. Okay. Nina's 26, so Bleu outspeeds her, so I want Bleu to W fruit first, and I want Nina to biscuit. Oh my god, there's so many variables in this fight. My head is melting.
I'm just so impressed you sound like you know what you're doing.
I sort of do. Okay, first fight over. How about it, Doge? From now on you fight me by yourself? No! I decline. I politely decline. I'll take a rain check on that one.
That's another brutal text boss where the default option is the really bad one.
G-Dragon. W fruit. W fruit. Actually, no, I can do this better. G-Dragon. Fireball. W fruit. W fruit. Okay, good. We're in business.
Seems.
Oh
to be
god.
going well so
Rest
far.
in peace, Nina. Okay.
Goodbye, pretty princess.
I know, right? Okay, we're gonna have to take an extra turn here. Yeah, the princess dress is gone, I'm afraid. It ain't coming back. She got slapped around something fierce.
I always get so nervous watching this.
It is a little nerve-wracking, isn't it? Oof.
She's okay.
Yeah, so as you can see, the defense bonus from the biscuits is really quite important here.
Almost calculated.
Okay, so one of Barberry's mechanics that's sort of obvious once you've done the fight a couple of times is he gets stronger the more hurt he is. So I'm going to do a clever thing.
Sounds risky.
It usually is. Ouch. Okay, that's not a problem, but ouch. Rip Nina. She's staying dead now. Okay, we have one Wise Ball left, so this is the turn. Earth Armor, equip. G-Dragon. Biscotti. Wise Ball. By equipping to the Earth Armor, Ryu's defense drops a little bit, but mostly his speed drops a lot. So now Barberry is going to take his action before Doge does, which means... Oh, god damn it. Of course he high rolls. Okay. And that wastes... Blech. Okay.
Whoops.
So even though he isn't at his highest damage bonus threshold yet, he high rolled anyway. You can't do anything about that.
Should we be panicking?
Probably not.
That's
reassuring.
comforting.
I know, right? I do try to be reassuring. No. I think this works. Anyway, you're all getting to watch some top-tier improvisation here. I don't usually have to worry about this. Fire Breath here would be fantastic. Hey, we got it. Everyone pray. I think I can get there. Okay, we're fine. Nobody panic! So the only problem is he burned through 3 or 4 extra biscuits. Fortunately, we had a couple extra to spare because I only burned 1 and the route assumes you burn 2 or 3. So I'm a little low on multi-heals for death, but only a little.
And no, Harley, this is not the final boss. This is our grudge match at the beginning of the game.
But we got him. Are we panicking? Is the stream suffering? It's not on my end, that's all I can tell you. But yeah, as you see, that fight can go pretty badly. Okay, and now we're going to do a thing.
Yeah, that really plot important thing that we skipped, we're going to go back for that.
Okay, bleu, stan cat, save. Oh, I said not to panic, so you panicked. I got you. I got you. Okay, that is pretty useful to have on Death Evan. It's not vital, but it's useful. The life bracelet makes you immune to the death spell, which Death Evan does like to use.
And now we do a clever bit of movement.
And now we do a clever thing.
So we exited out to come back to this part of Infinity, but it's important that we did not talk to that dragon statue.
Yep, the idea is we're going to do the Anthony cutscene here that we need to do to finish the game. If we had done it earlier, it would have removed Nina's shaman transformation, and then we would have had to fight our way down honestly, rather than just banishing everything, which is way faster. So instead, we banish our way down, fight Blueberry, exit back up here, do the Anthony dialogue, and then death warp back to the bottom. And cleverly avoid ever having to fight anything. Hey, rude. Hey, no fight. Very nice. Smoke worked for a change. Oh, by the way, if you want to see a tiny bit of optimization, it is optimal to talk to this guy from the right. It is 2 tiles quicker. I've never seen anybody else do this, so I like to mention it. Yeah, we got a few minutes of dialogue now. Coffee break. In other words, somebody please get me a coffee. Okay. So it looks like I'm going to be right in between the 8:45 and the 9 hours. So, given just how disastrously Nimifu went, I don't feel too bad. But maybe in the future I'll use 9 hours as my submission mark for marathons. When I was routing out the 8:45, I admit I didn't quite account for a half-hour time loss.
You need to route in some marathon safety.
I mean, I did. I routed in lots of marathon safeties. Basically, any other place in the game, the only way to get a half-hour time loss is to get really unlucky several times in a row. That's one of the only places I can think of where a single bad fight costs you half an hour. Most of the other bosses at the ends of long dungeons just aren't threatening enough to kill you. Nimifu is normally not a threat. Aruhamel is never a threatening fight. Aruhamel does not have the randomly sleep thunder kill you option. But yeah, so
So what's happening here is we're walking through these identical hallways, identical rooms to talk to our party members and figure out who should die for us.
It's a pretty hard choice to make.
Except that the obvious answer is Jean. Jean should die for
definitely us. Jean should die.
Unfortunately, the obvious answer is not the correct answer.
Sadly, I think this gets sympathizers. Anyway, we're about 15 to 20 minutes from done, depending on Death Evan luck. Oh my god, only 15 to 20 minutes, that sounds so beautiful. I can get up, I can leave. Anyway, preemptively, thank you to Pax and to Jen for helping commentate this monstrosity, and thank you to everybody who's kept me company throughout the night. It
has been really amusing.
Had fun, which it basically is proof that I am indeed a masochist.
Agreed.
I'm really sorry for keeping you Piku. I promise I am going as fast as I can. This game does not have a run button. Did you other restreamer never show up? Okay, it's not my fault. That's the important thing. That's what I'm choosing to take from this.
I mean, it's your fault for, putting this game in for the marathon.
It was asked for, Andy, you're here. What's the story? You told me that people were asking about BoF 2 Glitchless. Okay, so somebody approached Andy about running this. Fair enough. That means that somebody involved with the marathon was actively looking for somebody to run this monstrosity, so I absolved myself of it.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, I haven't seen Andy run this in a long time.
Night.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, there's Andy, me, and Shogun. And Shogun's was like 11 hours and change, and I think he swore to never do it again.
Wow,
So
that's as bad as my time.
If it's not Andy, and we can't peer pressure anybody new into running it, it's me by default. So... May we all meet again in BoF 2 in the really, really long-a-thon later this year. Where we'll do a really salty run back of this, maybe, if it gets accepted. Oh hey, it's Bo! That character who was definitely a character that we definitely cared about at some point in time.
Our best friend!
Yay! Yeah, Andy and I are 1-1 in marathon races. So Andy's gonna have to pick this up again at some point.
Alright, time to kill someone off.
Yep, I wonder who it'll be. Now, let's see, can I remember which one of these rooms was Jean? I'm pretty sure it was this one. Yeah, who is Doge's best friend? That's a good question. Maybe it's the Necroman.
The brutal part about this segment, for people wondering what we're all talking about, is that if you pick anyone except yourself, you have to do the whole segment over again.
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious.
I mean, it's kind of worth it to pick Sean.
Yes, I'm serious, he said, in a voice that could only come from somebody who had indeed done that. Alright, final split. There's nothing standing between us and Tendix.
To supreme evil.
Supreme evil in the galaxy. Good old Tendix. Okay.
But first, we must die.
Yes. Gotta do things in the right order. Oh my god, these things are terrible to death warp on, because all they do is just waste time buffing each other.
They don't exactly doink you for very much damage.
Well, that one is gonna be really strong. I'm always so impressed you menu through that so quickly.
I've had way too much practice, but thank you. You guys suck at hitting yourselves. There we go. Doge is showing him how it's done.
I mean, Cat's not doing so bad.
Okay, you are going to get to see some sick, cool, glitchless only strats for the upcoming Death Heaven fight. I also have probably never said sick, cool before in my life, and hopefully will never say it again.
Thank you.
You're welcome. If you don't already know the answer in chat, let me pose the riddle to you. What do you do against a boss that none of your characters outspeed, who has multiple AoE attacks, all of which can two-shot your party? Okay.
Is it Cry?
It might be Cry. Just win, forehead. Yeah, something like that. Concede defeat and don't finish your 8-hour speedrun at the finish line. Same.
Was it really necessary to G-Dragon the single aim on?
Yes. It hits like a truck, it doesn't have any weaknesses, and it's got a lot of health.
You just need to really show them who's boss, you know? Lower the encounter rate now. They'll be too scared.
Yeah. You know what? Just to be safe. There. Blue can be the sacrificial lamb in front who takes all the damage. Alright, that's the door. They still attack Doge, I know, right? Never lucky. Hey, 27 on Nina. I'll take it. Okay, I think we're as equipped as we're gonna get. We're all good. It's time! This also means we're about 10 minutes from done. Also, I think my 8:45 is about to go sailing gently by. At least I made it to the final boss in 8:45. That's something, right? Only an hour behind world record pace.
Hey, that's something.
It's something. It's a thing, all right.
It's okay, at least you'll get the right ending.
Yeah, wouldn't that be embarrassing after all of this struggle? Oops, wrong ending. Run it back.
So Andy doesn't need to do his run.
No, certainly not. I mean, we could always consider the Breath of Fire quadrifecta? Tetrafecta? Probably the tetrafecta is better. Run any percent, then Glitchless, then Brave Man back to back.
Oh god.
That's like a solid 24 hours of Breath of Fire 2. Maybe I'll do that for like a 7 billion subscriber goal or something.
When literally every human on the planet
when the very last human on the planet subscribes to my Twitch channel, I will run the 24-hour Breath of Fire 2 Tetrafecta.
You heard him, get the subscriptions in.
Alright. Hot action sequence!
Yeah,
Get him,
this
spiky
seems
blue
dope.
hair. The worrying part is, when I say 24-hour Breath of Fire 2 Tetrafecta, I can't tell if I'm joking or not.
You poor soul.
I will say, when you're trying to hustle to get a sub-8 world record, that cutscene takes way longer. Ryu is running for friggin' hours.
And that's it, we're fine, right? He fell down, it's all good.
Good work, everybody.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 dicks.
What a sprite.
I know, right?
Oh yeah, and that really super important plot thing we did allows us to actually fight this guy at all, because otherwise he just does, what, half our health to us every turn until we die?
Yep. It turns out that the secret power of the dragon is, I shit you not, the power of friendship. I have not lied to you once today, and I'm not lying now. We are invoking the power of friendship. Friendship is magic. That's right. Apparently, friendship is also necromancy, because we have raised our friends from the dead. Okay, and now that the memes are over, we actually still have to beat the final boss. So, wish me luck.
I'm excited to see things that have never happened before.
I have almost no biscuits. That's unfortunate.
Yep. That's what happens when you're terrible.
That's what happens when Barberry bodies me into the dirt. You're fucking me. Okay, so I just cast Speed Down on Death Evan. That has like a 5% success rate. Nina, god that she is, hit it first try. So now this is free.
Huh.
That's not what I came for.
I want my money back.
That's not what I showed up for.
I how everybody is so disappointed that I got a good fight. Thanks,
Of course
guys.
we are.
You're real pals.
That's what the second fight is for.
Piku's like, oh god, no, please just let it be over. Okay, it's fine. We outspeed him, so now there's no risk of him killing us. We just have to do 10,000 damage.
Oh, is that all?
Is that all? Yeah, it's fine. It's only the highest health bar in the game by double. Yeah, it's a good thing we made Ryu immune to that.
Just make sure you don't miscount.
I mean, I'm just gonna keep hitting him until he stops moving. How about that? That sounds like a solid plan to me. Yeah, he's got 10 dicks and I didn't get fucked by one of them. This is where the game crashes? Wow. We're really reaching now, aren't we? Tickle, tickle. Oh god. That was a lot of tickling. It's okay.
It's great being
We
slightly
have something
behind
for
and
that.
wondering.
Ryu's one weakness, dick tickles. Yeah, it do be like that.
I hope this stream is marked as mature. We're gonna get in
It's
so
not.
Yeah, we...
We're in trouble. Don't you worry. Vanilla extract, because it's healthy.
This game's got such weird healing items.
It really does.
Yes, there we go. Duck tickles. This guy's got so many ducks.
Again? What a jerk. I mean, it's not wasting that much time, but...
Oh, man, this guy needs to stop hitting you really hard.
It's only a very small time waste.
See, this is what happens when Nina gets that easy slow.
I'm just waiting for Bone Laser, because
Yeah.
that's the actual impressive thing.
I mean, Bone Laser's good news. Bone Laser means he's like 2/3 dead. So, we would like to see
Yeah.
Bone Lasers as soon as possible.
It's flashy, though.
It is flashy.
It's the Michael Bay part of this boss fight.
Like how Nina's just getting in there for 90 damage.
Everything helps.
I know, everything helps. It does. Oop. That's better. Good job, Ryu. Hey, you survived one! Well done. Oh yeah, Rain got debuffed. I should fix that. And all these extra extracts that we've been hanging on to the entire game. Actually, no, only the second half of the game. Finally get to use them. So just to reiterate, that speed down spell that I used with Nina has about a 5% hit rate against this boss because his magic resistance is through the roof. So normally you spend ages trying to get it to hit before you can actually start doing appreciable damage to him. Because as long as he outspeeds you, you have to heal really defensively just in case he decides to do a nuke the following turn. Outspeeding him with 3 of your 4 characters makes it so much easier. The alternate solution is just get 1 extra level on Bleu, and then she can outspeed him with speed gear. For that is that we're not grinding.
Yeah, we want this 9-hour run to go fast.
Exactly. See, Jen gets it.
I mean, just under 4 minutes to keep it under 9 hours.
Oh my! I might be able to do that.
I believe in you.
It's mostly up to how many crits we get from Doge. Tickle, tickle. Hey, he survived a tickle. And a counter, that's nice. 18. You're doing your best, Rand.
Rand is just kind of here for the morale boost.
Yeah, pretty much. No, he does actually do real damage once he has an attack up boost. He does about 100 or crit for 200, roughly. The boner laser! Alright, we're in business. He's almost dead. Do not get boned. We are doing our best. Now this is fine. We're fine. The first try speed down really makes this fight so much more pleasant. Tickle, tickle. Ah, no, Rand's fine. Rand can take all tickling all day.
His big muscles protect him.
Exactly. Come on, stop moving. Your wiggly little teeth. Nice.
Ew, I just noticed that.
You're welcome.
Why are we friends?
Every time I open my mouth, your life gets a little bit worse.
I can't stop watching it.
It's a little hypnotic, isn't it? Tickle, tickle. Ooh, ooh, she lived. Good job, Nina.
Super calculated.
Oh yeah, 100%. Okay, what's the timer like?
8:59.
Oh boy. Oh, that's not good. Be God's power, that heals him. Oh, that was a huge crit. Okay, show me the crits. That's not a crit, Ryu.
Alright, we missed 9 hours.
Time. Like 9 hours sharp, basically.
Oh.
8 seconds over.
I'll take it. I'll take it. Screw it. I'll round down.
Totally, exactly 100% on estimate.
Precisely calculated.
You're never gonna be invited back.
8 seconds over estimate in my 9 hour speed run. Never letting me play again. Oh man. Yeah, the Bee God's power gave him one extra turn. That would have been like in 8:59:30 without it. It wasn't estimate. It's the estimate started at 8:45. Yeah, but we don't talk about that. That's ancient history. That's like a solid 7 hours ago. Okay, so I don't know what the standard business is for the outro here, but apparently Piku is still waiting for the next restreamer. And Charbear Pal subscribed with Twitch Prime to Speedruns Live. That's pretty cool. Good on you, Charbear Pal. But,
Thanks everyone who came out.
Yeah, thank you again to Pax and
Suffered
Jen.
through this with us.
Did Piku just bump the estimate up? What's the estimate now? Is it 90009?
Yeah.
Yeah. Underestimate.
It's all good.
You're the man, Piku.
Anytime.
Okay, let's get out of here. I'm just gonna roll through the end game sequence, and you can move over to Andy's stream whenever he's ready, or whatever. So I'll just keep talking until I'm not in live anymore.
We're just gonna be above now.
Okay, thank you. Thank you again, everybody. Enjoy Andy's Chrono Cross run. Make sure you give him at least as hard a time as you gave me.
And there we go.